What are you doing? The demon roared in rage. I'm stopping you from ever being a threat to those around me, stopping you from being a threat to their lives, Silver said with a smile. The cracks on his body shone even brighter as he channeled the power of the World Tree. He made sure that he pulled everything from the core into his body. He slowly pulled out his sword and held it, pointing it at the demon. The sword glowed heavily from the divine light. He cracked a final smile. The demon charged at Silver. He wanted to end this as fast as possible. He didn't want to allow Silver to do what he wanted to. He stretched out his hands as far as he could, trying to get a hold of Silver. Silver made a motion with his sword. The divine light flowed through it, and as the slash was finished, a massive light arc shot toward the demon. The arc cut the demon without any resistance, completely obliterating him. You have leveled up 5,000 free stat points. The system called out immediately after he killed the demon. Silver smiled, knowing this would be the last time that he would hear that sound. He understood that if the World Tree continued to exist here, the demons would come for it, and their plan was no longer to simply create more races but for the complete refabrication of their world. Silver was not sure if his family would survive something like that. He didn't want to take that chance. He wanted to end the tree now and make sure that this world have no one that would be able to create or change it. This might be my end. I didn't get to see all the things Lily saw, or the reason Quinn woke his legacy so late. I didn't get to tell them I love them, or to really thank them for all that they did for me so far. I never figured that I would be in a situation like this today. I guess you never know what happens, Silver said. The power of the tree continued entering his body. His cracks increased more and more. He could feel himself shattering and losing consciousness. He closed his eyes slowly, accepting what was to come. But in that instant, unknown to Silver, a light emanated from his soul. It shone bright from within him and began sucking in all the divine energy from the tree. It fought to pull it all, showing resilience despite the fact that the divine energy was pouring in at a crazy quantity. Your divine soul has awakened. A sudden message came to Silver. His eyes opened in shock. What was a divine soul? As he opened his eyes, he saw that the cracks on his body were healing up rapidly. The feeling of death that lingered over him was withering rapidly. Silver didn't know what was happening, but he didn't have an issue with it. It was helping him, after all. The core of the World Tree started getting destabilized as Silver continued to pull the divine energy. At the rate he worked, he would completely destroy it just like he planned. You have leveled up 5,000 free stat points. You have leveled up 5,000 free stat points. You have leveled up 5,000 free stat points. Level up messages started flooding the system at an absurd rate. It kept going and going. Silver started getting scared as he saw the notifications keep coming through. It went past 100 notifications and kept going until it finally stopped. System calculations ongoing. Evolution beginning. Enough divine energy found. Evolution status complete. Congratulations on becoming a demigod. Name, Silver. Race, Dark Dragon. Demigod. Legacy, Dark Dragon Legacy. Awakened. Magical affinities, Summoning, Darkness, Abyss Magic. Divine Energy, 1000. EXP, 1000. SP, 000. Level, 1. Strength, 10. Defense, 10. Speed, 12. Agility, 12. Intelligence, 15. Silver stared at the screen. What the hell was happening? Why did his stats change so much? He could tell that he was stronger. He didn't know how, but he knew he was stronger. As if the system could hear his thoughts, it responded to him. Your stats went beyond the normal scale of the former system model. The system has optimized your stats into a small, controlled outlook. Silver understood what the system was saying. The stats he was seeing now were by far more than his last ones or something, he thought. But somehow, the system had to make it look small for easier understanding of sorts. But the stats were not his problem. It was the fact that he had evolved again and into something called a demigod. His mana changed into divine energy, and only gods could use this. Did I really become a divine being? Silver asked himself. The fire of the tree started shattering finally. It broke down piece by piece. Soon, everything shattered, and the world tree started breaking apart from the inside. Silver flew outside the tree. He watched it from the outside as it began withering and falling to the ground. The tree that had been the one they used for creation, and now it was gone. Silver flew down. He didn't even use his wings, and he didn't think about it much. He just wanted to see if the others were safe. When he reached the ground, the others were still there. Amber and Leah saw Silver and ran to him immediately. They leapt on him instantly, tackling him to the ground, tears in their eyes, sobbing. "I thought I lost you. You said you would protect me and we would both walk out," Amber said. "I'm sorry, Amber. I had to do what I had to do, but I survived at the end, right?" Silver said. "Stupid," Leah said and hit his chest with her fist. "Silver, the tree, your eyes, they are gold." Amber made a sudden discovery. Leah looked up at his eyes and saw that it was true. All right, please let me get up." "There is a lot to explain about what happened," Silver said to them. It was time he said the whole truth. Everyone stood around waiting for Silver to speak. The tree was still in the background, breaking and withering. "The truth is, this is not my first life," Silver stated. With that, there were immediate looks of confusion on their faces as they didn't know what he meant by that. "I once lived in a world called Earth, a place without magic, without other races, without mana, without everything you have here. It was a world purely ruled by humans, and other races were just dumb animals that lived in the forest for the amusement and survival of humans. That world was the first world I was born into, my home, and my name there was not Silver, it was Re. I was Re before Silver. But one night, I wanted to take in air, a ritual I always did nightly. It allowed me to think and relax. But that night, there had been a robbery around the area, and the robber was running in the direction of my house. Do you remember the weapons I tried creating? The guns? That world had enough of them, a person could easily get one, and that robber had one. He saw me and pulled the trigger at me. The bullet went through my lungs. In a normal case, a bullet to my lungs should have never killed me instantly. I should have had enough time to be saved. But I suffered something called shock. The trauma from the bullet caused my nervous system and brain to go into a protective shutdown, and it caused me to die immediately. That was the end of me in that world. I thought it would be the end of me entirely, or maybe I would go to hell or to heaven. But as I opened my eyes, I saw Ophelia, the goddess. You met the goddess? Amber's father asked in shock. Yes, more than once. I have talked with her a lot, Silver said. A look of shock was plastered on the face of Amber's father. Ophelia had saved me. She told me that she needed my help in her world, as she wanted me to fulfill a task for her. So she allowed me to choose my legacy by random, and I was given the legacy of the Dark Dragon, the greatest legacy that existed, according to her. After that, it was time to begin my journey in this world, so I was sent to be born as the son of a noble, Heron. But my legacy and potential didn't show immediately, so my father thought of me as worthless. It was then that he asked that I be killed, but my mother fought for me and asked that I be at least sent somewhere else to grow. He agreed, and I was sent a wire to my new family, to meet you guys, Quinn, Leah, Mom, Dad, and Mike. That was how you became the family of a dark dragon. That's the truth of how I came to be in this world, why I did things the way I did. I would receive coded messages from Ophelia, and I had to solve them to understand what task she wanted me to carry out. But even though I was carrying out her tasks, I never understood the gravity of them or why she was telling me to do them. Back then, I had no idea that I was supposed to stop the coming of the demons, and I failed that. But that failure was not all too bad, you know, because Ophelia finally told me the truth. The truth that we have all been puppets, living in this world under her control. All of you have lived former lives as well, but not in different worlds, rather on different continents in this world, Argon. There had been 7 Lilies before you, and you are the 8th one. Their names were not the same, but they were you. She did this because she was trying to create a dark dragon that would free her from the captivity she is in. I know this is a lot to digest, but I'll tell you more over time. Right now, Void is coming. He wants to stop me because I have told you all secrets that should have never been revealed, Silver said and turned around, and a rip in space was forming. Normally, all the others would already be on the ground without their memories, but Silver's divine energy blocked that from happening. The Void stepped out. its eyes glowing as it glared at Silver. Silver pulled out his sword and got into a stance. Your divine energy has bypassed the seals of the Abyssal Blade. Congratulations on fully unlocking the Abyssal Blade. Original blade. Silver received a notification he was not expecting. The blade he was supposed to use to kill 100 people had suddenly unlocked. Was it because he was a demigod now? Master, shall we take down the vermin that is before us? The blade suddenly spoke right into Silver's mind. Silver was surprised, but he liked it. The blade seemed far more powerful now. Yes, it is time. We rid this world of a hindrance like Void, Silver said as he pointed his sword at Void. Void tried to move, but before he could even take a step, Silver slashed, and a black flame shot out. The flame burned hot, with compressed temperatures greater than the sun. It ripped through Void without stopping and continued to obliterate the wall behind it. The body of the Void crumbled to dust right there. Silver waited for a kill notification, but nothing came. System, what happened? He asked. Only beings with a certain threshold of divine energy can give EXP. It seems a lot has changed now, Silver said. As Void died, Aaron got back the memories of what had happened that night and his battle with Void alongside Silver. Silver, did you and I ever fight that creature before? Aaron asked. Oh, seems you have your memories back. Well, that's good because we did fight it. It was when you asked about the possibility of other continents existing. Back then, we could not even lay a finger on it, Silver said with a chuckle. I can't believe I would forget a fight like that, Aaron said. You didn't have a choice. Even I was able to remember due to the fact that I had a stronger mind. Fragments of what happened remained in my mind, and as I pieced it together, I was able to remember, Silver said. Amber's father walked to Silver. He placed his hand on Silver's shoulder, his eyes holding utmost respect. Thank you. Thank you for saving my daughter. You kept your word to the end, the man said. I promised, so I had to do what I had to do, Silver said. So what's the best step now? What happened to the demon, and why is the tree dying? Amber's father asked. The demon is dead, and I also took the power of the tree. The world tree no longer exists. All its power entered into me. I don't know how it happened. I was almost dying inside there, and then suddenly, somehow, I was able to survive and take all the divine energy, Silver said. So what does that mean for us now? He asked. It means I can fix it all. It means I can finally change the whole narrative via the destruction, the death, and everything that you saw, Lily. I can change that. I can merge this world back together and recreate all that was broken. All the 8 continents, all of them, will be freed from the demon's uncanny rule. I'll be able to restore balance one step at a time. We no longer have to worry about this world coming to an end, Silver said. I see. If you are the one saying it, then I'll believe in it, Amber's father said. You will do me a favor now. All of you stay in the Empire from now on. This place will be where the renovation of this world takes place, and all of you will be safe here, Silver said. You plan to go alone? Quinn asked. Yes, that's the best way now. You all should stay and rebuild what I'll begin fixing. If I need any of you, I'll reach out, I promise. But right now, what I want to do is something that only I can do, Silver said. He could see the reluctance in their eyes, but it was time he did something and did it properly. Now that he had the power, he was going to fix it all. Silver transformed into his dragon. His mighty black scales now had a gold touch at the tips, his eyes glowed gold, and his scales had a shine to them. He was far bigger than he was before, looking grand and filled with power. He flapped his wings and vanished in an instant. His speed was so fast that none of them could even follow it. Silver flew into the sky, his sight so powerful that he could see the human empire from where he was. He locked in on his target and shot toward the castle. A journey that would have taken several hours was going to be done in a few hours. Silver didn't know how long this goodbye was going to be, and as he came to this realization, he was already halfway through the flight and turned back to the Elven Empire. When the others saw Silver return, they were shocked and confused. Silver transformed back into a human, landed on the ground, and ran to Amber. She was shocked but didn't move. Her shock increased as he wrapped his arms around her and hugged her tightly, planting a kiss on her lips out of nowhere. He let go of her, and she stood still, shocked at what happened. Dawn, Faye, and Leah watched with wide eyes. Silver walked away from the still stunned Amber and hugged Faye next. "When this is all over, we will have that sword practice again." He planted a kiss on her lips, but unlike Amber, who was still shocked, Faye went for more, grabbing him and pulling his head closer. After she finally let him go, Silver took in a deep breath. He was the one that initiated it, yet his face was flushed. "That's just the beginning. That kiss means you have to give me more when you return," she said. Silver nodded without hesitation. Whatever that was, he wanted more of it. He walked up to Leah and looked her in the eye. "Leah, no matter how I look at it, I still see you as are." Before he could finish what he wanted to say, she jumped on him and kissed him as well. Silver's eyes opened wide in shock. She let go of him and took a step back with a smile on her face. "I don't care what you see me as anymore. If you don't want to see me as a woman, I'll force you to see me as one. I'll make you," she said with a smile. Silver didn't know what to say. He just stared at her, shocked for a while, and then broke into a smile. "All right, do your best," he said. As he walked to Dawn, she immediately spoke. "I don't want one. You don't get to die, so until you return alive, I'll not kiss you. So if you don't want to leave me hanging while I die, then come back to me soon," Dawn said. Silver smiled at what she said and then turned to leave. "Hey, what about us?" Jade and Serax asked. Silver looked at them and shook his head. "You guys will still eat me raw." "I'm not ready for that now." Silver turned away to leave, but just when he took a step, he felt a hand pull on him. As he turned round, he was met with soft lips on his own. Lily stood on her tiptoes and wrapped her hands around his neck. She pulled away from him slowly, leaving Silver stunned. "That's for changing the future like you promised," she said and walked away. Silver took to the air again, and this time he had something to look forward to coming back to, so he would do what he had to as fast as he had to. He shot through the air as fast as his wings would allow him, crossing distances that would take hours in only minutes. When he came in range of the capital of the empire, he saw that the entire place had been overrun by demons. They had only been here a short time, yet they had taken over nearly everything. The cities and towns around the capital had already been deserted. Silver decided not to fly directly to the capital but rather stop at the gates. He landed and transformed back into a human. He took a step into the capital. The world was soaked with death and bloodlust. An entire race built the war alone, he said and continued walking. But his presence didn't go unnoticed. As a group of 3 demons saw him, they flew to him and landed around him, staring down at him. "A human? I thought they had all left," one of the demons said. "The brave always exist, brother, and he might be one of them," another said. Silver chuckled as he heard them speak. Before now, he would have felt an overwhelmingly powerful presence pressing against him, but now, he felt nothing, like they didn't even exist to him. "Do you find something funny?" the third demon asked. "Oh yeah, I do. I was imagining what you would think when I'm about to kill you." "Will you feel dread, fear, surprise?" "What will it be?" Silver said, and his words made the demon snap. "I'll destroy you." The demon roared and sent down a powerful punch. Silver saw the punch in slow motion. He turned around and faced the demon, watching as the fist got closer and closer. "Is this what being a demigod feels like?" "It's like I'm watching an ant strive to reach an elephant, and nobody trying to attain a status in the sky." "Is this what freedom looks like, the thing I have always strived for? The ability to take my life into my hands and shape my destiny? Is this what it feels like?" Silver asked himself as he watched the fist. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the fist, putting a stop to the punch. Boom! A massive impact force exploded out as Silver caught the punch. The ground under the demon cracked, even though he was the one who attacked. The demon looked at this with shock. How did Silver's puny hand take the punch? He should have been flattened. "I might not know the scope of my power now, but you helped give me an idea of what it is, and for that, I'm grateful," Silver said. Suddenly, he vanished, and when he reappeared, there was a massive hole in the demon's chest, and his heart was missing. Silver stood behind him with a smirk on his face. A large, beating heart was in his hands. He looked at it and tossed it to the ground. The demon fell to the ground, dead. Its blood formed a large pool under him, spreading out until it touched Silver's feet. I received no kill notification, so the divine energy and demons is not enough as well. Leveling up will become really hard, Silver said. He smiled as he felt another attack headed his way. He leapt out of the way, and the sword cut through the air and hit the ground, blasting it into bits. A surprise attack will do nothing to help you, Silver said. I will make you pay for killing him. In the Demon Lord's name, I swear. The demon said and swung his blade again. Silver smirked and sent a punch. His fist collided with the blade, and the blade shattered. I didn't need to use divine energy or my scales. That's a weak blade, to be honest, he said. The veins on the demon's head bulged. He charged at Silver again. Silver knew that the last demon was waiting for the right opening to attack. That was why he had not moved. And with this one throwing attacks all around, it would certainly make Silver slip up after a while. You lost your blade that easily. What makes you believe that even your fist can do any better? Silver asked. Every word he spoke enraged the demon more. The demon threw a full combo of punches, but Silver blocked each one with one arm. After a while, he yawned and then grabbed the demon's hand. He pulled the demon in, and with a kick, he removed the demon's head. The head flew into the air, the eyes still open, filled with shock. After he killed the second one, he turned to face the third. Now you can either choose to run or stay and fight. If you choose to fight, I will respect you and kill you quickly. But if you choose to run, I will make sure you face the most horrible death ever known. Silver said. I am a demon. I will not betray the Demon Lord. We will take what has been deprived from us for thousands of years. The demon roared and pulled his sword. It seems you have no idea what is about to happen, but let me enlighten you. There is no more demon takeover. That has ended. This world is under my protection now, Silver said and pointed his finger at the demon like a gun. So you, your Demon Lord, and the host of those that follow him can all take your plans and shove them deep up your asses, because honestly, that's the place they should be, Silver said. A ball of black fire formed at the top of his finger, and with a loud bang, the fireball hit the demon and completely incinerated him into nothing. His ashes fell to the ground, still getting consumed by the flames. Silver walked away from the ashes. He left. He thought about how a day ago, the demon would have been a pivotal barrier for him, and now he was walking over them. He kept walking into the capital when suddenly a red-hot massive fireball shot through the air toward him. Without wasting a second, he pulled out his sword and made a slash. The fireball was split in two ways, each flew to one side. They made contact with the ground, and the impact was terrifying as it exploded and left a massive crater there. Dishing out an attack like that, you are pretty powerful, Silver said and looked up at the sky. A female demon was flying there with a staff in her hands. She looked at Silver with glowing eyes. I saw what you did to those 3 demons, and because of that, I can't allow you to advance. You are too dangerous. I have sent word about you. I said you should be considered a high-level threat and that elite demons should be sent. Until they get here, I'll be the one holding you back. You will not pass. She spoke in a resolute manner. That's stupid. If you saw how I killed them, what gave you the stupid idea that you can hold me back? Are you dumb or trying to be? Silver asked. Master, let us get rid of her already. The sword spoke to Silver, eager to go. Calm down. I'd like to see how she planned to slow me down. Silver responded to the sword. I am much stronger than those 3. I am sure that holding you back will not be hard. As she spoke, Silver threw the abyssal blade so hard it went past her ear and sliced her cheek a little. He called the sword back, and it returned to his hand. The demon was shocked as she felt blood dripping from her face. I could have killed you in that instant. You wouldn't have been able to fight back at all. Dead, that's what you would have been. Do you still feel confident in your ability to hold me back? Silver asked. Silver's words were like an insult to her. She flipped her staff over her head. Her mouth moved, but she made no audible words. Suddenly, a massive red magical circle appeared, and then smaller ones in descending order formed 5 of them. They began spinning all together, and a beam of fire shot out, targeting Silver. Silver brought out one of his wings and curved it over his body, covering him from the attack. The flame hit with a massive impact, the blast covering Silver entirely. The demon watched this and was filled with happiness at the fact that her attack had worked. But from the flames, The abyssal blade flew out, thrown at full speed. It stabbed right into her heart in an instant. The spell stopped immediately, and her body fell to the ground from the sky. She landed with a bang, the sword still stuck in her chest. Silver walked to her in slow and steady steps. He looked into her eyes. He could see her struggle and desire to stay alive. He grabbed the sword and pulled it out, her blood dripping from the tip. I stopped playing games after you demons showed up. Everything became serious. You got lucky. I gave you the chance to kill me, but you failed that, Silver said. He stabbed her through her throat and ended her. As she died, he sensed the presence of demons, more than 10 of them heading his way. This was the elite force they sent to help her. Seems they are underestimating what sort of threat I am, Silver said and continued walking. The demons spotted Silver and knew he was the intruder. When they saw the female demon's body on the ground, they flew into a rage and all attacked Silver at the same time. Silver timed their coming, and when they were within the perfect range, he swung his blade. It exploded with dark flames, and the flames caught onto all of the demons except one who was able to pull back at the last moment. The demons rolled and tossed on the ground, fighting and struggling to survive, but the flames burned them up without mercy. No matter how much they struggled, after a while, they were all burned to ashes. Silver focused on the last demon, the one that had managed to escape. You have excellent reflexes. That was a pretty cool escape, Silver said. How dare you talk during a battle? Are you disrespecting us? Because you killed my brothers, it doesn't make you superior. You got lucky, the demon said with his sword in hand. For a very intelligent race, you all become very dumb when it gets to battles. Do you really feel this is a battle? Don't flatter yourself. This is a massacre. I've been killing the demons I came by so easily it is starting to get boring, but regardless of what it feels like, I have to keep killing you. Not because I want to or have to, but I need to send a message to your leaders. A new age has come, and I am the one bringing it. If they resist it, refuse to acknowledge what I am doing, I'll keep killing demons more and more until I get to them and eradicate them as well, Silver said. You believe yourself worthy to see our masters? Never. The demon spat. Oh, shut up, Silver said and kept walking toward the demon. The demon tried to fly higher to get a better vantage point to attack, but a tendril shot out of the ground, grabbed both of his feet, and pulled him to the ground with so much force that as he hit the ground, a small crater formed under him. The tendrils wrapped around the demon and didn't allow him to move. Silver walked to the demon and placed his sword over his neck. It doesn't matter what you think. I'll be killing your weak leaders, Silver said and stabbed the demon through the throat. Silver pulled his blade out and continued walking. He had killed a good number of demons now with relative ease, and it was still fascinating. I guess being a demigod really is a massive thing, Silver said to himself. He still found it hard to believe that he became capable of such a thing in only a day. He was supposed to die inside the world tree. That was to be the end of the person called Silver, the end of his story, saving a person that he loved. He still wondered what was that thing that saved him and allowed him to reach where he was now. Master, Silver heard a voice as he walked, and it was not the voice of his sword. He stopped walking immediately when he heard it. The voice was feminine and soft. Who are you? He asked, trying to figure out who spoke to him. The spirit of the world tree. I exist now in you, as you have taken me in, she responded and appeared before him. She looked exactly the same as the spirit he had seen in the tree, but now here she was before him. You are the world tree spirit. You didn't die in the tree? He asked. His question sounded insensitive, but he had truly thought she died. No, I was transferred to you, and now I am tied to you, your soul entangled with mine for eternity, she said. Yo, that sounds like a crazy marriage, Silver said. I will serve you to the best of my ability, as you allow it, she spoke. Yeah, I understand that already. I would love to talk and get to know you more, spirit, but for now, we have some demons to beat up, Silver said. I wish to help then, she said. Okay, reduces the work for me. Not that it was any work, to be honest, Silver said. Silver didn't know why, but he didn't have an issue with this spirit just staying in him. It felt normal, like even though he didn't know she was there until now, she still felt like a part of him. By this time, Silver's presence and actions had not gone unnoticed to a threat capable of killing not just demons but doing it with relative ease. The demons needed to handle him fast, to stop him from causing any harm. So they sent out a force that would be able to do the deed. The sky darkened above Silver. He looked up and saw several draconic-looking creatures flying. Though they shared resemblance with dragons, Silver could tell right off the bat that they were not dragons. They had black as night scales and pulsing purple glows all over their bodies. When they saw Silver, their target, they all began circling around him from the sky, and then, all of a sudden, they began attacking, shooting out streams of what looked like purple plasma energy or something, all at the same time. The spirit saw the attacks headed for them. She raised her hand, and a golden dome formed around both of them, blocking out the attacks without issue. The creatures kept up their attack, trying to get through the dome, until they were all out of breath and had to stop. Immediately when they stopped, Silver smiled and spoke. "My turn," he said, and tendrils came out of the ground and attacked all the creatures faster than they could even react. The tendrils latched onto their bodies and started shattering their bones, breaking them into several parts, killing all of them. "I wanted to be the one to kill them," the sword said to Silver. "Another time. Right now, I am trying out methods to see how they hold up." "You are still my number one go-to in any situation," Silver said. After dealing with those things, Silver could still sense an army of demons headed his way, and this time, they were serious. They sent over 100 demons to come and take him out. The issue was that the demons they sent were weaker demons. As Silver waited for them to get to him, he began to think what would happen if he used the crawler spell now. That would spell the definite end of this world. But right now, he was trying to fix the world and not break it. So he had to make sure not to do that. The demons circled Silver and the spirit, and one came forward as the leader and spoke. "You have killed our brothers, human. We ask you now to surrender to us, and we will know." The demon suddenly stopped speaking, shock rising in his eyes as his head fell off his neck. The demons looked at this in shock and confusion. "If you want to come against me, then please do. Don't try to talk to me, don't try to reason with me. Unless you are a leader in the demon race. Else, all of you are just pawns that I will kill to get their stupid attention," Silver said. The demons were filled with rage as they listened to Silver. His pride and arrogance made their blood boil. Just who did he think he was, that he would make such a demand and tell them what to do? Just who did he think he was? They were the demon race, second to none. Yet here he was toying with them all. Their feelings made their rage grow more. In large groups, they all attacked at once. Silver raised his sword before they could reach. He channeled his will through the sword and spoke. "By my will, I want all of you dead," he said, and slashed down. Like a blackout, all light disappeared for a moment, and when it came back, their bodies were all on the ground, cut up into bits. Now that his sword was fully unlocked, he could channel his will in a way that was very crazy, and the result was what he had done here. His will to kill them. Killed them. "This is getting extremely boring, but I have to do it. Going directly to the leaders will make them see me as a threat enough." "Maybe if I killed the demons faster," Silver said, and with that idea, he looked at the spirit. "You don't have a name, right?" "Well, let's call you Terra," Silver said. "Thank you for the name, Master. This one will henceforth be known as Terra," she replied to Silver. "Good. Now, Terra, whatever attacks do you have?" "Wide area. Let's take down the demons as fast as we can." "Master, you are a demigod. The range of your power far outstretches the limit of this world." "Simply put, these demon creatures are not a threat even in the slightest. A word from you is more than enough to eradicate them," Terra said. "I'm with the spirit on this one, Master." "These demons are truly not worth your time," the sword responded. "Sigh, I guess you are right. But let's keep doing what we are doing now." "We can't be too sure. From what we know, somehow these demons evolved and were also informed about the truth of things. We can't be too careful." "That aside, Terra, please use a wide area attack." "Let's pull the leaders out whether they want it or not," Silver said. She nodded and raised her hand into the sky. Blades of light started forming in the sky. Tens of thousands of them formed in the sky, their light causing the entire capital to be illuminated. She waited for a few seconds after preparing the attack and then shot all the blades into the capital. The blades fell from the sky like rain. The demons tried to block the attacks, but their efforts were all futile and pointless. The blades passed through all their defenses and hit the demons. Whichever demon was touched by the attacks burst into light. In just one attack, 70% of the total number of demons that were in the capital died. Silver was surprised by the effectiveness of the attack. If that doesn't get their attention, nothing will. Now to wait for the leaders to come to me. Maybe I'll see that female demon again. I do want to have another round with her. See the power difference now, Silver said. And just like he predicted, a host of terrifyingly strong demons came in their direction. But Zeth was not amongst them. They still don't want to send their strongest. Take them out, Terra, he said. She created another wave of light blades and shot at the incoming demons. The demons tried to block and dodge, but in a few seconds, they were all decimated. Listen close, you filthy demons, and make sure my words reach your ears. I will not be showing mercy. If you don't send the leader that is with you now, if you keep playing these games, you will find that you are the ones that will lose it, Silver said out loud for them to hear. He waited, and there was no response for a while. A few minutes later, he sensed her presence approaching the one he had fought. She landed in front of him, all her wounds from the last battle healed up like there had been none at all. You held back against me, I see. So this is your real strength, Zeth said. I didn't hold back against you. You were truly formidable. And if I had met you the way I was a few hours ago, I would have definitely died. But there have been some changes now, and with that in mind, I want you to take a message. Tell the demon race to stop their attacks and to stop their slaughter. The world tree no longer exists, and the only power of balance that exists now is me. And I'll make sure to bring balance to this world. You have to tell your leaders, all of them, what I said. And if you try to fight against it, I will rip the demon race out of this continent and all the other ones as well, Silver said. Zeth chuckled as she heard that. She took a step closer, but then a sudden force smashed against her and threw her back several meters. Don't think this is a joke. I will rip you into bits if you don't understand and do what I say, demon, Silver said with a cold glare. Ha 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 ha, because you got some power. You now feel like you are a god? You can't stop us. We are in the millions. We will not stop until we rip this world and change it to meet our needs, she said in anger. Shut up, Silver said and shot a small ball of black flames. The fire hit her and exploded, sending her body flying through the air. You don't understand it. As it stands now, I can clean this world. I can rid it of all the evil that is there in only a snap. But I want to give every fucking race a goddamn chance. And that's because I want to be fair. But so help me, if you push me, I will make sure I damage you beyond repair. So better watch your words, Silver said. You are not my master. I will not do anything that you have here. Before Zeth could finish her words, Silver was already in front of her, his hand placed on her mouth. Don't talk. That time has passed, he said. She looked at him with her eyes trembling. How did he get to her? How was he able to move that fast? You will do as I say. You don't have a choice, Silver said. Zeth felt her blood begin to boil literally. She felt immense pain unlike she had ever experienced before. The pain was too much for her. She was a warrior that loved battle and pain, yet this pain had begun driving her insane. She screamed and yelled, but Silver didn't stop. Will you do what I said? Silver asked once more. Zeth stared into Silver's eyes with fear and trembling. No matter how stubborn she was or how strong her will was, the pain she felt, her mind and body could not take it. Her will could not overcome it. I'll lead you, please stop. She finally broke, saying the words Silver wanted to hear. Silver let out a smile and stopped the pain she felt to the ground, shaking. Sometimes, it is better to let go of your pride and strong will because they might get you killed. Hopefully, this will be a lesson to you, Silver said, looking down at her. She didn't say anything, unable to respond for a while. Her body had been completely run through with that unimaginable pain. She had almost shut down completely. After a while, she managed to get herself back on her feet. She was still weak and in pain, but she didn't want to keep Silver waiting for long. I'm the only commander that has come from hell, the rest are still there, she said. Then what about the demon that stole identities? Who is he if he is not a commander? He said that he had strength greater than yours, so do you care to explain? Silver said. A demon that can steal identities? She asked out loud and fell into a small moment of thought. Her eyes widened, and she looked at Silver with shock. You ran into Albedos. How are you still alive? She asked. Is that supposed to be a serious question? Because I feel it is dumb, very dumb, Silver said. I'm sorry, it's just that Albedos is the only commander that is respected by even the generals, known for his commitment and strength. He had once fought with a general though he lost. He had given the general several injuries, something none of us could ever do, Zeth explained. And you somehow feel that because he can do that, I would not be able to defeat him? Sigh. Just lead the way back to hell, Silver said. You want me to take you to hell? She asked in shock. Did I stutter? I want to go to hell, and from there, I will enforce a new peace and force it on the demons, even if I have to. That's something your demons are known for, after all, using force to get what you want, Silver said. Zeth had no words to argue with him. She didn't understand the confidence that backed all of this that Silver said, but she knew one thing for sure, and that was the fact that he could kill her in a heartbeat. She had been a demon that never feared death. She wanted to die in battle as she fought against her enemies, yet now a crippling fear of death filled her heart, and it increased whenever she looked at Silver. What are you waiting for? I said I wanted to head to hell. Lead the way, Silver said, snapping her out of her thoughts. She nodded immediately and faced the castle. She flapped her wings and shot into the air. Silver did the same, flying behind her with terror by his side. As they arrived at the castle, she pointed down at a massive black hole which demons were still trooping out of. Silver saw them coming out and frowned. He raised his hands into the air, and a black fireball the size of a fist formed over his hand. He allowed the fireball to drop and enter the gate, and immediately after, a very massive explosion followed. The screams and wails of the demons could be heard from the other side. Zeth watched this in shock. This was something she would never take sitting down. She would have attacked the person who did this and made sure she killed him, but whenever she looked at Silver, the pain she felt flooded her mind, and her fear of him spiked. Now that those are out of the way, let's go, he said. She obediently nodded and flew down, and so did Silver. She flew through the gate without stopping. Silver followed close behind and entered. Immediately, he passed through the gate. It was like he had been transferred to another world, and technically, it was true. The ground was red as blood, and heat emanated from the ground, with hot steam seeping through the cracks. The air was dry and hot, enough to bake the skin of a normal human, enough to burn their lungs from inside. The skies were black, and red vortexes served as their light. There was no vegetation in sight. All that could be seen were the red rocks in the distance and some crawling creatures that ran all around. At Silver's feet were the several demons that his fireball had killed, a number up to 20. So this is hell? A very crude place to be sealed for thousands of years, Silver said. He looked at the demons that were staring at him and Zeth, not sure what they should do. They had barely survived the fireball attack, and now their minds were in disarray. This is the place the goddess created to seal us, while the celestials walk in clouds and skip away in happiness, Zeth said coldly. I see, Silver said in a low tone. Still, I'm not forgiving your actions, though, he added and snapped his finger. Immediately, terror attacked with light blades and killed all the goblins there. Zeth watched this. Her rage reached a point where she didn't care anymore. She just wanted to make Silver feel her wrath. Silver felt the bloodlust. He looked at her, his eyes turning into his gold dragon eyes. Zeth stared at them and subconsciously backed down in fear. You want to kill me, Zeth? Silver asked. You and your blood race have only been on Argon for a while, yet you have already wiped out a good percentage and terrified the rest. You have no right to get angry when I kill one of yours as well. After all, those that live by the sword die by the sword, Silver said. Without her consent, Zeth had become tied to Silver. His words controlled her mind entirely, and she couldn't stand against him anymore. Silver watched as she backed down, no longer trying to attack him. He smiled in response to that and spoke. You finally understand what's at stake, he said. Then he turned his focus back to the place. He didn't understand why Ophelia would throw one of her strongest races into a place like this. It wasn't making any sense. Sure, they were demons and loved war, but to seal them in an unlivable place like this was simply bad. He shook the thoughts out of his mind and spoke to Zeth. Lead the way, let's find your leaders. Hell is not a simple prison, it's a world of its own, much like the realm of the vampires. The leaders of Hell, the generals, are all in different locations. I served under General Abdon, the Great War General. Before we were sealed, he led the majority of battles against the Celestials. He was the General of Wrath, Zeth said. So are we heading to Abdon first? Silver asked. No, we will be heading to the General of Greed, Orion. Abdon is the right-hand man of the Demon Lord, and he stays close to the Demon Lord. The closest to us is Orion. His region is where we all use to pass and make it to the gates to head to the world again, Zeth said. So you mean more and more demons are passing through there and heading toward us now? Silver asked. Most likely, that is the case. We lived in batches, understanding what had happened in Argon and knowing if all was good, and then I sent a report to allow the next batch to come. But a few hours ago, I sent a message that all was clear and they didn't need my clearance anymore. The batches should just keep coming, and that's what they have been doing. So they are on an automatic march now, Silver said. Then you will have to watch 1,000 more of your fellow demons die. Take it as penance or something for what you already did, or something I don't know. Whatever makes you feel happy, Silver said. If you are really that strong now, shouldn't there be other ways to handle this? Why must you kill more and more demons? She asked. To prove a point and to drive that point into all minds. I am in control now, Silver said. Reforming this world just like that would only be a temporary fix. I don't know how long I will be here. It might be far shorter than I imagined. And if that's the case, I don't want to leave without fixing things. And if that means I have to be remembered as a threat and a danger to those that want to destroy what I will build, then so be it. And if the demons decide that they will not listen to me and will do what they want, then so be it. I'll wipe them off the map entirely. So now do you understand what I am saying? Do you get what it means now? I am no longer looking at one life as important, but rather, I am trying to build a better world for those that I love, Silver said. So what you are doing is not for a better world for everyone, it's just for those you love? She asked. That is the primary reason, but not the only reason. I want it to stop. I want all that to stop. The people who have lost their homes and loved ones due to the war, their numbers over the years have surpassed millions and billions. And all that started because of the war that you started. You and the angels, so a scuffle for power, wanting to be greater than the other. Because of that, you threw other races into an eternal enmity that would cost lives every day, every month, of every year. It might not be something you all did now, but your past actions have caught up to you, Silver said. She had nothing to say back after that. She just stared at him blankly. All right, now we're headed to Greed. Let's start going, he said. She didn't respond but started walking in the direction. Silver followed behind, walking at a steady pace. Why can't we just fly there? I also noticed none of the demons I killed here were flying, he spoke. That's because of Greed. The closer you get to his palace, the more restricted you become. As the general's title implies, his power circles around his greed. He is consumed with greed, so much so that he took away the freedom to fly and kept it all to himself. All land and air under his jurisdiction are bound by him and his power, Zeth explained. So what if I fly? What happens? Silver asked. Greed would not allow someone to take what he has taken. If you fly, he will see it as you taking what belongs to him, and he will come for you, she said. Huh? So I can speed summon Greed here? Why didn't you say so? Silver said. He shot up into the air immediately, without regard for what she said. He felt a strong pulling force dragging him down, but he easily broke it and flew higher. He stayed in the air for a while, waiting for what would happen. After a few minutes, he sensed a presence headed their way so fast that it was literally ripping through space. Zeth, you might want to hide for this one. Your general seems genuinely pissed off, Silver said in a joking tone, but she took it seriously and ran to one of the red rocks, hiding behind it. The presence finally arrived. Space rippled and shook violently as he came to a stop. The force of the stop blew away rocks and creatures alike. "Now that's an entrance," Silver said. Greed was not like the other demons. He wasn't extremely big, having the height of an average human. His skin had a rose gold color, his eyes flashed red, and he had 2 long curved horns on his head and massive wings on his back. His black hair flowed down to his waist. His black armor matched the hair and gave a beautiful contrast to his skin as well. "So you are the general of Greed, the person that took away the air so that demons can't fly." "That's really greedy," Silver said. Greed didn't speak for a while. He stared at Silver as if trying to understand how this creature was able to fly. "If you are wondering how I was able to fly despite the fact that you made some sort of bullshit law around here, well, don't think too hard or you'll fry your brain," Silver said. "You are a dark dragon," Greed suddenly said. "Well, yeah, it seems all of you can already tell that just by looking at me," Silver said. "No, there is something different. Something wrong with you," Greed said. His eyes shifted down to see Terra standing there. He looked at the spirit, and a heavy amount of apprehension filled his heart. He didn't know why, but his instinct told him that if he didn't move at this instant, he would die. He stretched out his hands, and his sword appeared in them. It looked like a terrifyingly strong blade, red pulses running across the black's blade. The aura around it made the air tremble. Greed moved, reaching Silver in an instant. His sword stabbed through Silver cleanly, and blood started pouring instantly. "Ha ha 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 ha, I overestimated you. I can't believe you made me feel scared, you little dragon," Greed said. "So you are scared of me?" Silver asked. Greed was shocked. He pushed back immediately, pulling his sword from Silver's stomach. He didn't understand how Silver was still alive after taking that attack. He looked at Silver's stomach, where he had stabbed. It was evident that he had stabbed him, yet the blood had stopped, and the wound had healed. "Why do you look so confused? Did you really think that an attack like that would be enough?" "Sadly, Number, you'll have to do far more than that to be able to take me down, Greed," Silver said. He pointed Abyssal Blade at Greed. "You should die by this," he said with a smile. From the top of the sword, a black fire bullet shot out at an amazing speed. Greed moved as fast as he could and dodged the attack, but the heat from the flames still hurt his armor and skin a little. "Black flames? How do you have access to black flames?" Greed asked, not caring that he had just been injured. "I don't know how I got them, and if I did, I wouldn't even tell you." "Now stop the chatter and try to survive," Silver said, his sword still pointed at Greed. He began firing fire bullets in rapid succession. Greed could not dodge the attacks, so he switched to blocking, doing all he could to block them. But to his shock, the bullets started melting his sword. Greed could not believe his eyes. How could Silver do that? Without any other choice, he pulled out another sword in the heat of battle. It gave off the same aura as the one Zeth had used when she battled Silver's crawler. Silver stopped attacking when he saw that sword. He pointed at it and spoke. "What is that?" "Tell me about that sword," he said. "Oh, so you sense it too?" "The immense power that is inside this sword?" "This is my God Slayer the Eater," Greed said with pride. He charged at Silver, moving more confidently as he attacked. He smashed the sword, and Silver dodged, but a large cut still appeared on Silver's chest. The cut healed immediately, but Silver was shocked that he was cut even after he dodged. "Ha ha ha ha, there is no way to dodge the Eater. Once it cuts, it will cut whatever it was targeted at, regardless of if you dodge, as long as the slash is completed." "You are a really dumb general, you know. I hope the others have more brain cells than you. It's like the last of your brain cells were used up before you came up. Why would you outright tell me your skill and also how to stop it?" Silver asked, a genuine look of concern on his face. "I don't know what you are talking about, but I will kill you and take your power as my own. I'll add you to myself and make myself stronger," Greed said. He charged again and went for another slash, but this time Silver locked it with his sword and kicked Greed in the chest, sending him down, smashing into the ground, and creating a crater under him. "As long as I don't let you complete the slash, you can't touch me, right?" Silver asked. Greed's eyes widened as he discovered that Silver already knew how to stop him. "Stop looking at me like you weren't the one that told me how to kill you myself." "I'm done with this shit," Silver said in a tired tone. He glanced at Terra, and she understood what to do. A massive sword of light formed above Greed and then began descending. Greed tried to get away, but some force was holding him down. The sword landed and caused an explosion. The bright light shined for a few hundred meters before going back down. Now that I know I can also deal with the generals so easily, this whole thing will not be an issue. I should rush through it, Silver said. He looked around for Zeth and found her behind a rock. Come and lead the way if you're done with hiding. I killed your stupid general. Damn, that dude was stupid. Greed should not be stupid. They need to be smart to take stuff, Silver complained. Zeth came out of where she was hiding, a look of shock on her face. Her eyes focused on the massive crater on the ground. She couldn't believe this. She couldn't believe the fact that Ba had fought against a demon general, the general of Greed, and won so easily, even after the general used his God-slasher sword. Silver flew down from the sky. He landed in the crater where the only thing left was the God-slasher. He picked the sword up. He felt a strong will behind it and the hunger of the sword roaring out. He called this the God-slasher. Tell me about it. He pointed the sword at Zeth. That's the greatest weapon demons possess. Only 2 sets of demons have that weapon, the generals and the commanders like myself. I have no idea where the swords came from, but we were all given one by the demon lord himself. The sword was our greatest weapon. Many theories exist that say the swords were given by the same person that brought the truth, Zeth said. Brought the truth? What's that? What truth? Silver asked. Zeth looked conflicted about saying it, but she felt Silver's piercing gaze on her. She knew that if she didn't talk, it would not end well for her. The person that brought the truth is a being. He appeared here many years ago, and he told us what the goddess had been doing, telling us of the fact that she had been using us as a test. He made us know that the only real major threat was the Dark Dragon, which is you. And just like he said, you are really the only threat. The demon race would have lived unhindered and dominated this world had you not been here, Zeth explained. So someone told you all of what would happen and what you should do? Do you know this being? What he looked like, or what was his name? Silver asked. Sadly, Number. He came shrouded in mystery. I never got to see him, but for those who did, they say you look at him, yet you don't. You see him, yet you don't. It's like he exists right before your eyes and at the same time doesn't. His face was not hidden, and neither did he try to hide. He gave out his name freely, and it is in our memories, but it vanishes whenever we try to recall it. We know him, but we don't. That's the best way I can explain the being, Zeth said. A being that can make himself there and not there, remembered and forgotten. That's certainly not someone from this world. He must be someone that knows Ophelia, a god maybe. Silver fell into thought, trying to figure out who this person could be. Sigh, there's no point to this. If the only people he ever met can't recall who he was, then there's nothing I can do about it, Silver said. He turned to Zeth. It's time we finish this. I have placed myself against one of your generals, and even he fell in a matter of seconds. I have ascertained that in this continent, there is really no one that stands as a threat. The demons, the elves, the dragons, and even the celestials. So with that in mind, I want to end this as fast as possible, Silver said. He gripped his sword with both hands and shut his eyes, channeling the power of his will through the abyssal blade. A white aura formed around the sword and then extended to cover his body entirely. The aura rose like a pillar, reaching into the sky, distorting space and time around it. Zeth looked at the aura with wide eyes. The power she felt coming from it was immensely terrifying. Even when she had stood before the demon lord, she had never once felt such a terrifying aura. The aura grew in size as well, becoming thicker and thicker with every passing moment. It flowed softly, yet every wave tore through space and left small space fractures. This attack was one Silver had always used when the going got tough, but it had never had this effect or the effect that it was having now. Hell, heaven, Argon, they are all interconnected under my eye. I will shatter the ridge starting from here, and then I will only stretch out a hand to everyone. Those who take it will live in a new Argon. Those that refuse will cease to exist. Silver spoke. Zeth heard those words from outside the aura. She looked at Silver and yelled, "You are playing God, making a decision that should not be yours. The flow of the world should not be interrupted by one being. Everything has action and effect." Zeth yelled. Indeed, and you all made the action, and now the effect has come into place. Sometimes, the effect is allowed to be greater than the action, Silver responded. But this time, the aura of his will had become so bright that Zeth could no longer see Silver. He had vanished within the light. The space fractures got bigger and bigger with every passing moment. All around hell, the demons felt the energy surging of the threat that had arrived at their doors. They all saw the pillar of bright light in the distance. Inside a castle black as night, at the extreme end of hell, beyond where normal demons could tread, a being clad in black armor looked up, his glowing red eyes flashing. He rose from his gigantic throne made of dark marble, his body towering over 12 feet tall. His armor was built in the shape of a demon, with 2 metal horns and metal wings. He looked in the direction of the pillar of light, stretched out his wings, and shot through the roof in one flap, breaking a hole in the castle. He shot through the sky like a beam of black light, faster than the eye could follow, headed for the light in the distance. Silver's will aura had started causing extreme turbulence in hell as it kept growing in size and danger. Zeth stood watch. She was protected by the presence of Terra, who stood next to her. When the aura reached a certain limit, Silver finally moved. He stabbed his blade into the ground. The aura that had reached into the sky flowed down into the sword at a rapid speed and entered the ground. As it entered, the ground began trembling and cracking, spreading like webs, and white light burst out of the floor. The entire hell was shaking and breaking apart. Zeth watched in shock. She could not believe how easily the world she knew was getting ripped apart right in front of her eyes. Silver wanted to destroy the entire hell and no altar realms anymore. While Silver was destroying hell, a powerful presence approached them at an outstanding speed. Terror moved the instant she felt that energy. She flew up and stretched out her hands. A sword of light appeared and fired at the incoming being. The demon lord saw the attacks. He stretched out his hand, and a sword appeared in his grasp. It seemed like a normal sword, but it held so much power. The demon lord moved with grace and speed, blocking each of the swords of light. With each blocked attack, there was a massive explosion. The demon lord was pushed back a little, but he suffered no hit. Zeth was shocked when she saw the demon lord, the strongest demon they had, in all his glory. What shocked her even more was the fact that Terra held back the demon lord. Your strength is impressive, but I will not allow you to take down my empire. The demon lord spoke in his deep, reverberating voice. He suddenly disappeared and reappeared right in front of Terra, his sword driving toward her abdomen, but a barrier of light came between his sword and her. The barrier absorbed the full attack and returned it with a blast. The blast pushed the demon lord back, rolling. He used his wings to regain his balance. He didn't stop after that. He dashed in again and attacked with a slash out of nowhere, but the barrier blocked it again. Though he thought fast this time, dodging before the return pulse from the barrier would shoot out, he managed to evade while attacking, but none of his attacks worked. Seeing this, he retreated a bit and pointed his sword at her. Black flames swirled around the sword and then compressed at the tip. He fired a black beam at Terra. Terra summoned a sword of light and grabbed hold of it. She used it to block the attack. She was pushed back a little, but she wasn't hurt. The demon lord watched as she blocked the attack. It was hard to tell if he was pissed or not due to the fact that his face could not be seen. Hell had started shattering at a faster pace. If he didn't get past Terra, he would not be able to stop Silver and save his empire. He raised his sword into the air. The black flames erupted and covered the sword as well. I call upon the power of the 7 generals, he said in a low tone. All the generals around hell, in their different castles, felt a tug on their souls. All their powers were drained temporarily. The generals all fell into panic. Being powerless at a time like this would cause their death. But the demon lord didn't care about that. They were expendable. Their powers flew to the demon lord and entered his sword. The black flames on the sword soared higher this time. He swung it in one big wave, and a gigantic flame arc shot out, the heat burning everything alive in its path. Terra didn't fret at the sight of this. She raised her hands to her side. Swords of light formed thousands of them and then they merged into one big sword that shot for the flame arc. Both collided, and a massive explosion happened, blinding both of them. Terra used that to her advantage. She moved the instant the explosion happened. Because she could control light, She was able to see through the brightness. She pushed forward with the sword of light in her hand. The demon lord didn't expect that while he was blinded, a sword would come for his neck. Luckily, he was able to react fast. He moved to the side, and the sword grazed his armor, melting where it touched. The demon lord retreated immediately. That had been a close call that would have claimed his life. It was now that the demon lord understood the difficulty of the issue. In a few minutes, the entire hell would shatter and crumble. He needed to stop Silver, or else that would be the case, but Terra was here, easily holding him back. The demon lord let out a silent growl. Even after taking my power back from the generals, you are still holding me back. That is absurd. I will not allow it, he said and charged again. Terra didn't move. She just created light swords and then fired them at the demon, but just before they hit, the demon lord vanished. She turned around immediately and saw that the demon lord was headed for Silver. She frowned at this and gave chase. Her speed was so great that she was catching up in seconds. The demon lord looked back, saw her coming, and was shocked. He coughed out another flame arc to slow her down, but she cut through it with ease. When she caught up, she stabbed down with her sword of light. The demon rushed his sword to block as well, but the impact from the attack sent him shooting down. He slammed into the ground and created a crater. Terra didn't stop there. She followed in with her sword in hand, ready to finish the job right then and there. The demon lord picked his sword up as he lay in the crater and threw it at Terra. The sword spun through the air very fast. Terra blocked the sword, but the demon lord had already moved from where he crashed. He shot into the air and grabbed his sword. Blood-red lightning began crackling on the sword. He charged in with a flurry of attacks at Terra, but Terra blocked all of them and pushed the demon lord back. The demon lord pointed his sword at her, and a massive bolt of red lightning shot at her. She made a shield of light, and the two collided. The shield shattered, but the attack was nullified. At this point, their attacks were beginning to create shockwaves that were assisting Silver in destroying the realm. Each collision sent out shockwaves that shook the entire realm. A fight that could only be said to be a fight against gods. But from the looks of it, Terra was easily dominating the demon lord, and the demon lord was beginning to get frustrated. His attacks carried more weight as he put everything he had into them. But Terra was not fazed. She took the attacks head-on and easily blocked them. Finally, after several rounds of failed attacks, the demon lord stopped. "What are you? How are you capable of this?" he asked, but Terra didn't say anything. "Fine, have it your way. I'll show you my true strength," the demon lord said as his armor started falling off his body, piece by piece. By the time it was all gone, all that remained was a small demon girl. She looked no older than Elsa, with black hair and crimson-red eyes. Her long black horns curved backward. She wore fully black armor. Her pale white skin looked like it would tear if touched. Silver had been observing the whole fight while he was destroying the realm. When he saw the armor fall off and realized she was a little girl, he was shocked. Zoth, who was close, also had her eyes wide open when she realized that the demon lord she had served for all these thousands of years was a girl. Never in her life would she have thought that the demon lord was a girl. "This is the first time in thousands of years that I have been forced to shed my armor and take my true form. You have pushed me to the end, so now I'll have to destroy you," the demon lord said. She raised her hands into the sky, and a massive purple ball of energy began forming. She threw the ball at Terra. Terra still seemed unflustered by it. She charged at the ball of energy and, in one slash, cut through it easily, continuing her charge toward the demon lord. The demon lord was shocked by this. She had not expected her attack to be cut through like that. That was her ultimate attack, one that could wipe away entire kingdoms in an instant. Because she was shocked, the demon lord didn't have enough time to counter Terra. Terra's sword struck right across her chest. The armor took the full brunt of the attack, but the force sent her flying to the ground. Time had finally run out. The demon lord had failed to stop Silver. Silver's attack on the realm had finally destroyed it from the inside, shattering its form. The final hold of hell broke, and the entire realm crumbled. The skies tore, and everything faded into nothing. "Terra, find any demon survivors here and remove them," Arik said, and in an instant, she split herself into 1,000 clones, flying in all directions with unbelievable speed. She carried demons out, whether they wanted it or not, using the gate to take them out and coming back in to take out more. Zeth watched in surprise. She was amazed by the speed at which Terra moved. But it didn't seem like she would be done even with that speed, because Silver had waited until the realm was fully destroyed before asking her to start saving demons. Zeth was worried that Silver wanted to allow some demons to die, but that wasn't what he was doing. Silver summoned his clones, and his clones made cloners are all working together. With the help of the clones and their speed as demigods, they managed to get every demon alive out of hell. When the clones and Terra finished, they unsummoned their clones and faced the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord saw how fast Silver had saved the demons, and she became confused about what Silver's motive was. "Why are you saving us?" she asked Silver. "Oh, I forgot about you, Demon Lord. That's some impressive armor you have yet to be able to take an attack from Terra like that," Arik said. "Are you insulting me?" she asked. "Now, why would I do that?" "To what end?" Silver asked. "I don't wish to remove the demons. I want to offer you all a second chance here. Live peacefully under my rule, and your race remains, or stand against me, and I'll wipe you all off the face of Argon. It's a simple deal. There is no need for argument or disagreement." "You refuse, you die," Silver said. "So you want us to bow to you?" "What makes you feel like I will agree to that?" she asked. "Hey, little brat, shut up," Silver said and walked to the Demon Lord. He looked at her with a condescending gaze. "You don't have an option, brat. Stop this now. You have lost all rights to even make a choice. You will do what I want, or I will drag you by your horn out of this place and make you watch as I drive a blade through your demons, all of them. Now, those demons are waiting outside for you, so you will go, and you will tell them what has happened and the changes. I don't have enough strength to go back and forth with you." "Is that clear?" he asked. The Demon Lord looked at Silver. She felt that he would do exactly what he said if she refused. "Fine, I'll come," she responded. "All right, let's get out of here," Silver yelled. He grabbed Zeth and flew toward the gate. The Demon Lord and Terra also followed. They got to the gate, and Silver flew through it with Zeth. The Demon Kid paused as she got to the gate, turning to look at hell crumble. This was the end of the place she had spent thousands of years in. She turned and flew through the gate, and immediately after, the gate collapsed, forever disconnecting Argon from hell on the 8th continent. They came back inside the castle of the Empire, the same one they had entered from, but before they could even catch a breather, a figure arrived. Seventh showed up in the sky, looking down at Silver with rage in his eyes. "Who is that?" the Demon Lord asked. She could feel immense power from him. "Don't worry about him. He is here for me. I'll handle it," Silver said. He held his sword, brought out his wings, and flew up to meet Seventh. "You just had to fight it. You just had to fight the fate that was already in play. You just had to change everything," Seventh said. "It's not a matter of having to change it. I didn't want anyone else to die. I lost far too much, and so I was willing to risk everything to change that fate," Silver said. "Then what about us? What about me? I lost everything, and now you want to take away the only chance I have at vengeance. You could have allowed it all to play out the way it was supposed to and finally free us from all of this." "You were the last." "The last," Seventh shouted. "Don't make it seem like the mistakes you made are mine to bear. If you had loved them enough, you would have done everything within your power to make sure they remained alive. You would have gone above and beyond to ensure that they didn't die, but you didn't. And that is your fault. You allowed your own family to die. You let them die, and that's the stone-cold truth," Silver said. "How dare you?" Seventh asked, gritting his teeth. He pulled out his sword and charged at Silver, stabbing right for Silver's heart, but Silver parried the blade easily and countered with a strike that pushed Seventh back. Seventh's sword held similarities in appearance to Silver's. It gave off the same aura as Silver's sword. Silver looked at the sword. Could it be that there existed right abyssal blades? He shook his head as he removed the thought. He couldn't allow himself to be distracted here. Seventh charged in with a flurry of attacks, but Silver blocked them easily, pushing all the attacks away. Each time their swords clashed, the collision caused the castle beneath them to tremble and break apart. Their battle had already started, causing tears in space. Seventh pulled back from attacking Silver and then opened his mouth, firing a black beam of flame. His flames were very compressed and straight, like a laser beam. Silver blocked the beam with his sword. The force pushed him back a few meters before Seventh stopped the flames and went in with his sword. He hacked down at Silver's head. Silver blocked the sword, but the force pushed him down. He fell like a meteor into the ground, forming a massive crater and a dust cloud. From the dust cloud, he shot out, his sword covered in black flames. He slashed upward. A flame arc traveled through the air, but Silver flew faster than the flame arc. He overtook it and attacked Seventh. Seventh blocked Silver's attack, but that was what Silver wanted. He used the attack to distract Seventh for an instant, then pushed back right before the flame arc hit Seventh across the chest, sending him flying high into the sky. Silver chased immediately, firing a flurry of flame arcs at Seventh. Seventh steadied his body and blocked the flame arcs. With each block came a small explosion, but the explosions gathered and created a covering for Silver. Silver shot through the explosion, his blade already pulled back and ready to slash. Seventh reacted fast, blocking the slash. The swords clashed and sent out a shockwave that scattered the clouds. "You are not supposed to be this strong yet," Seventh said. "It seems you missed a few updates that happened over the past few days," Silver replied and attacked again. Seventh blocked, and another shockwave erupted. "This is going nowhere," Seventh said. He summoned a clone, just one clone. The clone transformed into a second sword that looked like it was made of crystal. Seventh grabbed the second sword with his left hand and held the first in his right. The first sword erupted in black flames, while the second crystal sword was covered in white flames. "What the hell is that?" Silver asked. "Crystal Blade of the Abyss. It creates a version of me 10 times stronger that morphs into a crystal sword that can cut anything." "You're not the only one who had access to the system. All of us have our own set of skills," Seventh said. "Oh, I know that. And that's why I'm about to show you some of mine," Silver said, and summoned his woman clone that then turned into the Joker of the Abyss. But this Joker was not the same one Silver knew. The Joker wore black and gold attire that looked more intimidating, with a black smile painted on his face. The card deck had also changed into black and gold cards. "This is nice. Seems the Joker got upgraded," the clone said, checking himself out. "You think one clone will be enough? I'll cut through both of you," Seventh said. No you won't," the Joker said and pulled out a card. He tossed the card into the air, and it burst into golden light. Suddenly, a massive gold formation appeared in the sky. Its presence alone caused space to start trembling wildly. From the formation, a giant black sword started coming out of it, slow and steady. Seventh stared at the sword, his eyes filled with shock. "What the hell is that?" he asked. "I simply pulled the judgment card," the Joker said with a smile plastered on his face. "Judgment card? What sort of magic is that?" "We don't have this sort of magic," Seventh said. "It's called the Joker of the Abyss, the ability to pull anything into reality through a card," Silver explained. "No, something like this should not be possible," Seventh said. "I think you have bigger problems," the Joker said, pointing at the sword that was almost fully out. "I can just leave here now and make sure that it doesn't touch me," Seventh said, but as he spoke, he discovered that he couldn't even move his body at all. "The Sword of Judgment will tie down its target unless the target possesses greater will than it, but as it stands, you do not," the Joker explained. Seventh stared in shock. He had wanted to finish Silver off now, but he discovered that Silver had been toying with him all this while. "Tell me something, Seventh. Who is the strongest version of me on this planet?" Silver asked. "Second, or as we called him, Prime. His power is comparable to a god. You might be strong now, but when you meet with Prime, he will destroy you. And that is if you ever make it to Prime. The others will shut you down." "You don't get it, Silver. All the opportunities that you have had, we also had them and also grew," Seventh said. "The opportunities I had? You all that never had anything like what I had." "You don't understand yet because I am not like you all anymore. I could have ended this fight as fast as it began. But I wanted to see what you were about at the least, and honestly, I am not impressed. You are the one before me, yet I am stronger than you." "You are weak, and that's why you could not defeat anyone," Silver said. His words enraged Seventh. He tried to break free from the grip of the Judgment Sword, but no matter how he tried, he couldn't. Soon, The entire sword had come out and shot down toward Seventh. Seventh looked up, his eyes flashed red, and immediately he transformed into his black dragon form. He stood there, a mighty and powerful dragon. He raised his mouth to the sword and fired a beam of black flames at the sword, trying to slow it down, but the sword cut through it all. The sword finally reached Seventh, and on contact, a massive explosion followed. The shockwave spread out, the ground exploded, and debris flew in every direction. Silver was left standing in a crater after that. What the hell was that card, bro? Silver looked at his clone and asked. I just thought of it. The potential of what we can do now that you are a demigod is stupidly amazing, the clone said. When the dust and debris from the explosion finally died down, lying at the center was Seventh. His clothes burned badly, and so was his body. But he was still alive and breathing. He struggled slowly back to his feet, his eyes still red, and his rage still there. He grabbed both of his swords and pointed them at Silver. I will not allow you to destroy it all, he roared. He coughed up blood as he did and then charged at Silver, pushing his body despite the fact that he was incredibly injured. Silver also charged in, his sword blazing with black flames. He slashed from above his head, while Seventh slashed from the sides. All three swords collided, and another massive shockwave spread out for hundreds of meters. Seventh coughed blood as the impact churned his insides. What's happening? Why is your healing not kicked in yet? Silver asked, but Seventh didn't answer. He pushed back and charged again, and Silver blocked the attack, causing him to cough out blood again. Seventh did this over and over until Silver realized that he was actually trying to die. Seventh was signaling Silver without saying a word. His hidden desire was to end it all. Silver knew all this could be speculation, but he didn't care. He would end this here and now. So when Seventh charged again, Silver dodged the blade and stabbed right through his heart. Seventh froze. Silver pulled the blade out of his chest. Seventh used his last movements to turn and look at Silver. Finally, I'm free, thank you, he said and fell to the ground, dead. So he did want to die. It must have finally gotten to him, Silver said. The crystal sword dissolved into light after he died, while the abyssal blade rusted and shattered into bits. Silver walked to the body. He picked him up from the ground and then walked to the center of the crater and laid the body down. He used his sword to dig out the soil, making a shallow grave. You are still me at the end of it all. I know you tried your best. I know you felt this was your only solution, and I respect that, but I need those that are with me to stay alive, and that is by all means necessary. I hope after this, you reincarnate somewhere good, without memories of this world and the pain you felt, Silver said and buried the body of Seventh. He covered up the grave and walked away. Let's go, he said to his clone. They both walked out of the crater. When he reached the top, Silver looked back at the grave one last time and walked off. I'll go after all the versions of me. I'll stop you, no matter what it takes. Wait for me, Prime, he said in his mind and walked off. As he left, the dirt on the grave where he buried Seventh shook a little. After Silver killed Seventh, he returned to where Zeth and the Demon Lord stood. When they saw him, they knew that he had won the fight. That was a hell of a battle. Who was that? The Demon Lord asked. He is a variant of me, a me from a different timeline that wishes to destroy this world, Silver explained. I see. So what he told us was true. Ophelia did make many dark dragons to foster her plans, the Demon Lord said. Who is this he that you all speak about? Silver asked. He knew that Zeth had given a vague explanation, but even she didn't know exactly who that person was. I don't know. All I know is that he came to us, inside hell, many years ago and gave us hints of what was to come, and to know that the Dark Dragon was going to be our greatest enemy. I thought we listened. I thought we actually prepared for you, but it seemed I was naive to think that we could actually stop you. What exactly are you? The Demon Lord asked. Nope, we aren't going to talk about me for now. I have tons and tons of questions to ask you. So I would love it if you could send Zeth to handle your demons or something. You and I have a lot to talk about, Silver said. The Demon Lord could understand why Silver would want to talk to her, so she signaled Zeth with her eyes, and Zeth flew off, though she was reluctant. We are alone now, so ask me what you wanted to, the Demon Lord said. First, let's start with your name, Silver asked. My true name? Not may have heard it, and those that did never live to tell the tale. But I guess for you, none of that applies. My name is Azaroth, but just call me Lucy, she said. I'll stick with Lucy, Silver said. I want to know what happened, from the mouth of someone that was there. What really caused the war between the demons and Celestials? Silver asked. I see, so that's where your interest lies. But what you heard is indeed the truth. The demons and the Celestials had a falling out due to the fact that the demons were monopolizing the World Tree. Speaking of the World Tree, do the elves still have it? Lucy asked. Your stupid demon commander tried to get it. I fought him, and we ended up destroying the core, Silver said. You mean to say the World Tree, the very core of this world's existence, is no more? Lucy asked, shock and panic on her face. I didn't say it was no more. I absorbed the World Tree, and Terra, whom you fought, was none other than the spirit of the World Tree. I know you have a ton of questions of this, that, when, what, but let's place that aside for now. If we begin the talk of many things, it would not end, Silver said. What exactly are you? Lucy asked. He smiled at her but gave no answer. Suddenly, he felt something was off, and then a massive light beam shot from outer space to the ground. Silver looked at the beam and knew that something was about to happen here. Lucy, no matter what happens, don't come for me, Silver said, pushing her back. She stared at the beam of light, confused as well. Why would I help you? Without you, I can take this world. You are the last thing standing in my way, she said. No, not quite. There are 5 variants of me that are probably stronger than you and want to destroy the planet, Silver said. Order has summoned you. You must accept to go. A message came from the system, and when Silver read the contents of the message, he paused. His face changed into a serious one. He walked to the beam of light without saying another word to Lucy. Immediately, he stepped into the light and vanished. When he opened his eyes again, he was standing at the edge of a bridge, facing a massive white ball of energy. Silver Terron, the Dark Dragon, Order spoke, his voice booming inside Silver's head. What am I doing here? Silver asked, going straight to the point. You shouldn't be here normally, but you have become something different. You have become a demigod, a being that transcends mortality. There are some rules that exist for beings of your status, and you must learn them, Order said. Bro, what? You are the same being that has tried to kill me on numerous occasions. Why would you even want to talk to me now? How do I know you don't just want to kill me? Silver asked. The fact that you are still alive is enough reason. I am Order. My actions are to ensure order, and because of that, even I can't defy the rules that have been set. One of which is that I can't hold against you the wrongs you did as a mortal. Your slate has been wiped clean the moment you became a demigod. All the errors and mistakes you made will be wiped away, but that does not mean you will keep walking on Argon like it is nothing. A demigod can't be on one world for no reason. You are a being that can shake and destroy the world now, and so you can't be the Order said. So what are you saying? Tell me, Silver said. You will have to leave Argon entirely. Your presence in that world is against all order, and I can't allow it. You have to be joking, right? Leave Argon? Why would you want me to do that? It's not like I have destroyed the planet. I am fixing it, Silver argued. Your fixing it is not the problem, but a divine being walking amongst mortals. Soon, your presence will begin to cause cataclysms and more upon Argon, destroying it soon. Let me try to understand you. You are saying that my presence in Argon, the same place I grew up and have been all this time, will cause Argon's destruction, Silver said. Divine energy is a form of energy above that which exists in your world. The more contact you have with your world, the more it will get destroyed, Order said. You know, I don't understand why Order himself would be talking to me. I makes me feel like this is a trick or something. Oh, it doesn't make sense, Silver said. It's not a trick, Silver, and no one is trying to deceive you. Silver heard a voice behind him. He turned to see Ophelia standing there. He hadn't expected her to be here. He felt maybe she would be rotting away somewhere that Order threw her into, but here she was, healthy and looking like nothing had happened. I thought Order captured you, Silver asked. Those were the first words to leave his mouth. I am captured, even now. What you see is simply a holographic projection of me and not the real me. Ophelia said. This is stupid. The both of you are supposed to be enemies, at least that was what you made me think. So tell me, why the hell are you here looking like you're on some vacation or something? Silver asked. I understand your confusion, Silver, but you must understand things do not work here the same way as on Argon. The playing fields is bigger. There are no enemies or friends, only opportunities to be taken. Order and I will never be on good terms. He has me prisoner, despite the fact that I can talk to you now. Order always has a grip on me, stopping me from leaving, Ophelia explained. I see, but that is not what's important. The important thing here is the fact that I have to leave Argon. I have 11 minds, and yes, it does make sense, Silver said. It does make sense, Silver. Your mind is simply refusing to accept it. Your presence on Argon is very destructive and against order, Ophelia said. A being of your status can't be on a planet like that. You are dangerous even when you're not trying to be. Even when you don't want to be, you are still dangerous. It's a simple setup that was created to ensure that balance is kept. That's why I could not help you before. I could not talk to you one-on-one and had to use those tasks. Whenever I physically went to Argon, it made order come after me. So now you understand why. You can't be the right? Ophelia asked. I understand everything. As a demigod, I can't stay in the world of Argon. My presence will cause issues for Argon. But before I agree to your terms and whatever you have for me, I have some questions to ask. The first to Ragnar. Ragnar is coming for Argon. If I am not there, who will stop him? Silver asked. Ragnar is out for you and no one else. If he discovers that you are gone, he'll leave Argon be and chase after you. All he wants is you, Ophelia explained. So Ragnar doesn't have a single issue with Argon or Ophelia, just me. So this is basically another reason for me to leave, Silver said. Ragnar is a primordial being, one of the closest things to being outside order. He possesses the army of the Weeping Angels, a terrifying force, and you have met them, Ophelia said. Yeah, and why do you call them terrifying? I have fought against the angels, and back then, I still defeated many, Silver said. Law and order guide the entities of worlds, Order spoke. A being can be powerful, yet his power can't show due to restrictions placed on that world. Argon is a sophisticated world. It has been on its last legs for thousands of years, and so, to ensure that it doesn't get destroyed, I set a law that cuts down the power of whoever enters the world from outside. Like the Weeping Angels, so their strength was heavily cut back for the safety of Argon, Order said. You see, now you are losing. Aren't you the one that wants to end Argon? I am the Dark Dragoner. One of me almost killed you, so it makes me think you would absolutely hate me and Argon. You have been out to kill me all this time. You have been removing the goddess of Argon whenever she tried to help me. So please tell me, why would you create such a law around Argon? Silver asked. Silver, like I said, things don't work the same way here, Ophelia said. You know what? Shut up. Shut the hell up. You have said and done enough. I don't know what to believe or what to say right now. All that you are saying is a jumbled up mess, and I don't want to even try to decipher it, Silver said, his expression showing that he was genuinely pissed off. Listen to me now. Send me back to Argon. I was on a mission of fixing Argon, and until I am done ensuring that Argon is safe, I will not be leaving. I can already guess that I can't take my family with me, so I want to make sure that they live in a world that is fixed and safe. You both have caused them enough trauma with your shenanigans, playing and toying with lives like it was nothing. But not anymore. So if what I've said pisses you off, then send your little white men against me to stop me, or, as a matter of fact, come yourself. But as for now, I want to go back and finish what I've started. When I am done, I'll tell you, and then you can whisk me up to wherever it is that you want me to be, Silver said. Fine. You can go, Silver. You have 10 days are the maximum that I can give to you, Order said. A beam of light shined, and Silver walked out of it, back to where he had been taken from. He looked around and no one was there. I guess she went to handle her demons. Silver thought about what he had just been through, the whole discussion with Ophelia and Order. He couldn't say he really understood anything from it, but if there was one thing that he could say, it was the fact that he had taken enough. He was tired of the bullshit and the roundabout that he was set in. And the fact that he could not escape order was what he hated the most. With order there, he was never free. He couldn't be free. He hated the feeling of never being able to make decisions for himself without the fear of someone trying to stop him. There's only one option. I'll play along with their game. Silver knew that if he was ever going to break free from this and be truly free, the road was not going to be easy or pleasant. He would have to go through a lot to get to the level where he would be an actual threat to order, and even then, he would not be able to defeat the being that ruled the universe. But that didn't mean Silver was going to let order go just like that. Even if it took 1,000 years, he was going to go after order, and Ophelia as well. She had to pay for what she did. I have 10 days to fix everything. I don't have time to waste anymore. I have to break the celestial seal as well, Silver said. He brought out his wings and was about to take off, but then Lucy spoke. You are leaving already? Lucy asked. Silver stopped and turned around. Shouldn't you be with your demons? He asked. No, I gave everything to Zeth. I made her the demon lord and passed to her the control of the demons. I have lived for thousands of years, ruling the demons, never really getting to do anything more. I thought I had seen all there was to see, but then you came along and showed me that there is a lot I don't know. So I'm coming with you now. I don't know where you are going, but anywhere that's not here is better, Lucy said. I guess having a companion for the road is not a bad idea, Silver said. I want to unseal the Celestials next. Make them understand that there has been a change now. Are you up for that? Silver asked. I haven't seen them in a long while. Of course, I want to see them, Lucy responded. But do you know how to break the seal? She asked. That's simple. It will take a lot of energy to do, and I could have done the same to get to hell, but since there was already a gate, I used that. I have a connection to the world. Since I have the world tree inside of me, basically I can feel all the realms and everything. It's like low-level omnipresence. That's the best way to put it, Silver said. He looked up into the sky and raised his sword. All it will take is for me to cut through space, right into heaven where the Celestials are. You ready for this? He asked. Definitely. Let's go, she said. Silver nodded and channeled his divine energy through his hand and into his sword. The sword emitted a soft glow. He made a cutting motion from up all the way to the ground, ripping the very fabric of space. A bright light shined from the other side of the tier. That burned more energy than I expected, Silver said. Really? It didn't look like you struggled at all, Lucy replied. I did. Actually, it ate almost half of my divine energy. I guess bypassing a seal like that is a major deal, Silver replied. He looked at the tier and then looked at Lucy. Let's go, he said and walked through it. She followed behind him. They were met with a very bright light that forced them to close their eyes, and when they finally opened thema broken bar, _ It seems that Silver is more trouble than I expected, Order said to Ophelia. She stood on the bridge with a nonchalant attitude, barely paying attention to Order. I know you can hear me, Ophelia, Order said. Just stop talking to me. You are really petty, you know that, right? For a being that controls an entire universe, you are really petty, Ophelia said. Silver is a risk you created. A risk you should not have created, Order said. Say what you want, do what you want. You know you can't touch Silver without any reason. No matter how much you want to. The day you decide to do that, you will lose the secret that I have. Don't forget that, Ophelia said. She spoke in a threatening tone. I might come to never need that secret anymore, you know, Order responded. That's a lie. You need it, desperately. You need it to stop chaos. He has been growing at a rate that scares you. He'll soon take you down, Ophelia said. That will never happen. Chaos will not take what I've built. And since you have refused to keep the secret of limitless potential, I might as well just use your Silver. I'll set him up to battle chaos, with the condition that I'll never touch Argon or all those that live there. I'm very sure that he'll take that deal, and even if he can't kill chaos, he will surely hurt chaos, and that will help me. I am Order, Ophelia. I will never lose. I exist outside your understanding, so do not underestimate me, Order said. Let's watch and see, Ophelia said and walked away. Silver, stay strong, keep fighting, she said in a low voice. Silver and Lucy stood in the middle of a beautiful flower field, The flowers stretched out infinitely for as far as their eyes could see. In the distance, above the ground, were some flying islands, 10 in total. You have to be kidding me. I got a heated hell realm, while these celestials sit on flying mountains above a field of flowers? Lucy asked in anger. I still don't understand why Ophelia would make such a difference between the demons and the celestials, Silver said. It's like she was trying to pass a message, Lucy said. Well, that doesn't matter anymore. We are taking the damn realm down, Silver said. As they spoke, 5 beings flew their way. They looked like angels, with beautiful light-colored wings on their backs and beautiful dresses. There were 4 males and 1 female. They landed right in front of Silver and Lucy. Who are you? And how did you get into this place? No one should be able to access here, one of the Celestials said. Silver listened to those words and felt something was off. You aren't trapped here, Silver said. Lucy looked at him, confused. What could he be talking about now? What are you saying? She asked. They were not sealed here. No one that is sealed has a team of Celestials waiting for visitors, guarding the realm from outsiders. My presence here shouldn't have warranted a complete issue. Someone from outside with the ability to enter your sealed realm. Your leaders, everyone, should have rushed to the scene to see how they could get this person and then make him free them from this place. Except all of you never wanted to leave. This is not a prison. This is a paradise for you, Silver said. The Celestials frowned immediately when they heard that. They all attempted to attack at the same time, but Terra appeared, and with one light sword, she killed all of them. Silver watched their cut bodies fall to the ground, and their blood stained the flowers. It seems they have been holding a very massive secret away from you demons, Silver said. Yeah, and I would love to get to the bottom of it now, Lucy said, looking at the floating islands. All right then. We will be going in crazy style. Let's shake up their peace, Silver said. I think you already started doing that, she responded and glanced at the bodies on the ground. Silver chuckled and brought out his wings. He shot into the sky. Lucy and Terra followed him. The realm had no sun, yet it had bright light. Silver could not tell where the light came from, even as he flew through the air. It was a mystery to him. He tried to sense the light, but that didn't work as well. Silver approached the first flying island, and immediately, massive beams of light fired at Silver and the rest. Terra made a barrier of light that blocked all the attacks. The beams of light slammed against the barrier but did nothing. It seems they have noticed us. They want to stop us before we get to Thema. Cowards, Silver said. Terra, attack back. We aren't here for talks or negotiations. We have to show them that they are out of options, Silver said. As you wish, Terra said. She raised her hands into the air, and swords of light formed hundreds of Thema and shot into the first floating island. The swords all hit the island, and massive explosions followed. Huge chunks of the island started falling off from the attacks. That was a really powerful attack. Well done, Terra, Silver said. He looked back at the island. They fired more beams at them, this time stronger and faster. But Terra still blocked them. What do we do now? Attack them? Lucy asked. Yes, we have to do this as fast as possible. I have very little time before I have to stop. I need to fix everything before then, so the faster, the better, Silver said. All right, then I can attack, Lucy said with an evil smile. Her eyes flashed red, and she took out her sword. She shot toward the island with unprecedented speed, causing a sonic boom as she moved. She arrived at the island, and immediately as she landed, Celestials came charging at her with swords and spears. Kill the outsider, they yelled. Lucy smirked and then slashed her sword. She didn't move her feet. All she did was slash, and the Celestials exploded into minced flesh and splattered on the ground. I might not be the strongest on the planet, but I sure as hell know that I will not be brought down and touched by Celestials, Lucy said. She headed deeper into the island. Silver and Terra caught up with her. They landed behind her, looking at the cut-up flesh on the ground. You really did a lot of work with them, Silver said. Well, I tried to hold back. They were just too weak, she responded. Watch out, Silver said. 3 beams shot from different directions at Lucy. She moved her sword extremely fast and blocked all the beams in half a second. Thanks for the heads up, Lucy said. She looked at the 3 directions that the attack had come from, and with a teleport-like speed, She moved toward the buildings. Explosions followed at the 3 points before she returned to Silver. I thought they would have better buildings here. They look like normal houses to me, Silver said. I'm guessing this is one of their lesser islands. Maybe the others will have better houses, Lucy said. I have a plan that will end this fast. Let's crash the islands, Silver said and pulled out his sword. You will do no such thing, a voice came from above. Silver looked up and saw a celestial with 4 wings instead of 2, clad in complete gold armor, and behind him, hundreds of celestials in armor flew. Oh, it seems the cavalry has arrived. How long do you think it will take for us to kill all of them? Silver asked. A minute at best, Lucy replied. You are the first outsider to make it here after thousands of years. Whatever it is that brought you here has killed you. The secrets of heaven must remain sealed, the leading celestial said. I'm not here to talk much. Just take me to who is in charge here, Silver said. The celestial refused to heed what Silver said. He pulled his sword and pointed it at Silver. Silver frowned. I told you, I didn't want to talk much, he said coldly and vanished from sight. He reappeared for a brief moment in front of the celestial who was leading, his palm pressed against the shocked celestial. As his palm touched the face, the head of the celestial moved like melted rubber. The mass of his head extended like a stretched-out rubber ball and then tore, allowing brain matter and blood to pour out. The rest of the head crumbled as well, shattering in an instant. The head of the celestial was blown off clean, and not a single drop of blood touched Silver, not even his palm. He let the body fall from the height and reach the ground. It landed like a sack of potatoes hitting the ground. The Celestials watched the body of their leader hit the ground, and they were filled with mixed emotions of rage and fear. Rage at what had happened, and fear for Silver. But Silver didn't have time to cuddle their emotions or care about what they were thinking. He wanted to get it over with already. You were warned. I told you I was not here to talk much, yet you still attacked, he said. He bit into his finger, and a drop of blood fell and evaporated. Suddenly, the biggest gate of hell that Silver had ever summoned appeared. The gate opened slowly, and a massive suction force began pulling the Celestials into the gate. They tried to fight against it, but their efforts were all in vain. The gates could not be fought against. Their screams filled the air as they all fell into the gate, horrified. Silver watched as all of them were taken. When they all vanished, the gates closed, and they were gone. You have some terrifying spells, Lucy said. Terrifying? I haven't even started yet. I'm about to bring this whole place down and show them horror beyond what they ever believed possible. I'll turn their home into hell, he said and closed his eyes, casting a spell he had only cast once before. He summoned the crawler. The skies went black. They bubbled like liquid. Lucy stared at the sky, wondering what Silver had possibly done. A massive drop of the black liquid in the sky fell and formed a gigantic being. The crawler covered in a terrifying number of mouths. The creature was so huge that even though it stood on the ground below, it was still taller than the islands. This creature will continue to eat and eat until those I want come to see me, Silver said. The crawler began moving, dragging itself to the first island. Its mouths shot out their tongues. The tongues ripped into the island and tore it apart bit by bit. Silver flew into the air. Lucy did the same to keep themselves from the destruction below. Silver watched as the chaos began. Celestials took to the air, trying to escape for their lives, but the crawler caught all of them with its tongues and ate them all. One by one, it kept eating while destroying the island. In less than 5 minutes, the first island had collapsed into rubble, and nearly all the Celestials on it had died. The crawler immediately moved on to the second, when suddenly, a bright purple light shot through the air, curved, and went down at the crawler. It stabbed into the crawler and exploded, blowing up a huge part of it. The spear that impaled it pulled itself out and shot back to where it had come from. The crawler healed up and continued what it was doing. Silver watched the spear and saw that it went back to the 10th island, the farthest one. Typical. The 10th one is where their strongest are, Silver said. He checked inside his ring and pulled out a normal spear. He wasn't sure if the spear would be able to take the brunt of what he was about to do, but he would try either way. His black flames covered the entire spear. He looked at the island in the distance near the 10th one. He pulled back his arm and threw the spear with full force. The spear moved so fast it tripped through space as it moved. It stabbed into the 10th island, and the normal spear immediately crumbled. But the force of the attack broke a very huge part of the 10th island, shattering it entirely. On the other hand, the Celestials of the second island were trying to put up a fight against the crawler, but their efforts were useless. The crawler effortlessly rolled through them while tearing their home to the ground. It seemed that all the chaos and destruction that Silver caused had finally made the Celestials understand that he was a very powerful threat. So, they sent out their 10 best men against him. Immediately, Lucy felt the aura of the 10 coming. She knew who they were. "The 10 champions are coming," she said casually. "Huh? Who are those?" Silver asked. "Well, you know how I have the 7 generals? Well, these are like the generals of the Celestials. They are under their leader, the Golden Celestial. They work pretty well together, but knowing you, they won't even be an issue at all," Lucy said. "Well, you never know what could happen." A broken bar PFFT. "What am I even saying?" "They don't stand a chance in hell." Silver tried being humble but couldn't keep up the act. "You really are a dark dragoner, always prideful," she said with a small smirk on her face. The 10 Celestials arrived, consisting of 4 women and 6 men. Each one had 6 wings on their backs, ranging in different color variations. Their faces were all covered with golden helmets. The only way Silver was able to tell the difference was by their armors. The leader of the group stayed at the front. In his hand was the same spear that hit the crawler. He pointed his spear at Silver and spoke. "Dark Dragon, you have caused enough destruction." "Hey, shut up." Silver cut him short. "I'm not here for talks. Tell the Golden Celestial or whatever you guys call him, to come before I take this entire image to the ground." "By the way, that's a very stupid name for the leader of one of the strongest races on Argon." "I'm getting the feeling that you guys aren't that smart," Silver said. His words enraged the leader of the champions. The leader attacked with his spear, going for a stab, but Silver didn't even try to dodge. He grabbed the spear at the tip. To his surprise, it managed to cut his palm, but Silver was not worried about that. He gripped the spear tighter and pulled the Celestial in, grabbing him by the neck and applying pressure. The other champions saw this and tried to save their leader, but before they could even move, Silver snapped his neck. Blood splashed, pouring down like rain. The champions watched in horror as their leader died, their hearts filled with rage. They all attacked at once. Silver smiled and used his domain. The domain spread out, this time vastly bigger than before, covering over 100 kilometers. He raised his hand, and the champions were all trapped inside the domain, unable to move at all. He flashed a childish smile and snapped his fingers. One champion exploded into a mist of blood. The scene horrified the others greatly. Their powerlessness against Silver had become evidently clear. Silver didn't know why it felt easier to kill the Celestials rather than the demons. It was as if he was doing something very right. Maybe it was because the Celestials had lied. They weren't trapped, which meant they were hiding a deep secret. He snapped his fingers again, and another Celestial exploded into a bloody mist. "I think you are weaker than the demons." "The general, if freed, put up a better fight than you guys," Silver said. "Hey, we haven't talked about the fact that you killed one of my generals," Lucy suddenly brought up. "You didn't care about them." "Don't pretend like you did," Silver responded to her. He turned his attention back to the Celestials and snapped another finger, killing another one. He didn't say anything, just killing them one by one, until only 2 male champions and 1 female remained. Finally, he got what he wanted. A powerful force smashed through the walls of his domain, and a figure came flying in. He glowed in golden light, with armor of pure gold, his white hair flowing down to his waist. His 4 sets of wings were gold, just like his armor, and so was his sword. His magnificent entry gave hope to the remaining champions. Their master had finally come to save them. But when the Golden Celestial laid eyes on Lucy, a look of panic filled his face. "What are you doing here?" he asked. "Who, me?" "I'm here to bring down your realm," Lucy said. "You are supposed to be sealed." "How can you be here?" he asked. "Yeah, they got released, but that's not the issue here. You and I have a lot to talk about now," Silver said. The Golden Celestial turned his attention to Silver. He frowned when he saw Silver. "You are a dark dragon. I guess it all makes sense now." Ophelia always said a dark dragon would save everything, the Celestial said. "What do you mean by that?" Silver asked. "I'd rather not tell you. Instead, I'll kill you, because that way, you won't be able to save anyone, and she'll have to rely on me," the Celestial responded. "I think you don't understand something. I was never asking," Silver said. The hole in his domain fixed up as he spoke. He stretched out his hands toward the Golden Celestial. The Golden Celestial felt a heavy time constraint all around his body. He was losing control of his own time. Soon, he would not be able to move again. But he was stronger than that. A bright gold light erupted from his body and shattered the hold Silver had on him. He flapped all his wings and shot like a bullet toward Silver. But Silver didn't have time for this. He snapped his fingers, killing the last two champions. As they exploded, their deaths pulled the attention of their leader, the Golden Celestial. For a split second, that was all Silver needed. He covered the distance in that split second and sent a powerful kick into the gut of the Golden Celestial, shattering the golden armor around his body entirely. Silver then grabbed him by the neck and headbutted him with so much force that he cracked open the wound. Then he spun his sword around before throwing it at full force. The sword stabbed through the shoulder of the Golden Celestial, sending him crashing to the ground. He slammed into the earth, leaving a massive crater. Silver undid his domain and flew down to finish the fight. But the Golden Celestial was fast to recover. He grabbed the sword impaled in him and pulled it out, wanting to use Silver's sword against him. But his will clashed with the will of the sword and the will of the sword won, causing a severe backlash. He coughed out huge amounts of blood and fell to his knees, his eyes blood-red and his body shaking. Silver walked closer and picked the sword from the ground casually, then looked at the Golden Celestial. "You tried to use my sword. That was a very bad idea," Silver said. He placed his sword on the back of the Golden Celestial and spoke. "How are you weaker than the Demon Lord? Something isn't adding up, and I would really love for you to tell me what it is. Or would you like for me to kill every Celestial here?" Silver asked. The Golden Celestial knew that he had been defeated. There was seemingly no way that he could defeat Silver, but he was not going to let it end like that. "I'd rather die than tell you what you want. Some things are more terrifying than death," he said, and suddenly was wreathed in a golden flame. The force of the flames threw Silver back. He used his wings to fly and stop himself from going backward. He looked at the Golden Celestial, who was now covered in burning golden flames. He felt the power of the Golden Celestial spike, rising exponentially as he stood there. But Silver could also tell that the power that was coming was not without backlash. The flames were consuming the soul of the Golden Celestial to give it the strength that he was getting. "What secret could possibly make you risk your life?" Silver asked, his eyes still on the Golden Celestial. All of a sudden, the Celestial charged at Silver, his speed so fast that he reached Silver before he could blink and punched Silver right in the gut. Silver arced backward and shot through the air. The Golden Celestial chased after him and then released a barrage of punches, raining them all on Silver. Silver took the punches, each one pushing him farther and farther until he slammed into one of the remaining floating islands. The island trembled as Silver landed on it. A massive crater formed, and a shockwave spread through the entire island, killing some of the Celestials, though without them having any chance of resistance. Silver pushed himself up. Standing, he looked up to see the Golden Celestial, but he was nowhere to be found. Then suddenly, he appeared beside Silver and punched Silver in the face. The punch connected, and Silver shot through the air like a bullet. He landed on the ground, still moving for a few meters and digging a deep chasm with his body until he finally came to a stop. Already, the Golden Celestial was in the air with both of his fists together. He slammed Silver on the chest. Silver shot through the earth and broke out of the other side, falling to the ground beneath. Silver stood up and flew in. The Golden Celestial was already flying his way. Silver sighed and waited for him to throw a punch, and when he did, he caught the fist, shocking the Golden Celestial. "I wanted to let you have your way and see how good your golden flames made you. Maybe I would need to take out my clones to actually fight you, but you utterly disappointed me," Silver said with a look of pity on his face. Huh? What are you trying to say? That you have been letting me hit you? I find that hard to believe, the Golden Celestial said. He increased the intensity of his flames, but Silver didn't even flinch. Are you dumb? Look around. You beat me, yet my spell is still active and destroying your islands. You beat me, yet you haven't drawn a single drop of blood, Silver said. It was when he said this that the Golden Celestial realized that he was actually not doing any damage to Silver. He had used his ultimate technique, yet Silver was not even bleeding. Silver grabbed the fist tighter and pulled him in for a punch. His fist collided with his face. The face of the Golden Celestial sunk in, blood splattered, and he shot through the air, traveling several hundreds of meters before hitting the ground. He was tossed further before finally stopping. Silver flew toward the Golden Celestial. The golden flames had died down, and the Golden Celestial now looked like a shriveled old man on the ground. You risked your life to use a technique, yet you couldn't win. What secret could possibly be so important that you would rather die than tell me? Silver asked. Some things are always more important, the Golden Celestial said after a struggle. I doubt that, and I also know that I'll make you talk no matter what, Silver said and grabbed the Golden Celestial by his neck, lifting him up to see eye to eye. Silver's dragon eyes flashed. He gazed into the soul of the Celestial. This was something that he had not used before, a dragon's intimidation. The ability to make weaker beings experience horror and fear when they looked into his eyes. The Golden Celestial began shivering as he looked into Silver's eyes. But despite that, he refused to speak. Silver could see the horror in the Celestial, but yet he refused to speak. After a while, the Golden Celestial began screaming like a wild animal. His voice got louder every second, yet he refused to say anything. What could you possibly hide this well that you have refused to say? What is it? Silver said, getting frustrated. But still, the Celestial said nothing. Silver got tired and let him go. The Golden Celestial heaved a heavy sigh of relief. Fine, since you will not say it, I still want to offer you to take the Celestials out of this realm and come back to Argon. When you finally do, you'll live in a peaceful world I want to create, Silver said. Even that is very impossible. We can't leave this realm. We refuse to follow you. Do as you will, but we refuse, the Golden Celestial said. Silver was genuinely pissed off at this point. He grabbed the head of the Golden Celestial and, in one movement, crushed his head. Ophelia, you have a lot to explain, Silver said in a low voice. Silver watched as the crawler ripped through the Celestial Island. He wanted to at least allow them a chance at life, but he was already pissed at what had happened with the Golden Celestial. Still, wiping away an entire race was not just right. So Silver summoned the crawler, with only 5 islands standing at this point. Silver was still not going to let it be. He would drag all the Celestials out, but not until he found out what secret was being hidden. He took flight toward the last island, with Terra and Lucy following behind. He shot there at top speed, but when he got into the airspace of the 10th island, beams of light were fired at them. Silver looked down at the Celestials, who were in a desperate struggle now. They didn't know what was happening. All they knew was that some enemy was in their realm. Silver ignored the beams and landed on the ground. The Celestials were shocked by his invulnerability to their attacks. Silver looked at what the Celestials used to attack, and it piqued his interest. They looked like sci-fi guns that channeled mana instead. They were white and had golden glows all around them. The Celestials fired at him, trying to at least bring him down, but Silver took the shots without even flinching. Seeing this, most of the Celestials dropped their weapons and fled, while some stood strong, firing like their lives depended on it, because they did, or so they thought. But Silver didn't pay attention to them. All he cared about was the golden castle sitting at the center of the island. He started walking toward it. The Celestials felt he was coming to kill them, but Silver, Lucy, and Terra moved past them without looking at them. But the pressure the Celestials felt as those 3 passed caused them to lose control of their legs, falling to the ground and sweating all over. They couldn't muster the strength to get up and fight anymore. Silver walked at an unhurried pace, not because he didn't want to get there fast, but because he was using his vibration sensing to get a full mapping of the entire castle, every hidden chamber and everything unusual. He spotted several places that seemed suspicious. He wanted to go there and see what it was about. He would rip this castle into bits as long as he found the secret that was hidden there. He got to the castle gates, and there were several celestial guards there. They attacked all at once with their swords drawn, but Terra created hundreds of light swords and attacked them. She killed all of them in an instant and cleared the way for Silver to keep walking. As Silver reached the door of the castle, one of his minds spoke. "Have you noticed? There are no children." Immediately, the mind made this deduction, and Silver turned to Lucy. "Wrong. I saved all the demons that were left in hell." "There were kids amongst them, right?" he asked. "Yes." "Why wouldn't there be? The demon race still procreates, after all," she said. "I thought as much." "But have you seen any child here?" Silver asked. And that was when Lucy also realized this fact. "I have a feeling that whatever secret the Celestials were hiding has something to do with why there are no children," Silver said. He pushed the door open and walked into the castle. Inside, the castle was grand and magnificent, as anyone would expect, with beautiful statues of the Celestials in the hallway and one grand one supposed to depict Ophelia. But as Silver looked at that statue, he got an indescribable feeling from it. Something was off with it. Without hesitation, he threw his sword at the statue, obliterating it. Then he approached the rubble, only to find a deep hole. Shockingly, when he used his vibration sensing, he couldn't sense this place. He could feel that same strange energy coming from the hole. "I think we might have found a link to what we are looking for, but we can't be certain." "Terra, Lucy, check the castle for anything unusual." "I'll head into the hole," Silver said and jumped in before they could even react. Silver didn't know how long the hole would go for, but he allowed himself to free fall until he saw a faint light at the bottom. The closer he got, the brighter the light became, and soon he could see the ground under shallow water. He landed inside the water and cast a splash. He looked up to see where he was, and what he saw immediately sent chills down his spine. He was standing inside what seemed to be a massive lab with glass tube machines in multiple rows, lined up with a light green liquid inside. But the tubes were not what shocked Silver, it was what was inside the tubes. Inside the tubes, humans floated in the liquid, some shriveled, some cut into many parts. Silver couldn't wrap his head around what was happening. Why did the Celestials have several humans inside tubes? What did they do with them? Silver walked close to one of the tubes. He placed his hands on it, and immediately he felt the horror as the voice of the child inside that tube reached his mind, begging for mercy. Silver removed his hands immediately and stepped back from the tube. His eyes widened. In that short moment, he had felt the pain the boy was in, and he couldn't believe it. "Inhumane, right?" a voice spoke. Silver turned around to see an old Celestial standing behind him, wearing an ankle-length white coat. The man had all gray hair and an overgrown beard. His four wings were broken at unusual angles, yet he didn't seem to be in pain. Silver wondered how this man had come to his back. Without him noticing at all, he didn't feel any presence, even now, as he spoke to the man. "This is what happens when people with power become desperate for a solution," the old man said. The old man walked past Silver and moved his hand on the glass of the tube. "I come here every time and place my hands on the tubes, to feel their horror, to endure their pain with them, but mostly to remind myself that I threw away my humanity. I allowed my drive for a solution to clog my mind. I fell deeper into it until I lost touch with how much destruction I had caused at this point," the old man said. He leaned his face in and placed it on the glass. "You did this?" Silver asked. "A part of it, yes, but there were more before." "But their demons got to them, broke them, eroded them, and left them dead, hollow, without souls. The price you pay for the future of your race. Here you walk in and never look back," the man said. "Who exactly are you, and what are you talking about?" "Start making sense before I snap your neck," Silver threatened. "Oh, you don't have to do that, Dark Dragon. After all, you are the last hope of this race." "I'll tell you everything," the old man said. "The Golden Celestial didn't want to believe that our future would be in your hands, so he fought against it. But I knew it would be, so I knew you would come." "Let me ask you, Dark Dragon, do you know the truth behind the war between the Celestials and the demons?" the man asked. He removed his face from the tube and faced Silver. I thought the war was to see who would wield the power of creation from the world tree, or is there more to it? Silver asked. There is more to it, a whole lot more. The war arose from the Celestials. Millennia ago, the Celestials lived alongside the demons. The Celestials were filled with pride, beings that saw themselves even above the demons and everything else. During that time, they had no want for the world tree. They didn't need it. They didn't want to create anything, as they believed that they were all this world needed. The demons, on the other hand, made use of the tree, wielding the power of destruction as they saw fit. They created other races, getting better with every creation that they made. There was balance during this time, and no one fought. Well, that was until the Celestials made a move. You see, we, the Celestials, had an issue, and that was the fact that with every new generation, we were reducing in number. Most of us lost the ability to procreate, and this continued to get worse with every generation. And that was when I proposed a solution, a way to make us procreate once more, or to save our seed. I said we could create a race with the help of the tree, a race with immense potential carved out of us Celestials but given a very good ability to procreate. Then we could use them as incubators for our seeds, and they would birth our children, and our race would be able to continue. Humans were the product of my idea, living, breathing incubators that would help us. The demons had no issues with us using the tree. They believed we had the right to do that, so they let us, and we crafted humans. But with each generation we made, they still failed to incubate the babies. Nothing was working, yet we kept going. We created the first ones strong, but after that, we began reducing their strength and focusing on their reproductive capability. But then one day, we discovered that the demons were creating the Dark Dragon race, a race that could rise to become powerful enough to destroy us. Courtesy of Goddess Ophelia. No one knew why she wanted such a race created. It was a mystery, but we wouldn't have that. We were already scared for our lives, the fact that our race was rapidly dwindling, so we would not allow this third race. So we tried to monopolize the tree. And that was the start of the Great War. You know, the war began with each side fighting for the right to own the tree. But what the demons didn't know was that the Golden Celestial had gone behind their backs to communicate with Goddess Ophelia. What he did was propose a way to stop the war. He gave her a solution that would work, that she would seal both races, or make it seem like she sealed both races. The demons in hell and the Celestials in a paradise called heaven. He said to her that she should take a look at the demons. Their population was growing extremely fast, and they would be an issue. She needed to lock them away in a harsh place that they would never be able to enjoy and create more demons. While the Celestials needed a good environment and access to some humans, as long as we didn't overdo it, we could find our own way to fix the issue of reproduction. I don't know how exactly he used such arguments and points to make the goddess do it, but it worked, and we were kept away safely, where we would begin to carry out our experiment. What we didn't know was that our heaven would soon be a hell for us. We took humans in large numbers, and we kept experimenting. We couldn't stop. We wouldn't stop. Their damaged souls began raging within the realm from time to time. Celestials died with no known cause. That and many other things happened, but we had to keep pushing. So we did. We pushed through it all. I bore the horrors of our actions for thousands of years. Many died in front of me because they could no longer take it. And even after all that time, we kept failing and failing. No matter what we did, we failed to create an incubator. But finally, a few years back, one work-eater, the only one to have ever worked. But at what cost? We had sacrificed so much to carry out the incubator experiment. We wanted to use the world tree to make it better, but Ophelia had handed it to the elves, and if we tried to get it back, it would mean exposing our truth and fighting a war against the whole Argon. We couldn't risk that, the man said. So that's the reason for it all. The war that had been fought repeatedly on several continents of Argon in repeat. Ophelia watched this gruesome activity repeat every single time, yet she allowed it to continue. Silver said, "Oh, I see you know about the 8 continents, though it would be wrong to see them as continents anymore." Ophelia turned them into separate timelines rather than continents, separated by the void. I learned about this years ago, but void was unable to enter heaven to kill me. I sometimes wonder, What could I be that made her do such a thing? I've searched for the reason for many years, but never got anything. I wanted to know, I wanted to understand, but nothing made sense no matter what I tried. In the end, I let it be. Sometimes, some secrets are not worth knowing, the old man said. Silver looked at him, he listened for a while, and then spoke. I killed Void. It tried to come against me and erase my memories, but I killed it. So you could walk out of this realm without any issue, Silver said. Oh no, there is no way I'm leaving here. You can't allow any Celestial to leave. Our defective race should end here. The crimes we have committed have caught up to us, and you're our reckoning. Take your blade and wipe the whole race out. Remove the stain that is our race, because with us, there will be no way to fix this world. But I have one favor to ask, though. The only surviving Celestial should be the baby. She has no knowledge of what we did, she is innocent of it all. She is also the reason we all turned into monsters. She is the work that took us thousands of years and millions of deaths. She should get a chance at life. I hope you understand, the man said. Silver paused for a while and stared at the man. He closed his eyes and opened them. I will do what you want and wipe away the race. I'll save the baby. But since you are going to die, I'll do you a favor. I'll tell you why Ophelia did what she did. Your goddess is a prisoner of someone extremely powerful, and she has been trying to create a version of me that will be able to save her. She has repeatedly done this 8 times now, with me being the last version that was created. She repeatedly altered the timelines with minor changes to set me on that path that I would follow, Silver explained. I see, it makes sense then. To her, we are nothing but expendable materials that she can manipulate into a certain future just to foster her agenda. She is like us, the Celestials, trying to manipulate fate and forcing it until it finally changes to our will. But like us, fate has to catch up to her as well. No one should be able to escape it at all. You might just be the fate that punishes her, like you'll do to us. Just promise me that you'll give your best to make sure she suffers for what she did. No sinner should go unpunished, not even a god, the old man said. Silver didn't say a word and simply kept quiet. He looked at the man and could tell that he was genuinely tired of it all. You've lived quite a while, done a lot, and now you've come to your end. There's a little child somewhere here that you have created. You brought life, and that makes you her father, even if she'll never know. So tell me something, from your thousands of years, something special that I should tell her, something that in itself is a memory of you, Silver said. You really are a generous soul, the man said with a chuckle. Tell her to live bravely and to love life. After all, many died to give her that life, the old man said. Then he got up and walked deeper into the lab. He looked over at Silver and signaled for him to come. Silver walked up to the man. The man placed his hand on the wall, and a light shone on the wall. Then a door opened, leading into a white room. Silver walked to the door and looked inside, and he saw a lonely-looking 5-year-old girl sitting and playing with some wooden toys. She had beautiful white hair that matched her 4 white wings. Her skin was incredibly pale. She had a white dress on, and all this made her look like an angel. I made sure to keep her away from everyone, to ensure she didn't grow attached to us in any way. It made her lonely, but it was for the best, the old man said. Silver looked at him, then looked at the girl. He walked inside the white room, his feet sounding on the hard floor. The sound of his footsteps drew the girl's attention. She turned to look at Silver. Her eyes were white as well, but Silver could tell she was looking at him. He continued walking toward her in slow and steady steps. He got close to her and bent to one knee. He stretched out his hand to her. Hey, my name is Silver, he said, smiling genuinely from his heart. This girl gave off a very soft and happy aura that had an effect on even Silver. She looked at his hand for a while, then dropped her toys to place her hand on his. Her face didn't have any expression even as she held his hands, like she was incapable of having expressions. Even then, Silver could not help but let out a soft smile. Do you have a name? He asked. She slowly shook her head. I see, then how about I call you Snow? He said. She paused, looking into his eyes for a few seconds, and then she nodded, agreeing to the name he proposed. Snow, do you want to leave this place? There's a whole world outside, places that I'm sure you would love to see, Silver said. She paused again, then she nodded and let go of the toy in her second hand. She stood to her feet, looking up at Silver. "All right, Snow, I'll show you the world and beyond," he said. He carefully wrapped his hand behind her back, lifting her off the ground. He carried her as carefully as he could. She didn't make a single sound. The only thing Silver could hear from her was the sound of her own breathing. Silver slowly walked to the door. He realized that the tubes with him were in the lab, and he didn't want the first image Snow saw to be something this horrific. He gently turned to her and looked her in the eyes. "Snow, I'll need you to rest your head a bit, please, and not look up until I say so." She nodded without any hassle and moved her head onto his shoulder, her eyes closed. She held tight to him. Silver walked out of the room and saw the old man at the corner. The man didn't want his voice heard, so he mouthed the words "thank you" to Silver. Silver nodded and walked toward the hole that he came through. He looked at the humans in the tubes, still stuck in their eternal pain, but all that would end today. He got to the hole and spread out his wings. He shot upward at a quick yet safe pace for Snow. He came out of the hole, back into the hall with statues. "You can look up now, Snow," he said calmly. She raised her head up, looked at him first, and then looked around with a curious gaze. This was her first time ever seeing outside. It fascinated her. Silver watched her. He felt happy watching her, the happiest he had felt in a very long while. When Tara and Lucy felt his presence, they rushed back to the hall. Immediately, Lucy saw Snow. She paused, giving Silver a weird look. "I'll explain everything later. First, now we have to completely destroy the realm and everyone in it." "You mean kill every Celestial?" Lucy asked. "Yes, everyone. It's a request that one of their eldest made to me. The Celestials have a secret that warrants their death, according to him. He said we have to do it," Silver said. "I don't fully understand what you are saying, but I'll go along with it," Lucy said. Silver nodded in appreciation and started walking out of the hall. "So, I'm guessing by that girl in your hands that you have found the truth, right?" Lucy asked. "Yes, and it's something I never thought it would be. A very gruesome secret, held for millennia. I'm happy that it actually comes to an end now," Silver said. He walked out of the castle and immediately took to the air. He looked at Tara and then handed Snow to her. "Make sure she doesn't see what is happening at all," he said. Tara nodded and then focused her attention on Snow. Snow's view suddenly changed into one of beautiful fields and mountains, with rainbows and birds flying in the sky. With the power of creation in her, Tara could easily do something like this. Now that Snow was not seeing, Silver took out his sword, and Lucy did the same. "I might as well help you to make it faster," she said. Tara also created a massive blade of light in the sky, the size of 2 floating islands. Silver was shocked that even as she was distracting Snow, she could still do this. "All right then, to make it quick, we attack one point to the center and that will be all we need to make the entire realm collapse," he said as he raised his blade. He channeled the power of will through it, pouring all he could into the blade, the same way he did in Hell. A bright aura shone from his giant body, creating the same beam of light as before. The strength of the aura kept growing exponentially as he stood there. Lucy held her sword as well, channeling her dark flames. The flames blazed hot and compressed tightly to the sword, then more flames formed and compressed again, repeating the process several times, creating a very compressed and hot flame. After a few minutes, the space began rippling violently. Spatial tears of different kinds began to form. Silver finally brought his sword down in a slow and controlled manner. "Now," he said in a calm voice, and all 3 of them attacked the exact same spot. Silver threw his blade like a spear, and so did Lucy. Tara released her giant light sword, and all 3 hit the ground at the same time. The effect was instant, as a massive explosion followed. The explosion wiped away all the islands in only a few seconds, killing everyone and destroying everything. The realm immediately began shattering, falling into pieces. Silver and Lucy called back their swords. Silver used his sword to quickly tear through space, creating their exit. If he wasted too much time, there would be no way to get an exit, and they would die inside a collapsing realm. Tara went out with Snow first, followed by Lucy, and then Silver. He looked back at the realm. All this happened because of Ophelia. She did this to all of them. Everyone on Argon faced a destructive fate because of her selfishness. So that's the end. The end of a war that ate at us for thousands of years," Lucy said as they stood at the exact place they had homed in through. "I guess, but at the end, we were all puppets being played by Ophelia." "It was her whole plan, her whole setup," Silver said. He took Snow from Terra's arms and held her. "So who is she?" Lucy asked. "The last Celestial. She is the reason everything happened the way it did," Silver said, and went on to explain exactly what the old man told him, giving her all the details. "So this war, everything was all because the Celestials could not procreate?" Lucy asked. "Yes, and Ophelia created both your races, which means she was the one that did it. She was the one that caused the deteriorating fertility rate in the Celestials. As for her reason, I want to believe it was to propagate her plans even more," Silver said. "It is all just one big game to her. She doesn't care, never has," Lucy said. "Well, that's not our problem now. I have less than 8 days to do what I want to. I have to deal with the remaining 6 versions of me. I can't allow them to stay, or all I'm doing will be for nothing," Silver said. "So how do we get there?" she asked. "Through the void. The continents are all separated by the void. We will have to go through the void to get to the next." "Why put yourself through all that when he can just come to you?" A voice spoke from above Silver. He looked up and saw 6 figures in the sky, each one a different aged version of him. But right off the bat, he could tell that the one who seemed to be the same age as he was the second variant. He oozed authority and power, and he was the one that had spoken. "It seems the fight has come to us," Lucy said. "No, not to us. Take Snow and head to the Elven Empire." "You can't be here," Silver said. "What do you mean?" "There are 6 of them." "You'll need as much backup as you can get," she said. "That doesn't apply here, Lucy. You will be a distraction, not help." "I know you can tell already. Each one of them has otherworldly strength," Silver said. Lucy didn't want to walk away. She wanted to believe that she, the Demon Lord, was capable of something here at the very least, but the truth was brutal. She couldn't help, and Silver saw her as only a distraction. "Fine, I'll go," she said, walking up to him and taking Snow. Snow tried to cling on to Silver, but Lucy forced her hand off and flew away immediately without looking back. "To think that you would make friends with the Demon Lord and then carry the last Celestial as well. You really do have a big heart." 8, the second said with a smile. "I'm not 8. I am Silver. You might have all thrown away your identities, but I carry mine. I take it with me, and I wear it out for everyone to see," Silver said. "What a joke. Who do you think you are, 8? Because you killed 7th, you feel untouchable? You are just another number, another version of us, the perfect lab rats for Ophelia. None of us asked for this life, but we were forced here, taught to love this world, only for it to be ripped out of our hands. And for what? Because a helpless goddess is trying to free herself from chains she placed herself in. Where is our say in it? Where is our opinion? She took it all away, used us for the fulfillment of her wishes, and when one failed, she simply took another of us and thrust into new worlds with fake memories. She is the definition of a monster, an evil creature, and the only way to stop her is by destroying her world. Without it, she'll have no more chances to manipulate fate repeatedly," Second said. "I understand your thoughts, all of you, but I can't go with it. I have people here that I care for, love, and cherish. I've lost many of them, and I don't want to lose more. The reason I go as far as I do is to make sure that I keep them alive. It's to make sure that I keep them safe, and because of that, I can't allow you to destroy Argon. The people here, they didn't do anything to us. Your rage is targeted at the wrong people. Your rage should be directed at Ophelia," Silver said. "Why don't you understand? Those people you cherish and fight for, all of them are memories. They aren't real. They're collected memories put into bodies. What they remember as their past might not be their past. What you are fighting for might not be real. None of us know if it is real, because we are still under her thumb, and until we break free, we will never know," Second said. "They are real to me. Their memories are real to me. I watched all of them grow with me, live with me, and they are still with me. I don't care how you twist and turn it. They are real. They are my family, my friends, my continent," Silver said. 8. You leave me no choice. At the end of this meeting, Argon will either stand or fall. There are no other options, Second said and pulled out his abyssal blade, and so did all the other 5. Silver looked at them, seeing that they were resolved to battle. He took his sword as well. I would have loved to know my other versions, hear their story, and know their journey, but I guess that will never be. It could have been, but you chose the goddess over us, Second replied. Silver waited for them to make the first move. He had a mind focused on each one of them, and the rest of his mind for processing the fight. He might have more power than all of them, but they were all variants of him that had access to systems as well, or had access. They would definitely possess an arsenal of unique skills that he hadn't seen before. So even as a demigod, he had to keep his senses sharp as he fought. But as he watched them, they also watched him. No one moved, turning the situation into a stalemate before they started. Then all of a sudden, a middle-aged variant moved. Black lightning blazed all over his body and he was gone in a flash. Silver had not seen anyone with that amount of speed before. He tried to follow with his eyes, but even that was hard for him. Luckily, he was able to predict where the attack would come from at the last moment. It was the benefit of several powerful minds. He turned around and used his sword to block at the right moment. As both swords collided, it caused a shockwave powerful enough to rip up the earth beneath them. I'm the 5th, and honestly, I hate you. 8. 5th said. That's awfully bad, hating a child, Silver said. His sword exploded with black flames. 5th pushed back to not get burned by the flames. Black flames, the flame of the demon lord. How did you get it if you never killed her? 5th said. I don't know what you are babbling about, Silver said and went in for a slash, but before he moved, he felt something was not right. Immediately, he wrapped himself in his wings, and a barrage of purple swords fell from the sky on him. Each one that hit caused a massive explosion, enough to bring down a castle, and more than 100 of them fell on Silver. When the attack ended, all the variants wanted to see what happened to Silver, but as the explosions cleared up, they didn't see anyone there. That was a nice attack. Here's mine, Silver said. He readied his hand above his head and a massive black fireball formed. He hurled the fireball at the 5th. The 5th used his sword to cut through the fireball, but as the flame touched the sword, an explosion followed, sending the 5th crashing to the ground. Is this truly the strength that you guys want to defeat me? Sincerely, I am appalled, Silver said. You were saying? Silver heard a voice right behind him. He turned around as fast as he could, but Second was already slashing for Silver's gut. Silver covered his abdomen with scales, taking the attack. He didn't get injured, but the force pushed him back several meters. Silver had barely stabilized himself, and the Second was already right in front of him with his sword thrusting for Silver's heart. Silver reacted quickly, blocking the attack. He pushed the Second back, but the Second came right in front of him in an instant again. Silver couldn't understand how the Second was moving like that. It didn't make any sense. He blocked another attack and they got into a sword fight, their swords clashing in rapid succession. Each clash caused a massive shockwave that started breaking the ground apart. Silver was fully focused on fighting the Second, but the other 5 were not going to allow that to happen. One of the younger variants took to the air, his sword in hand, ready to stab Silver from behind. Silver spotted the incoming variant and frowned. Fuck this, he said, and then summoned his cloners of 5 of them. One of the clones moved very fast and blocked the variant that attacked. Let's make this an equal battle, don't you think? Silver said with a smile. He pushed the Second back to get some space. All the clones moved to go fight the other variants while Silver faced off the Second. It seems you are stronger and more resourceful than I thought you would be, Second said. Boy, I'm just playing with you guys here. Try to make me serious, Silver said. Second frowned when he heard that. He moved again with the same impossible speed. He slashed at Silver from different angles, all at the same time. Silver saw multiple attacks coming at the same time, all targeted at vital parts of his body. He moved his hands as fast as he could, attempting to block all the attacks. He blocked all of them by pushing his body as fast as possible, but a few attacks cut through his body. His blood sprayed. He groaned in pain. You can't hope to beat me in the sword. I think it's better you pull out one of your skills that you have, Second said. Stop getting cocky over nothing, idiot, Silver said and suddenly vanished. using Flash Step to boost his speed. "I'll use my sword as much as I want," he said as he appeared behind Second. He slashed down with his full strength, channeling his will through the sword. "Let's give him a full dose," Silver said. "Yes, Master," the sword replied. Second blocked the attack with his sword, but the force shot him down. He slammed into the ground, creating a massive crater. Second got back up and instantly reached Silver with his sword, going for a stab again. "I hate when you do that," Silver said, and blocked the attack. He didn't understand how Second was able to cover such distance in such time. It was like teleportation. But even that had a small prep time before it happened, under a split second, or a full second. But this was not teleportation. It was like he was there already, like he never left. It was not an offensive type of skill, but a very dangerous one. And Silver wanted that ability. "I think it's time I use Gluttony." Silver and Second fought themselves into a stalemate, with both sides not making any definitive hits. Second suddenly pulled back, retreating a few meters. "This isn't going anywhere. It's time I ended this," Second said. His entire body suddenly erupted in black flames. The flames grew in size and then compressed at high speed, over and over and over, repeatedly in just a few seconds. The heat generated from Second was insanely high as he continued compressing and increasing the heat. Even Silver felt a sweat drop from the side of his face, and that shocked him. "I have to stop him," Silver said, and shot towards Second, but as he approached, Second appeared a few meters away. "That skill is a real issue," Silver said. If Second continued using that movement skill, Silver would not be able to stop him. Second continued charging up until he turned the whole area into a blazing hell. He was entirely covered with flames. Silver couldn't even see Second anymore. Suddenly, Second was right in front of Silver. He threw a punch too fast for Silver to react to. The fist connected with Silver's abdomen, and an explosion followed. Silver was shot through the air like Ragdoll. He flew backward at supersonic speed. After traveling several hundred meters, he forced himself to a stop, but Second was already there with another punch coming. But this time Silver reacted and blocked with his sword. The explosion happened again and offset Silver farther, but Silver was not worried. He was watching, trying to grasp the full extent of Second's power. Second pulled out his abyssal blade, and the flames around him transferred to his blade as well. He arrived in front of Silver and slashed down, but Silver cracked a smile just before the sword hit. He moved out of the way at an amazing speed, dodging the attack. "I think I've figured you out, your special movement skill," Silver said. Second stopped immediately when he heard that. "Huh? You figured it out? Then I'll humor you." "What is it?" Second asked. "That's simple. You are using something like a domain. You have spread your network of nodes out all over this place, and with the nodes, you are able to be everywhere and anywhere at all times," Silver said. "That's pretty close. I have to applaud you." "8, Second said. "But knowing it won't stop the tar or me. I'll still kill you," he said. "Oh, you are sorely mistaken, Second. This stopped being a fight you could win long ago. You know, when you showed up, I was a bit worried that all the variants of me would surely be a big issue, but I guess not. Even all of you are no match for a demigod," Silver said. "Demigod? What rubbish are you saying?" Second asked. "You see, Seventh already found out what happened, but sadly he died, and the word never got to you. I have already broken the faith that tied me. All that was left was to get rid of the things that could pose a threat to my new world. And that was all of you. I wanted to hunt you all down as fast as possible, but you just had to come and offer Silver salams to the sacrifice." "That's the best term for it," Silver said. "You're speaking rubbish. I don't know what you think you did, but none of us can refuse the fate that Ophelia had set for us. It is not possible. Only the first could be really free. The rest of us after that are all chained to this fate," Second said. "I'm sorry, but that doesn't apply to me," Silver said. Second frowned when he heard that. He attacked immediately, trying to use the same movement to reach Silver, but suddenly his network shattered, and the movement was destroyed. He stared at Silver in shock. "What did you do?" he asked. "I simply overrode your network." "She destroyed its framework, simple as that." "You don't still understand it yet." "I am not like you, I'm better, the best version of all of you," Silver said, and stretched out his hand. A bright light ball started forming in his palm. Pure divine energy. He channeled it into his palm. The ball swirled with so much energy. Second looked at the small ball, and he knew that if it touched him, he would die. Immediately, he channeled all the flames on his body into the tip of his sword and fired it at Silver, but a shield of gold light appeared before Silver and blocked the attack, absorbing it entirely. Second looked at Silver with fear in his eyes. Immediately, he turned, attempting to run away. "Sorry, Second." "It's too late for that," Silver said. The light on his palm moved to his finger. He pointed the finger at Second. "Bang," Silver said as he shot the ball of light. It hit Second in the back, and instantly a massive explosion happened. The bright light shined and pulled everyone's attention. When the clones saw that Silver had killed Second, they took it as a sign to get done with their own fights as well, so they got serious with the variants, and in less than a minute, all the versions of Silver had died. Silver didn't move after he killed all of them. He sat down on the ground, not uttering a single word or thinking a single thought. One of his clones walked up to him and placed his hand on Silver's shoulder. "You know it's not over yet, right?" the clone asked. "Yes. There are still people that have their eyes on me and Argon. I have to keep going, for the safety of those I hold dear, even if it means destroying order itself at the end," Silver said. "Good. Because only then will we be truly free." "Remember when you had that discussion with Faye's father? When can a person be truly free? Until he becomes the most powerful," the clone said. The journey for Silver's freedom had only just begun. Silver flew through the sky in his full dragon form. He enjoyed the wind as it ran over his body. For the first time in a very long while, he was flying free, without the constant pressure of something going wrong. He flew in the direction of the Elven Empire. As soon as he entered their airspace, the Emperor was notified of his presence. Silver had barely reached the capital when everyone was already standing at the castle waiting for him. He felt an overwhelming sense of happiness as he saw them, and a crippling sense of sadness because he might have to leave them again. He landed right before the castle and turned back to his human form. "Daddy," Elsa called out, running to Silver. She jumped high and Silver caught her in a hug. She wrapped her hands around him tightly and snuggled her head into his chest. Silver walked to meet the others while carrying Elsa. Lily looked at him with an expressionless face for a few seconds, and then she broke into a soft smile. "You came back," she said. "I had a deal with you, of course I would come back," Silver said. "You weren't gone for long, Silver. Seems you missed us so much you rushed back," Quinn said. "I actually missed you all. There's a lot to talk about," Silver said. Silver stood there, his eyes scanning the people that actually mattered to him, in a world that he had fought tooth and nail to keep alive. And now, finally it was safe. Yet it wasn't free to him yet. He knew there was more. He had become a slave to the concept of freedom, and he wasn't allowing that to stop. He was going all the way, even if it meant beyond this world, to the point where he had to fight everything. He looked up, his gaze lingering. He recalled when he came here not long ago, the changes that had occurred, how he became the dark dragon that generally changed this world. Ophelia stood before order like before, but this time, there was a smug look on her face, a look of defiance, as though she had won. Order looked at that face, and for some reason, he found it amusing to no end. She believed that she had won. Won? Against him, Order, the one that stood above everything. There was no way she could have won, that would go against the very construct of order. But her actions with Silver did prove to be very entertaining and very provocative. "You played a solid game, Ophelia. Your tricks were not weak, I'll give you that. But do you really believe that the entire game has come to an end? I am Order, and I set in motion everything that happens. And as for Silver, this is only the beginning of the game that he has to play. No more simple paths. No more holding back. He is now considered a threat that must be destroyed. And starting that is Ragnar, who is coming after him. Do you really believe that your small planet Argo can withstand the wrath of the full Weeping Angel army? Silver might be capable of taking down higher angels, but can he really stop hundreds of thousands, millions, and billions of them from invading the home that he so dearly loves? If he stays on Argon for too long, it will be destroyed by Ragnar. Ragnar is not the kind of being to show mercy. He is a primordial being. That work of yours is nothing more than a small pebble for him to step on. So what's it going to be? How will you handle the situation with your dark dragon? Because despite the strength that he has, he is far too incapable of handling someone like Ragnar, Order stated. Ophelia frowned. She clenched her fist tight and looked at Order. Then allow me to talk to Silver, let me guide him a little. He needs the help, please, Ophelia said. Now why should I do that? That would be breaking order as it stands, to help the one person that I want dead? Order asked. Because I have an offer for you. I will give you a clue to what you want to know, Ophelia said. Ah, you would be willing to offer a clue for Silver? You must really be putting all your cards on this dark dragon. Then fine, I'll play this game with you. How far can this dragon of yours go? The abyss, the cosmos, new worlds, new dimensions. What exactly will he do to get stronger? Oh, and the best part of it all is the fact that he can't bring all his family along. I see how much he wants to make sure that his family is safe. But some of them can't follow him through the rigorous world beyond. How is this dark dragon going to handle all of it? How will he escape the never-ending chase of Ragnar? How will he escape Order and all the gods that hate his existence? Your little project has a lot of work to do now, and I hope that you'll be able to coach him in it all, Order said. I'll win, Order. Me and Silver, we'll win this game against you, she said and walked away. Now that she had the permission to see Silver, she headed straight out and teleported. A massive beam of light shined down, pulling the attention of everyone around. Had the war not ended? Was there something more? They were all on guard, but Riven wasn't, because he could tell from the light that this was divine energy, and whatever was inside there was not here to attack. The light finally died down and a beauty beyond comprehension stood there, Ophelia, the goddess of Argon. This was the first time in eons that she had appeared before mortals and beings of her world, a moment that would be recorded forever in the history of Argon. When Silver saw Ophelia, his eyes closed as slits. Everyone, please leave, he said. Bro, is something the issue? Quinn asked. It's not something you can help in, brother. Everyone out, Silver said. His voice was heavy and serious, so no one said anything and simply moved away, giving them enough space. Ophelia looked around with a soft smile, then she looked at Silver. It's nice to meet a demigod in the flesh, she said. Don't patronize me, Ophelia, Silver said. How are you here? He asked. Order allowed me. I'll be honest. I understand that you don't really have it good for me, but I did what I had to, Ophelia said. Tell yourself what you want. I have no grudge against you anymore, Ophelia. What's wrong and what's right is simply subjective, and you did what you did for your own survival. That being said, now that all that is past, can this world finally be free from everything? I wish to rebuild it and finally make it into the place my family can be, Silver said. Ophelia's expression darkened when she heard that, and Silver saw it. He knew that something was up, and he didn't like that fact. Silver, you are a demigod now. That's the first issue. You can't continue to exist in this world as one of theirs. You'll slowly destroy this world with your presence. It's impossible for you to stay here, Ophelia said. Silver frowned. He stepped forward and looked her right in the eye. Are you trying to tell me that I have to leave Argon? If that's what you are saying, I'm not listening, Silver said. It's not a matter of if you want to or not, Silver. You are unsafe for this planet, and that goes beyond the fact that you are a demigod now. Have you forgotten Ragnar and the Weeping Angels? Ragnar is coming for this world, and the best way for you to avoid the destruction of this world is by leaving, Ophelia explained. Why should I leave? I can stay and fight, Silver responded. No, you can't. Ragnar is a primordial being, a being that existed before time, only subject to order. And there is something you need to know about his Weeping Angels. They don't stop at the 12-winged angel. There exist the Cosmic Angels as well. A legion that Ragnar barely uses, their strength greater than that of the 12 wings. So I want you to think about everyone here. What happens to them if Ragnar attacks for a real war? Can you defend everyone? You might be a demigod and extremely powerful, but defeating the angels would mean destroying Argon. Are you willing to risk the death of everyone because you want to show defiance to logic and order? Ophelia said. Silver gritted his teeth. He didn't want to accept, he didn't want to let go. Why did he have to leave his home? And where would he go when he left? Ophelia understood his pain, And then she spoke. Silver, being away from Argon does not mean that you are going to be away from them forever. You can still come and see them, and as for those that are stronger, they can follow you. You want freedom, right? Well, you can't get it as long as order exists and watches. So you have to leave here and get stronger, use your power as a dark dragon, and reach your own freedom. Isn't that what you should look forward to rather than staying cocooned inside Argon? I know I am not the best, or someone you want to listen to. I brought you to this world and used you, but I never wanted to harm you. I made sure that you could get through everything that came your way, and I did my best to help you. Sure, the goal I had was my own selfish goal, but even your goal for freedom is selfish because it's what you want. You would push heaven and earth to get that goal, Ophelia said. Then what about the other versions of me? You played with multiple timelines to make your plan come to pass. Were their lives meaningless? Silver asked. Number. Though I wronged them, their lives were not meaningless. They made you who you are, and that's a victory in my book. I may not be able to have compassion like what humans have on a small scale, but I know their lives have been used to give us the greatest chance against order. All that remains is for you, Silver, to finish the execution. I, on the other hand, have lost nearly all the abilities I had and can barely help. I tampered with time and space, lives and memories. I utilized them like a tool. Do I regret my actions? Yes, I do. But I could do the same again. Right now, it's either you watch everything you fought for crumble, or you step up, become better, stronger, and reach the top, she said as she stretched her hands and placed them on his shoulder. You see the bigger picture now, Silver. So what will be your decision? She asked. Silver looked at her. He took a deep breath to calm down. How much time do I have? He asked. The quicker, the better. Let's not have Ragnar coming any closer, she replied. Who can I bring along with me? He asked. Those that can survive a harsh world that is out there. But you heard those that will help you rebuild. That's what you want, right? She asked. Yeah, he muttered and took a deep breath. I guess I'll not stop now, or anytime soon. Freedom is out there. I'll go after it and make sure I reach it, Silver thought. He looked at Ophelia. This is the first time I've seen you normally. I know you are beautiful, but I have to admit, you are really beautiful. That's the only thing going for you, though. Otherwise, you are the definition of trash, he said, and you are one trashy demigod. Look at all the damage you caused to get here, she responded with a smile. After speaking with Silver, Ophelia decided to speak to people here. She was their goddess after all, and this might be the last time that she got the opportunity to actually see them. Order would surely not allow her anymore, and that was a fact. Silver, on the other hand, decided to leave and catch his breath. He flew high into the sky and looked down on the world. Peaceful, isn't it? He heard Lily's voice come from behind him. He looked behind him, saw her flying there, a soft smile on her face. She came forward to his side. This world is beautiful, she said, and now that we finally saved it, it can start to regrow. But something tells me you won't be available for that, she said. Yeah, I can't, even if I wanted to. My presence here for an extended time caused harm. And beyond that, Ragnar is coming, Silver said. So what's the plan now? How do you plan to go? She asked. Well, to deal out more power and better adventures. Argon is saved, and though it might be hard, it's time I finally left, Silver said. And who will be coming with you on this journey? I'm pretty sure not everyone can follow you, she said. Yeah, I don't even know what's out there, or if I can protect everyone from it. I don't plan to go with everyone, just you and Drake, Silver stated. What about the others? Fang, Galen, the rest, your sister, Quinn, she asked. No, everyone else can stay here. They have to rebuild Argon, and not only that, I'm on the run, and as hard as it is to say, I can't bring them along, Silver stated. Sigh, I guess that's true. They won't be happy with it though, especially Dawn, Lily said. Yeah, Dawn. I don't think she'll allow me, but I won't bring her. Dawn is someone I trust the most. She'll be the one that will take the lead of Argon, Silver said. All right then, so when do you leave? She asked. As soon as possible. There is no point in dragging it out for long. I'll only be delaying the inevitable, Silver said. I understand, but rather than take me and Drake alone, take along Dawn. She is the closest to you, and I feel you should bring her along," Lily said. "If you feel that strongly about her coming, then that's fine." "She'll come along with us," Silver said. A few days went by. Ophelia stayed, waiting for Silver to get ready. The news caused a mix of feelings with everyone. They had been together for such a long time, so having him leave was something that they didn't want, but they had to let go. They understood that he needed to leave, and that he couldn't allow them to follow due to certain things. Silver didn't want to leave them. He had memories with every one of them, but now it was time for him to go further, and the nostalgia wasn't enough to hold him back. Silver, Drake, Lily, and Dawn stood with Ophelia, facing everyone. And only now, as he stood facing them all, did he realize the amount of people he had gathered over time. The friends, the family, everyone so far. The story of Argon wasn't coming to an end because he was leaving for a little bit. There were people here that had seen it all with him and were going to continue from where he stopped. Silver took a deep breath. "It's funny, now that I look at all of you, I can't help but feel sad and happy at the same time. I really want to stay with you all, but my time has come to an end. I could stand here for hours and speak about how each and every one of you has impacted me, but that would take ages, so all I can do is this." Silver bowed, a full 90 degrees. Everyone was stunned. He rose his head with a soft smile and slightly glassy eyes. "I guess this is goodbye," he said. "Wait. What about Snow?" Quinn yelled. "You dumbass, the kid was handed to you, why the hell do you want to leave her here?" "Snow? I thought it would be best for her to stay with you guys," Silver said. "You already left Elsa, your first daughter, and now you want to leave the second?" "You set a really terrible dad, brother," Quinn said with a sinister smile. Silver sighed. He looked at Snow in the hands of Elsa, and then spoke. "I guess she deserves to come," he said. Elsa brought her up and handed her to Silver. He took her into his arms and stepped back. Ophelia looked at him and he nodded back at her. Then with one final wave, a beam of light struck down and they vanished, leaving Argon, not for the last time, but to start a new journey as he tried to reach his greatest goal. What was out there for the Dark Dragon, he had no idea, but he was still going to brave through it. When the light died down, Silver opened his eyes in a vast open space, looking at the swirling cosmos below. "Where is this?" he asked. "The beginning of your journey. There is strength in every world that you see out there, so use them to grow," Ophelia said. Is there any detail we should know of?" Silver asked. "Well, I'll be sending you to a place known as the Lumis region. It's a place filled with planets and worlds, where everyone has the goal of becoming the strongest. You might come across gods, immortals, supreme magus, martial gods, and more," Ophelia said. Shouldn't you explain these concepts more to me before we leave?" Silver asked. "You'll figure it out after you get there," she said with a smile, and then with the snap of her finger, a portal opened. "I have someone that I have informed of your coming, so be careful and listen to him," she said. Silver took a deep breath and walked into the portal, followed by the rest. Silver walked out of the portal. He expected to find someone, but there was no one there, only a heat that could scorch skin, and air so hot it burned the back of his throat with every breath. He looked around first, and he was completely surrounded by a massive desert. There was no place or building as far as his eyes could see. "This is not looking good," he muttered. Here he was in a new world, in a desert with no idea of where he was exactly. The entire situation right now wasn't nice. He handed Snow to Dawn. "Hold her, please," he said, and she took her. Dawn was half asleep, and she was almost asleep. He considered that a good thing because until they properly found out where they were or where to go, he didn't want to bother with her or anything else right now. "Master, are you sure Lady Ophelia sent you to the right place?" Drake asked. He scanned the surroundings with his eyes. "It's also odd that the sun of this planet seemingly has no effect on me," Drake added. "I believe you are no longer logically bound to Argon, so the logic of Argon doesn't apply to you here," Silver said. Then he held his chin, looking around a little more. "Unless you find a world where the logic of your race is reinstated, then it can affect you. That reminds me. It's not important to us now, but we never really found your race," Silver said. "I believe that with people like the Demon Lord, it will be fairly easy to find their location," Drake replied. Silver nodded and focused back on the desert. Now the question is where to go from here, he said, then turned to Lily. Have any ideas? Not really, maybe we could fly out of here, she suggested. Not a bad idea, Silver said and tried to transform, but before he could, the ground started shaking. He felt the tremor coming closer every second. Something is coming, and it's coming fast, he said. He took out his sword and got into his stance. Everyone, back down, he said, and they did just that, giving him space as he waited for whatever it was that was coming. When it was close, he felt the aura of the creature, and he could tell right there that it was massive. Boom! A massive sandworm burst out of the ground, so large that Silver looked like a small pebble before it. He was thrown into the air by the force of the worm, so he got to see a better view of the worm from up there. It was massive, with what looked like a soft white body, and for the mouth, it had rows and rows of teeth that looked like a grinder. There was an extremely long tongue inside the mouth, one that he was sure was used for catching prey. After sizing up his opponent, Silver was ready to go, but out of nowhere, a spear ripped through the air, twisting so fast it created its own field around it. Bam! It slammed into the worm and knocked it back, digging deep and splattering black blood everywhere. But the worm was far from killed. A figure came from the sky, a man with long black hair, wearing simple black clothes that looked like advanced body armor, because when he flexed his arms, the armor lit up with golden patterns. He stretched out his hand and the spear flew out of the worm back to the man. He grabbed it, and the spear also gained those golden patterns. His feet barely touched the ground before he lunged forward, up into the air again. He spun the spear around and went for an attack. The worm seemed to have recognized this new threat and immediately tried to attack first with its tongue, but the man dodged midair and with a swing of his spear ripped the tongue out. Screech! The worm cried in pain, but the man didn't let up. He leapt into the air and used an overhead strike. Some sort of projection formed behind him, a massive golden warrior with a spear. The attack hit the worm head-on and split its head into two halves. Black blood sprayed all around and the body collapsed to the ground. He landed on the ground, but he didn't let down his guard. He kept looking as if he was waiting for more. A few seconds passed and two more worms burst out of the ground. They were slightly smaller than the first one, but they lunged forward at top speed. He stood there unwavering, waiting, and then he dashed forward, running at top speed. One punched at him. He dodged, but the force when it slammed into the ground threw him into the air. He lunged his spear with all his strength and it penetrated the head of one. He snapped his finger and a massive golden force field formed inside the head of the worm, forcing it to explode from inside. He called back the spear and moved toward the second one. It attacked, but he easily dodged and got above it with one jump. He threw the spear and it lodged deep into the head before exploding like the other one and killing the worm. The man landed on the ground, caught his spear, and then started walking toward Silver and his group. Silver was on guard. He stretched out his sword. The man looked at the sword, and he let out a small chuckle. Put away your weapon, I'm here to help you. Ophelia sent me to you, he said, his voice calm. Silver slowly dropped the sword, but he kept his guard up. We should leave here. The worms you just saw were all infants. We have to leave before the real ones come. That would be a very massive problem, he said. He made the spear in his hand vanish first and then started walking. They walked through the sand for a bit. Silver wondered why they couldn't just up and fly. The man seemed to know what he was thinking and spoke. I'm guessing you can fly somehow, but I'd advise you not to for the time being, because you'd be at risk, he said, not giving the context at all. But you came here flying, Silver said. No, I came through a spatial fracture that I forced from somewhere else. You can fly here. The issue lies in the creatures that attack once you are airborne. This entire desert is called Death's Sandbox. It's a desert that consists of two types of powerful beings, the worms and the vultures. The man stopped and then looked at them. Also, I'm sure you are wondering why I can understand what you are saying, right? He asked. Only then did Silver and the rest remember that not everywhere used the same language as they did. Yeah, so how can we understand you? Silver asked. That's because I have a job that requires me to learn hundreds of thousands of languages, and yours is one among them, so I understand it perfectly. But you guys, on the other hand, need some translators. I have a few at my base, so when we get there you can have them. Now back to what I was saying. The worms are the creatures you already met, massive tubes that are ready to swallow you whole. But what you met were measly infants, hungry and inexperienced. If you were to meet the adults, that would have been a much bigger issue, he said. So why did the adults not attack? Drake asked, curious as to why. Because they didn't feel any tasty energy. The adults will not come out for just anyone, they need to feel the energy of someone with vitality, a lot of it. If you had attacked the infants, there is a high chance that your energy would instantly attract them, he said and kept walking. But you fought them, and nothing happened, Silver pointed out. Yes, and that's because of my suit. It is specially made for hunting in the sandbox, as it muffles your energy radiation, meaning you can fight perfectly without having the risk of more coming, he explained, then looked up at the sky and pointed. Look, he said, and everyone looked up. They spotted a flying creature in the sky, black and with 4 wings. It had the neck and head of a vulture but was the size of a wyvern. That right there is death from above, the vulture. They hardly ever move alone, and that one there is simply scouting. Whatever information it gathers, it hands over to the rest of the vultures, and they come together to attack, he explained. Then shouldn't we hide from their view? Lily said. No, they don't come for groups on the ground unless you are alone or all of you are flying, he said. So why would Ophelia drop us here if it's that dangerous? Silver asked. Because on this planet, this is one of the safest points to enter through compared to everywhere else. The moment you step in, the eyes of the Arcane Council and the Dynasty are already on you, and you become another digit in their massive game. You lose your control before you even have it, so the best thing for you would be to come in through places like this desert, he said. What is the Dynasty and the Arcane Council? Silver asked. 2 of the greatest structures in this world. Their strength goes beyond this planet as well. The Dynasty is an organization of cultivators, people seeking out the peak and also their Tao. As for the Arcane, they are a magical organization. Their aim is to create more and more sophisticated arcane items. This bodysuit I have on is a product from them, he said casually, explaining a little bit more about this world. I know you all are new here, so I'll tell you, keep your head low, avoid everyone, and try to stay away from fights. There are a lot of savage quasi-immortals, demigods, and martial masters that run around seeking battle. Don't give in to them. Demons here are ruthless, he said. I'm a demigod, but it doesn't seem like Ophelia informed him about that fact. That's better. I'll keep a low profile until I'm sure of what I'm doing here and the directions to take, Silver thought. They walked for several kilometers, and finally, they came to a place that seemed to be at the edge of the desert to a dystopian-looking city. They arrived at the city and walked in, and the first thing Silver noticed was the people. Most of them were dressed normally, but some had certain clothes that looked like a cyberpunk setting. He wasn't alien to this type of dressing, but to his followers here, they hadn't seen dressing like this and they were confused. Soon, they made it to a house in the corner of the city. He placed his hand on the door and a magical circle formed underneath. The door unlocked and they walked in. The light in the house came on the moment he stepped in. Tubes lined along the walls gave light rather than the crystals they knew. He had seats in his living room. He closed the door and offered all of them to sit down. Drake, Lily, and Dawn were unsure and a bit scared. But Silver was no stranger to this. He had been on Earth before he came here, and this house felt a bit nostalgic. He slumped into a chair and took a deep breath. This is relaxing, he muttered. The rest slowly sat down, but from their expressions, one could tell they weren't comfortable. All right, welcome to my little home, he said and sat down on his chair, eyes focused on them. He leaned back and crossed his leg. Now, let's talk, he said. I'll start with some introductions. My name is Ares. I'm an early demigod from a realm called Oxnox, but I defied the god there and was chased out, and so I have been living here for many years now, he said and stretched his hands like someone who was immensely sleepy. He looked at them. I met Ophelia here as we became close after that, he said, then leaned forward. I'm guessing that since you are here, then things didn't go well in your world and you had to come here. Ares said. Silver felt like answering, but then he paused and probably thought about what he had to say. Yeah, things didn't work out in my world, and then she asked that we leave while we still could. Silver said. I see. I can guess there are parts of things you do not want to tell me, but that's fine. Now that you are here, you'll need to learn the things that come with this world and this side of the galaxy, Ares said. He leaned in, fingers clasped. Everyone chases after strength and power here. The chase never stops. It goes on forever. There are many realms of power that exist, but only a few matter here. And that starts from the demigod. That is the threshold that is seen as your beginning to power. Different people give different names to their realms of power below the demigod. Some are close in power, like the immortal realms of the cultivators, the supreme mages of mages, and more like that. All those realms of power are very close to the demigod realm, but they lack the spark of divinity. When that spark of divinity comes into play, then you can push and break through into the realm of a demigod, and that's when the real journey begins. Only when you are in the realm of demigod can you really say that you have real strength, he said, and then leaned back into his chair. He waved his finger in the air in a circular manner. And even then, it's not like you have really gone far, as there is more to unravel in the realm of the demigods. The demigod realm possesses what is called the divine circle, and to attain the status of a god, you must have 7 divine circles and finally merge them into one, which will create your law or Tao, which gives you the god circle, making you officially a god. I know this seems like too much information to dump on you, but I'd rather tell you everything you need to know now and forget about it. So basically, if you want to survive here, your aim would be to grow stronger and reach the realms above, he said. Seems like a lot to do right off the bat, running around getting stronger, Drake said. You don't need to do that right away. You just need to understand where you are first before you head outside and start doing whatever it is that you want to do. The dangers you knew are vastly different from what is here. Everything is out to take your life, and they will come swinging with full force. Staying low until you are strong enough and understand the world is the best plan to go by, Ares said. So what's the best route to go? Silver asked. Ares looked at him, and then spoke. Start with getting into the Arcane Council Hunter organization. Completing missions for them allows you to build reputation and money, which is a must here, because if you are going to grow, you are going to need a ton of resources and a ton of information, books, data, and more, Ares said. So basically we have to work under them to gather what we need, Lily stated. Exactly. There is no real freedom here. As a matter of fact, it's tougher here, Ares said. We will learn all we need to learn as time goes on. For now, I hope we can relax and rest here for a bit, Silver spoke. Sure, you can stay here until you get your stuff together, and if there is anything that you need just tell me, Ares said. I have something to ask. What comes after godhood? Silver asked. Ares paused. He thought for a bit and then spoke. After a god comes what is called a chaos being or a cosmos being, depending on the path you choose to follow. Beyond that is the celestial realm, and then the realm I know is reachable is the Primax, the one realm that stands before quasi-primordial and finally primordial. Very few creatures make it past godhood. You shouldn't get your hopes up. Godhood is seen as the limit for most, and that's why gods are seen as the powerhouses and the holders of balance. Primax, quasi-primordial, and primordial are mostly times born in that realm. They didn't have to grind all the way there. Very few creatures get there through hard work. Even amongst gods, many of them are born as gods. Your goal should be to become a demigod, and that's fine, he said and got on his feet. I know now it seems nice to chase after the dream of becoming a god or more. But when you finally face the issues that exist here, you'll see the hardships and you'll finally cut down your goals, he said. Talk about a pep talk, Lily muttered. All this while, Dawn was yet to speak. She sat there feeling out of place with snow in her hands. Silver looked at her, then he stretched his hands around her body and leaned in and whispered into her ear. I know you feel out of place here, but I'm here for you, so don't worry yourself too much, Silver said. She smiled when she heard his voice, though her voice was shaky and light. It was like she didn't want to speak. This was the first time that he had seen her like this. A few days had gone by in this new world. Silver had no idea if the days were the same as the ones from where he came, but it didn't matter. On this day, he left everyone at the place they were staying and headed for the desert. He stood at the edge and looked. He paused for a few seconds and then walked in. He didn't try to be cautious for the most part. "Let's see what my strength is like here," he muttered. He was a demigod, and so far he was yet to actually use his strength, so he wanted to see what he scaled to. A few steps in, he took out the abyssal blade. He allowed his energy to glow out of his body continuously, in order to make sure that any worm that was there would feel his presence. "I haven't had a good battle in a while, it's time I stretch," he muttered. Silver was no ordinary demigod. No, he was one of a kind, the most unique demigod to ever exist. The power scaling that Ares used could not work on him, because his whole thing was to defy logic. As he knocked on the doors of the worm, a worm similar to the one they had met burst out of the ground, and without wasting a single moment, it charged at him. His eyes became slits as he watched it. A grin formed on his face. He kicked the ground and launched forward. "The reason I stand here today is because I want to defy logic, to be the first to gain true freedom. It may not be now, it may not be today, but with every slash I make, I carve a path toward the happiness I deserve, the freedom that I want." It started as a small dream born in a small town, and now, that dream faces the cosmos. That dream seeks to defy the odds. "So as I raise my blade in defiance, I'll reach the highest level, and I'll cut through the veil, destroy logic, and become free." To be free is to be the strongest, because only then can you be the one that sits above it all, Silver said to himself. He leapt into the air, arms stretched back, sword fully in his grip. The worm opened its mouth to bite him. He slashed down, releasing an arc of black flames, large and massive. They slashed into the mouth of the worm and cut deep into it. "Ru-u-u-u-ar!" The worm let out a deafening roar, a cry of pain. It spun its head around and shot out its tongue. Silver spun midair and slashed through the tongue. He landed on the ground and jetted forward, a smile plastered on his face. "I was thinking I would have to use my clones to defeat you. Guess that would be overkill," he said, running through the side of the worm. The worm, seeing that Silver wanted to be sneaky, decided to lunge deep into the ground, going down very fast until it was entirely inside. It wanted to sneak attack, but this was Silver. There was no way that would work. As the worm burst out of the ground, he leapt up into the air, avoiding the mouth. It attacked with its tongue, but Silver immediately blasted it with black flames. It destroyed the tongue, burning it badly. He flipped and landed, yet to break a sweat or feel any trouble. He pointed at the worm. "You'll have to try harder than that to do anything," he said. He didn't know if the worm could hear or not, but it seemed his words provoked it. It rushed forward, moving across the sand at an incredible pace. Silver pulled his sword back. The blade flames grew in size. "You are pretty tenacious." "It's a bad thing your enemy had to be me," he said in a cold, detached tone as he lunged the blade forward. The blade flames moved like a spear and slammed into the worm headfirst. It was knocked back by the attack, its body sent flying and its face burning. Screech! Its sound of pure agony filled the air, but it wasn't dead yet. It thrashed around for a few seconds and then finally stopped. It dug itself underground immediately, and Silver could feel it moving quickly. It hadn't given up despite all the attacks it had suffered. It lunged out of the sand beneath Silver, ready to grab him and end it all. Silver smiled, pointed the sword downward, and another blast of flames knocked the worm down. It slammed into the ground with a heavy boom. He landed beside it, still refusing to land a finishing blow. Now, he wanted to see just how durable a baby worm was. He was making his study about this world and mostly the dangerous parts of it. If Snow and the rest were going to be safe, he needed to ensure that he was strong enough to protect them. The worm saw that there was no winning this, so it turned to run away. The moment Silver noticed that it was trying to run rather than fight, he refused to allow it. The worm dug into the ground, but he stomped hard, causing a shake and a collapse of the sand underneath. The worm was stuck for a moment, and he used that moment to leap into the air, pulling his sword back for an overhead slash. It came down fast and landed, Boom! Slash! It cut through the worm, killing it as the flames engulfed the entire body. You have gained 2 divine energy, x10. Before Silver could celebrate his kill, he felt a familiar presence. He looked over to the edge of the desert and saw snow coming toward him. Panic filled his heart already, but then, the ground around her caved in and a massive worm, twice as big as the one he faced, came out of the ground, mouth open. Everything seemed to go in slow motion as he watched the worm about to devour Snow, her innocent face still oblivious as to what was about to happen. Without hesitation, all of Silver's clones appeared. They all knew the situation at hand. Their wings shot out of their backs, and they all shot forward. Several sonic booms ripped through the air as Silver, along with the clones, headed for the worm. Each one carried a sword in hand. They slashed through the worm, cutting it down in size before it could touch her. Silver caught her and flew to the ground. "Snow, are you all right?" he asked. There was not a single ounce of fear on her face even after that. She simply raised her hands, signaling that she wanted him to carry her properly. He couldn't even be sad or pissed, he was just happy. He let out a smile and hugged her. He wanted to take her home, but he couldn't, as his actions had signaled a ton of more worms. They came bursting out, rushing toward him. He scanned with his eyes. There were 23 to be exact, and some were extremely massive. He looked at one clone and threw the abyssal blade at him. "Use that," he said. The clone caught it, and they were all ready to battle. They clashed with them and began cutting through the worms like they were nothing. Each clone handled one or more worms. They kept going until they completely annihilated the worms. When the worms were all gone, he had amassed about 500 exp, meaning he was halfway to his first level up as a demigod. He unsummoned the clones and started leaving the desert. That was enough practice for now. He headed back to the house, walked in, and saw Lily, Dawn, and Drake looking around in a panic. When Silver walked in with Snow, they all paused to look at her in his arms. They collapsed into the chairs or on the ground, heaving heavy sighs of relief. "We thought we lost her, Master," Drake said. "She came to meet me. I don't know how she did it though," Silver said. He sat down with her and looked at Snow. "How did you track me down?" he asked. She shook her head. "You don't know?" he asked, and she nodded. "Maybe she is linked to you somehow, Master," Drake said. "That's possible," Silver said. Lily sat up and looked at Silver. "We have been here a few days. What's the plan for moving forward?" she asked. "Honestly, I don't know what we should do. I've thought about it. And honestly, I'm not ready to do the same thing we did on Earth and begin building something from scratch that we might end up leaving behind. I'm sure that we'll be moving a lot now, so our mind is simply on getting stronger as we travel. I'll speak to Ares today and see if I can get us moving," Silver said. "No need to ask me." Suddenly, Ares walked in through the door. He looked exhausted, like he had been through a tough day. "The best thing for you now is firstly to head into the city. That's your starting point. Only from there can you get your life together. This planet is made almost entirely out of people that came from another world, though mostly from humanoid worlds. There are a lot of differences. You can learn more of this world as you go along, but for now, you can all register as hunters for the Arcane Council. Like I said before, they are recognized throughout the entire Lunis region and almost every planet within. They can also help you with something called the Universal Ranking, to enable you to know what your power is compared to everyone else," Ares explained. "So how do we get there?" Silver asked. "Normally, I would leave you to find your own way, because I don't do much charity, but Ophelia seemed very keen on making sure that your startup is safe. She asked that I hand you a spaceship. She paid for it by herself, and she actually got a really good one. Gods are rich like that. The spaceship is made by the Arcane Council. You can learn more about it yourself." "Come with me," he said and got up. He walked out the door. Silver looked at all of them, and they followed him. They walked through the street, people going about doing what they wanted to. "Hey, I heard someone took out a dozen worms in the desert," a passerby said. "Whoa. That's crazy. Could it be a demigod?" the man walking with him asked. For sure it had to be a demigod. No one could really take down that number of worms at the same time if it wasn't a demigod or something close, the first man said. "Damn, I wish I could become a demigod one day," The second guy said, "Keep dreaming. We can barely survive daily, let's not get ahead of ourselves." The first man said. Silver listened to their discussion. "So even here, dreams get crushed." "TSK, I won't allow mine to be crushed," he thought. After about 5 minutes of walking, they arrived at a massive warehouse. Ares walked to the door, he placed his hands on it, and a magical formation appeared on the door before it opened. The moment the doors opened, the lights turned on and a massive ship was revealed, a sleek silver and black shuttle with runes on its body. It was about 40 to 50 meters long and seemed built for speed. Silver could already tell that this was extremely expensive. "This is your ship, treat her well because it's pretty expensive." The ship uses a mana-based core, and the core is very fragile, so be careful if you don't want to be blown to smithereens. "Even a god would be injured from the blast," Ares said. Silver looked at the ship, he couldn't believe his eyes. It looked like something out of a sci-fi movie, and it was all his. "Master, couldn't we fly everywhere with your dragon form?" Lily asked. "Fly? No matter how tough your body could be, you shouldn't fly recklessly in the space of Loomies. You don't want to be caught in a rift," Ares said. "A rift? What's that?" Silver asked. "Well, you see, space is like a fabric, massive clothes filled with different types of energy, mana, chi, spiritual energy. All of these exist in this fabric. They push and stretch the fabric of space, and when it gets far too much, it rips, and when it does, it creates a rift. That's the easiest way that I can put it. A rift is very dangerous. It could rip you to shreds and also transport you to a world you do not know, so it's best you avoid them. Ships like this can predict rifts and help you navigate around them. And even if you accidentally get close to one, the ship can resist it to a certain extent. If you still fall into it, the ship can protect you from the dangers that exist there and make sure that you don't die," he explained. He walked close to the ship and touched the body. "This material could take a full-blown attack from me and not suffer a single bit of a dent," he said and knocked on the hull twice. "So how do we fly it? Don't we need some sort of permit or something like that?" Silver asked. No, your identification as a hunter would do, so that's what you have to get first." For the major part of Loomies, it's made up of people that came here from different places, so nearly everyone uses their ship without certification. There aren't many ships here by the way, not everyone has that type of resource. As for how to fly it, it's pretty simple. There is an inbuilt AI system that will help you fly. Also, you should practice a lot, but none of that's my issue. I've done what I agreed with the goddess, everything else falls in your hand. Also, this is a bit of advice, find information about the world you came from, and look for ways to connect with them, unless you were exiled, he said and walked away from the ship. Why should I do that?" Silver asked. "Because it's your home. There is no real reason, but at least have some connection with your family and your people," Ares said. "You'll come to see that they are very important for your sanity out here," he added casually and then walked to the door. "The information on everywhere you need to go is already inside the ship. Finding the main city should take you a full day at the recommended speed," Ares said. "Why so long?" Silver asked. "Because there are many surprises on the way, you'll see when you get there," he said with a small smile on his face. Silver didn't really trust this dude, but he decided to get in. He touched the ship and it immediately lit up. The doors came down. Silver walked into the ship without hesitation. It seemed massive from inside, much bigger than it gave off. From outside, it had several small rooms for resting, a small kitchen, and many other things. He was about to get to the bridge when, "Master, there is company." Lily spoke to his mind. Silver immediately walked out of the ship, and immediately he saw 10 guys standing there, each one in full body armor that covered them entirely, and helmets as well. Each one had a sword on their back. There was an 11th one and he had no helmet. It was a middle-aged man with cold eyes and a scar on his cheek. Ares, it seems you have been busy," the man said and glanced at the ship. "Lin, please. This doesn't have anything to do with you or your sect, so please don't cause any issues," Ares said. "Huh? What the hell do you mean?" "The Black Sword sect is the lord over this entire area. Our cultivation sect handles everything that has to do with this place. So a ship of this magnitude is definitely something that we have to come and supervise, he said. Well, the ship belongs to a god, so back up, Ares said. A god? I see. Why do you want to lie to keep it, Ares? Gods are busy beings watching over balance, keeping their planets and worlds in place. They don't have the time to buy ships, nor do they need it, the man said. Don't be stubborn, this belongs to a goddess, and she asked that I use it for something. You don't want to touch something that belongs to a god now, do you? Ares asked. Definitely not, gods aren't beings we can piss off. But with that in mind, a goddess would surely want her ship to be kept properly, so why don't we, the Black Sword sect, keep it for you, and when she finally comes back, then we can easily hand it to her, he said with a smile. You must have gone mad if for a second you believed I would listen to what you just said. Stand back and the situation won't escalate, Ares said. And if we don't? Only you will take care of us? He asked. Ares bit his lips, he looked back. Take the ship and leave now, I'll handle them, Ares said. Sorry, but we don't do that, Silver said. He looked at Dawn. Keep Snow safe. He then faced forward. Lily, Drake, it seems our friend Ares is having an issue. Let's lend a hand, he said, and the abyssal blade appeared immediately. Lily's wings came out. She flew into the air, ready to attack from above. Ares looked at them, then cracked a smile. I like these ones, he muttered. The man frowned when he saw Silver step up. He pointed at him. You should stand back, this isn't a place for you, he said. Sorry, but I stopped listening a few seconds ago, Silver said, and shot forward. His speed was so fast it looked like a flash. But much to his surprise, two men intercepted him and tried to stop him from reaching the man. Silver smirked as he saw them. They both took out swords covered in engravings and attacked, a light blue light surrounding their swords. Silver blocked the first without issue, knocking the man a meter back and slamming him through the wall of the warehouse. He dodged the second attack, grabbed him by the hands, and threw him into the ground. Boom! The ground cracked as he hit. Silver stood there, sword in his hands. He looked at the man, who was evidently stunned by Silver's strength. But he wasn't panicked. His men had trained since they were young by the guild. There was no way some random being would harm them. And just as he finished speaking, the man that had been thrown through the wall came back, but this time flying on a sword. Wait. What? Silver was shocked when he saw that. The man pulled out his sword and thrust. 1,000 blades technique. Silver saw the sword split into more than 100 blades, and the bad part was the fact that he could tell each attack was real and not an illusion. Scatter, Ares said. Silver nodded and lunged forward. I'll cover. Dawn, keep you and Snow safe, he yelled, and started blocking the attacks. Each one he blocked sounded like a small explosion that had gone off. He missed one, and the sword stabbed into his chest. His scales formed and blocked the attack, but he was blasted back through a building and into the air. He was flying backward, and 4 men on flying swords came at high speed toward him. TCH, this isn't good, I have to get back, he said. His wings came out, and he shot forward. The 4 men stopped midair, taking a square formation. They moved in the same way and thrust at the same time. Their synchronized attack created some sort of twisted vortex in the air targeting Silver. Silver blocked the attack. It was so powerful that he was pushed back again. Give up already. Our attacks will be tough for even a demigod to handle. When the 4 of us are here together, one of them spoke. TCH, why the hell are you getting cocky because you pushed me back a little? Look, I don't want to have to kill you, but I will if it comes to it, so get out of my way, Silver said. Ha 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 ha. They all burst into laughter. Only a fool will dare talk big when he is about to die, one said. Senior brother, let's take him down already, another said. Yes, ready the 4-leaf attack, it will be our final one, the leader said. They got into another formation and started their synchronized movements. Silver looked at it and clicked his tongue. Flames erupted around his sword. I'll make sure this hurts, he said. The flames licked across Silver's blade, burning hot and wild, yet his stance was calm. His wings flared once, a burst of air scattering dust in every direction. The 4 cultivators' formation shimmered as their spiritual energy connected, threads of blue light binding them together. 4-leaf descent. They roared in unison, their swords glowing as spiritual energy condensed into a spiraling storm. The air cracked under the pressure, space itself trembling around the vortex of blades and force. Silver didn't back down. He shot forward, his sword blazing like a comet. The first clash split the sky with a deafening boom. Sparks and fire erupted as Silver's blade tore into the vortex, his arms steady despite the violent backlash. "You really think this will hold me?" Silver's voice cut through the noise, sharp and unshaken. The cultivators gritted their teeth, pouring more energy into the attack. "Arrogant fool. You won't withstand it for long." Silver smirked. With a single twist of his wrist, he redirected one of the spinning blades, shattering their formation. The linked energy snapped, sending two of them spiraling out of control. In that instant, Silver dashed forward, his sword cutting a crescent arc that slammed into the third cultivator's guard. The impact thundered, forcing the man down into the roof of a building. Tiles shattered, smoke rose. The leader's eyes narrowed, but his tone was still dripping with disdain. "So you have some strength, a broken bar, but against us together, you're still nothing. Is that so?" Silver's wings folded in, then burst outward with raw force, propelling him at the leader like a meteor. Their swords met, spiritual energy clashing with fire. The collision sent shockwaves ripping across the city block, windows cracking, walls trembling. The other three recovered, circling him again, blades humming with spiritual light. They darted in, slashing from three different angles. Silver's blade moved like water, flowing, smooth yet unrelenting. Every strike they threw was stopped, parried, or redirected. He weaved between them, his counterattacks precise, never wasting a motion. "You call this teamwork?" Silver mocked, knocking one man's sword wide and driving a knee into his stomach, sending him coughing blood through the air. "Your rhythm is sloppy, you bastard." Another cultivator roared, channeling spiritual energy into his palm and slamming it forward. A wave of condensed force surged out, enough to flatten a building. Silver raised his free hand, flames spiraling into a shield that absorbed the brunt of the blast before dispersing harmlessly into embers. He stepped out of the smoke, unscathed, eyes gleaming. "This is getting boring." They snarled, refusing to believe what they saw. "Don't get cocky. We haven't even begun to show you true strength." They charged again, all four moving in sync this time, their spiritual energy fusing together in a dazzling formation. Their blades extended, turning into spears of light. They spun and stabbed in a storm, their movements so fast they blurred. "So these are what cultivators are. Their energy is different from mana, and they have some sort of unique way of using it. Each of the attacks is like a well-trained machine, and their precision is what brings out the best in it. If I had this training, I would have worked a lot stronger by now. But that does not mean I can't learn them. Let's just get rid of these ones first," Silver thought. The flames on his sword glowed. He shot forward. Their formation was strong, there were no visible flaws, but when faced with something like that, the solution was to use excess force. He slashed, releasing a massive sword arc. They tried to block it, but the power it carried was far too much. It blasted all of them to the side, tossing them off their swords. They tried to call their swords back, but Silver wasn't having any of that now. He attacked again. Each one received a slash, sending them to the ground with deep gashes on their bodies. "Sorry, I had to get serious. I have friends in danger," he said and flew down, only for a massive explosion to happen moments before he reached, blasting him backward. The smoke rose high. He looked at it, panic filling his mind. Dawn, snow. He shot forward through the smoke and landed on the ground. He looked around and saw that there was a golden barrier. The spaceship, Dawn and Snow were inside. Ares also stood there. He was the one that cast the barrier and was holding it up. He was covered in blood, but there was a smile on his face. "I guess fighting while protecting a lot of stuff is pretty difficult," he said. "You've done well, allow me to help," Silver said and turned to face the leader. The leader stood there, two swords in his hands. He looked at Silver with a smug expression. "Only a man that doesn't know the vastness of the cosmos would dare stand against someone he knows nothing about," he said and then pointed his sword at Silver. "You know nothing of how the cosmos works," he said and then dashed forward. Silver rushed forward as well. "Watch out for his dual technique. It's like fighting two people at the same time. Ares yelled. "Don't worry about me," Silver said. Clang, they met in the middle, causing a shockwave that spread through the rubble of the building. "Ha, you stopped my attack, fine," the man said and kicked back, landing a few meters away. "This grandfather will show you his real strength," he yelled and lifted both swords. "Azure Dragon Duel Technique, Heaven Sundering Roar," he said and suddenly burst forward. His spiritual energy exploded then compressed into both swords. He spun his body around and slashed with the two. Silver could tell that the power in those strikes was not something that could be blocked normally. He gripped the sword, a smile formed on his face. "This new world allows me to see forms of strength that I have never seen before. I want to see them all, fight them all, I want to learn even more." The first blade came, Silver blocked the attack, and he could swear that it was some sort of dragon attacking him. He could see it coiling itself as the attack hit his sword. He was instantly pushed back into the air. He looked at the next attack that was coming. He gritted his teeth and pushed his sword forward, parrying the strike. "With my base strength I was able to block those fully powered attacks. That's good, but this dude is very skilled as well. I should give him a little more," Silver thought, then swung, adding more power into his strike. The man looked at the blade, his eyes widened immediately. He raised his blades and blocked the attack, but he was sent flying instantly. Silver gave chase. "Drake and Lily are probably out there fighting the other dudes, so I have to finish this off quick." He flew above the man and attacked again. He blocked the attacks again. A sword came out of his hand and flew under his feet. He stood on it with skill and grace. "You are strong, but you don't have the strength to stop me. I'll show you that," he said and shot forward, attacking in a flurry of strikes, each one precise and very powerful. Silver blocked every attack, each one leaving shockwaves around town. The man began getting pissed and it showed. He pulled back and his spirit energy soared even more. It wrapped around his body like a blanket and then channeled into his blade. "I didn't think I would have to go this far. Count yourself lucky for being able to see this attack." "Petals of Cosmos," he said in a calm and still voice. Flowers surged around him, appearing out of nowhere and spinning around him, a beautiful dance around his body. They followed each sword, and when he slashed, they all moved toward Silver. He tried to dodge, but they went around his sword and reached his body. Each petal flashed through his skin, cutting deep into his body. Silver was stunned as over 100 cuts appeared around his body. Blood dripped from all over his body. The man looked at him and burst into laughter. "This is the end, sorry, but with all those cuts, you are as good as done," he said, only for Silver to start healing right there. "Nice technique, it is really dangerous, but you shouldn't forget some people can heal," Silver said and shot forward, attacking at full speed. The man blocked the attack but was thrown back and off his sword. He tried to call the sword but Silver grabbed it. Then he pointed Abyssal Blade at him. Black flames surrounded the sides and compressed on it, gathering at the top before firing in the form of a beam, slamming into the chest of the man and sending him crashing into the ground. The leader got on his feet again. His armor had been heavily breached and damaged. He looked at Silver up in the sky with pure rage. Silver also wanted to go down there and finish this off, but he understood that guests couldn't recklessly kill someone here. He didn't know what sort of backing the Black Sword Guild had, so he would rather not have his hands part of any issues that would be beyond him. The leader pointed at Silver, rage filling his eyes. "This grandfather will show you the difference between heaven and earth." He pulled out an hourglass with golden base and runes on it. "To think I would have to go this far," he said and threw the hourglass into the air. Then a massive pulse exploded from it and everything went slow. "Ha ha ha, that's called the time glass, a special treasure that I worked all my life to gain. It's my greatest trump card, it slows time into 1/10 of a second," he said. His sword flew under his feet and he flew into the air, flying right in front of Silver who was 10 times slower now. He flicked his wrist and a sword came flying towards Silver, ready to end him. But then he spotted a grin slowly forming on Silver's face. Suddenly another version of Silver appeared. It grabbed the sword from Silver's hand and immediately attacked the sword that was coming, hitting it away. The leader was shocked by what happened. He looked at the new Silver. "How the hell are you doing this?" he asked. "Oh, you see, I'm 10 times stronger than my base version. and that means I am 10 times as fast, which means in this place I'll move the same speed as the base version, if you can understand," he said with a grin. "Ugh, die already!" He yelled and called back his sword. He shot forward and attacked the clone, but the clone blocked it without issue and countered with a kick to his chest. The kick sent him plummeting down like a rocket. He slammed into a house and broke it into rubble. "Don't forget, I am 10 times stronger." "Your hourglass can't stop that," the clone said, and then flew up. He stabbed into the hourglass and shattered it. Immediately time went back to normal. The man got on his feet, struggling to stand. The anger in his eyes couldn't be hidden, but he couldn't fight. He knew when he had been defeated, so he stood there, wanting to fight back, wanting to attack, but he didn't. Silver flew back to the warehouse. He dropped in and saw Ares seated near the ship. Dawn and Snow were also there. Ares got up and walked to Silver. "What exactly are you?" he asked. "Just someone random that Ophelia helped," Silver replied. "Well, we basically just pissed off one of the biggest guilds around here. The Black Sword Guild are surely going to come after you, so you have to leave," Ares said. "Then what about you?" "You are still here," Silver said. "I'm staying here. I know what to do to avoid them. As for you, you just defeated one of their inner disciples, they won't let that slide," Ares explained. Silver looked at him for a few seconds, as if thinking of something. Then he looked at Dawn. "Let's go," he said and walked toward the ship. "Wait, what about your other two?" Ares asked. "Oh, they'll be here about now." Lily and Drake returned back to the warehouse. They looked around at the destroyed warehouse. "Sorry master, seems those cultivators are stronger than they look," Drake said. "They also have a lot of unusual weapons. I think they'll be interesting to learn about," Lily said. "We don't have the time for that now, let's head out," Silver said. He touched the ship and it lit up, activating. The door came down and Silver walked in first. He got into the bridge right away and he was already confused on what to do. There were 6 chairs in the bridge, and each handled something specific. But the one at the center was definitely for the main pilot. He walked to the chair and sat down. Immediately the firm yet soft chair relaxed his body, and then an orb made of some sort of metal floated out of the ground right before him. It had a ton of runes all over its body. It glowed and pulsed. "Welcome Captain Silver to your personal ship. I am Outer, your personal ship hyper-arcane automated system. I am here to aid you on anything within my power and abilities." "I guess I didn't have much to worry about," Silver muttered. The rest got on the ship and the doors shut. "Do you have a destination in mind?" "Yes, the Arcane Council," Silver said. The engine of the ship immediately turned on, and with a slow yet powerful blast, it lifted off the ground slowly. Ares watched them lift up. He waved once and turned away. Boom! The ship blasted off immediately after, shooting high into the sky. Silver sat on the bridge, watching as they moved high into the sky at a sonic pace. "Hey Master, you have a connection to all of us, right?" Lily suddenly asked. "Yeah," he responded. "Then doesn't that mean time can contact them back at home?" "I've been meaning to ask it, but we've been settling down all this time." "You have a connection with Fang, the other Guardians, and everyone," she said. "Yes, I do." "That means they are still part of our journey, but not yet." "I want to know we are separated for now and work to fix our home, while we here focus on the journey we have ahead." "So for now, I'm not reaching out to them at all, maybe in the future. But for now and I have a feeling that doing that too much might affect order, and I still have the bad memories about those white figures," Silver said. The ship tore through the skies like it was nothing. Unlike where they came from, the skies above had a tone of storms, thunder crackling in the sky, but the ship was able to easily ward it off. After several hours of flying, they finally came into range of a massive city. The moment they saw it through the ship, their eyes widened in shock. It wasn't just massive, it was crazy massive. The city spread out further than their eyes could see. Towering buildings made of black stone and runes were everywhere. Despite the fact that all the buildings he saw were not made of metal, it still looked very futuristic with an ancient aesthetic. It was like what if a medieval time had arcane magic technology. He could see towers made of black stone and runes running all around them. The ship flew them to the city. and then something scanned the ship before they could even reach. "What was that?" Silver asked. "Do not fret, that is a standard scan to ensure that the ship is safe and doesn't pose a threat to the city." "So they scanned us in only a few seconds?" he asked. "The scan is a peripheral scan. Deep scans are not allowed into ships without the permission of the owner. The ship will be docking at the landing station." After the warning, the ship took a detour, flying over the city. It docked in an open landing space. It was filled with old and new ships of different kinds. "Why do we have to stop here? Is it safe?" Silver asked. "Master currently has nowhere to stay and is, in theory, a visitor here for the first time. Master is forced to use a public landing space." Master should not be worried. Despite the look of the landing space, it is watched over by the Arcane Council. They have the basic information saved of everyone inside the ship before you land. There is no way for someone who wasn't in the ship before it was docked to take it out. The landing field has a powerful magical formation that can stop the flight of any ship. "Oh, I see. It seems the Arcane Council are the big shots," Azara said. "They basically run everything," Silver said. He got up on his feet. "All right, let's go. Master, I understand that this is your first time in the city. You need some sort of guidance." A watch-like device came out from where the orb initially came out from. Silver walked to it and grabbed it. "What is this?" he asked. "This device uses an arcane link to the ship, allowing me to communicate with you and aid you with information that you need." "Oh, that's great, thank you Ota," he said and put on the watch. They left the ship and stepped out into the new world, massive and beyond their belief. Every few seconds a ship would fly above, or a man on a flying sword, or a literally flying ship, a boat-type ship. He looked up in the sky in awe, his eyes following every ship. "Master, first we need a place to stay," Lily said. "Yeah, definitely, we can't take Snow and Dawn everywhere," Silver said. "Master, I'm sure I can follow you," Dawn said. "No Dawn, you are Snow's guardian from now. I understand that you want to follow me around, but your strength, despite how skilled you are, is the weakest among us. Over time for sure you'll get stronger, but I can't risk that for now, and I also desperately need someone to watch Snow, teach her and train her. I'm very sure that I'll barely be at one place at a time, so you have to do this for me," he said and walked up to her, placing his hands on her shoulder and looking right in her eyes. Her heart wavered immediately. There was no way she could refuse him. "Fine, but only for the beginning. I want to get stronger as well, so you have to make sure you give me the opportunity to get stronger," she said. "Yes, for sure," Silver said. Finally, they made it into the streets. There were a lot of people walking around, some dressed casually, but with some sort of dystopian touch to it. While some people wore mage robes and cultivator robes. There was a tone of diversity all around them. They kept their heads low as they walked through the streets. "Hey, what the hell do you think you are doing? Are you refusing the Black Sword Guild? Pay us what you owe." Silver heard a yell. He turned around and spotted 4 young men surrounding an old man. Each one had on ankle-length black robes and a silver-embroidered sword on the back. When he heard them call out their name as members of the Black Sword Guild, his attention was immediately pulled that way. "I told you already, we don't have anything to give to you. The Arcane Council is in charge of this area, and I already pay tax to them. I can't afford to pay to you as well," the man said. One of the boys, seemingly the leader, tall with waist-length black hair, shoved the man to the wall. "What the hell did you just say? You gave money to those good-for-nothing mages, and now you don't have any to give to us? Don't you know that we cultivators are the ones that patronize your business the most? Yet you don't want to pay us our tax?" he said and grabbed the man, pulling him close. "I'm sorry, but that's just how it is. We are already running on a loss and the tax you ask for is outrageous. I can't afford it at all," the man said. "Arg, I'll teach you a lesson, old man," the young man said and stretched out his hands. A black sword appeared in his palm. He thrust forward, stabbing for the man's eyes. As he thrust his sword, his hands were suddenly suspended in midair. Shocked, he looked back, wondering who had grabbed him. Silver gave him a smile and then pushed his hand away. "Beating up elders, that's really bad." "I guess some things remain the same everywhere in the universe," Silver said. The man looked at him, confusion in his eyes. Who the hell was this man, and why was he interfering? Who the hell are you? Do you want to die? He asked in anger. Let go of the man and walk off. I already really hate your guild, so don't make it worse, Silver said. You think you can just interfere and tell me what to do? I'll make sure I cut your head off. He roared in anger and attacked. Silver took a step back and dodged the sword before kicking him in the chest, sending him flying. His brothers caught him, anger lit in their eyes as well. They all pulled out their swords. We'll make you pay. One yelled and rushed, but Silver didn't move. Drake did. He raised his hand and spines made of blood formed in the air above him and fired down, penetrating their robes and stabbing into their chests. Ugh! Their cries of pain sounded like swine. Silver looked at them with pure disdain in his eyes. The man looked at the four men on the floor. He was shocked. You just took down members of the Black Sword Guild. This will be an issue for you, he said, genuinely worried for Silver. Don't worry about that. I'm already on bad terms with them, Silver said. Take care, we'll be leaving, Silver added. Wait. You helped me. There is no way I can allow you to leave without showing my appreciation. Come to my inn, I'll make my special soup for you, the man said. Silver wanted to refuse, but he decided not to. Thank you. The man led them inside his inn. There were a few people inside eating and drinking. He gave them a table and rushed inside. A few minutes later he returned with a tray of food and placed it on the table. Then the man pulled a chair and sat beside them. Thank you, really, for saving me. It would have been a real issue if not for you, he said. It's nothing. We already ran into that guild when we arrived on this planet, Silver said. You are new to the planet, I see. What brings you here? He asked. Well, aside from the fact that I'm being chased by a primordial being and his massive army of weeping angels, nothing much. I'm heading to the Arcane Council to register. I don't really know anywhere here or what to do, no money. No anything, so I want to register and then make some money, Silver said. I see. You have to be cautious. On this world, ignorance is dangerous. It's a lawless world, to be honest, and they'll try to take what you have away from you at the slightest chance. I can tell that you are pretty strong, but you must forget everything that you knew before you came here, because here there are different laws, the man said. I see. I have a question. What do you know about legacies? Silver asked. Legacies, the things given by gods and beings above. Everyone wants a powerful legacy. Not many can have it. It's very important, and lots of people fight for the chance to have a good legacy. Some might have had one when they were in their home world, only to leave and then realize that their legacy was weak and useless here. Before you run off seeking power, get as many legacies as you can, the stronger the better, because the distance you'll go is tied to your legacy, the man explained. I see. So what exactly are the methods that people use to get legacies? Silver asked. They seek it out, looking for gods and ancient ruins. It can be found in many places. Or it can be stolen from the heart of someone who already has one. There are people who have killed others and taken their legacy, the man said. I see. Well, thank you for the information, Silver said. It's not an issue. You are free to stay in the inn for a while until you get yourself afloat. I see a kid with you, and I believe you won't be able to go to the council with her, the man said. Silver was surprised that the man would do that without asking for anything in return. He took out one of the abyssal swords from one of his alternate forms and handed it to him. I do not know the worth of this, but it was one of the strongest weapons on my world, he said. The man looked at the sword and his eyes widened. He touched it and then took it from Silver. This is amazing. I can tell it was crafted from the soul of a powerful being, a god, maybe, he said. He then looked up. Are you sure that you want to give something like this to me? My rooms are definitely not worth such a blade, he added. You helped us when no one did, and you gave me information, so yes, I'm going to give it to you. Also, in hopes that you and I will be on good terms, it's wise to have allies, especially in places where you are new, Silver said. Well said. I'll treasure this. Please eat up. I'll prepare rooms for you, the man said and left. Master, was it wise to hand him that sword? Drake asked. That sword belonged to one of your alternates, Silver, Lily said. You should have given him something else, Dawn said. Don't worry about it. It's a relic to keep after all. I have the real blade. Indeed, Master, the abyssal blade replied. After they got settled, they talked a bit more with the man, learning new things. The currency that was used was called credits, and their money system worked pretty much the same as every place. But the only difference was that a lot of treasures existed here and they could be used as currency as well. The man also told them how they had to keep a low profile because the dangers that existed here were extreme and numerous people died without knowing what killed them. He also asked they stay away from anything that had to do with demigods and, most especially, gods. With the little information that they had, Silver, Lily, and Drake headed out the best day, heading for the Arcane Council. They walked through the streets, heading deeper into the city. There were a ton of other humanoid races around, some elves, dwarves, and many races that he didn't even know existed. But they all had one significant similarity, and that was they were mostly humanoid. No one paid attention to them, though, and that was better, a fresh start. Silver's plan wasn't to stay here forever, though his family was still alive and waiting for him back home, and he was definitely going to go back for them. But that would have to wait a bit, because here in this new place there were many things that he didn't know, and there were many dangers. So until his footing was solid, he wouldn't return to them. The Arcane Council building was a massive structure at the core of the city. It reached high into the sky, a towering figure that instilled fear from looking at it alone. There were a lot of businesses around the building. They capitalized on the pull of the building to gather new customers. It was a hot spot. Silver moved through the crowd carefully, and finally they arrived at the building. Do not go in there, a man yelled. Silver turned to see who that was. It was a man with crazed eyes, scattered hair, and tattered clothes. He was lean down to the bone, his teeth crooked and so yellow it irked anyone that looked at them. That building will steal your soul. It starts by working for them, and slowly your soul is gone, the man yelled. He rushed to Silver, trying to stop him, but before he could get to him, a bolt of lightning slammed into the man. Throwing his body back, he slammed into the crowd and rolled for a few meters. He laid down. The spasming Silver couldn't tell if he was still alive at this point. He looked at everyone. They ignored the man like he didn't exist. Is this normal here? How come no one cares? Hello, sorry about that rat, a voice came from behind Silver. They turned around to see who it was. It was a tall man in a black jacket that went down to his ankles. He had flowing black hair and deep black eyes. Are you the one that attacked him? Silver asked. Yes, indeed. This town is crawling with vermin that have lost their true selves. They believe that they are seeing visions and the truth, but in honesty, their souls have been cracked. The man said. Their souls cracked? Wouldn't something like that kill the person? Lily asked. Indeed it would, if they were weaker. But most people that come here are the strongest in their own small world, and so a small soul crack wouldn't be enough to kill them. It just turns them into that, the man said, glancing at the man on the ground. He looked at Silver. Seeing that you don't know this, I presume you are here for the first time, the man said. Is that easy to tell? Silver asked. Well, yes, there are only two ways you don't know about this. Either you are new, or you are dumb and uninformed. I'm sure you aren't the second, the man said, giving a soft smile. For some reason, I find this dude heavily unsettling. This is our first time. Yes, Silver said. I see, so you are coming to join the Arcane Council. You didn't go to any of the cultivation guilds, which means that you are more of a mage, the man said. Is that an issue? Silver asked. Not at all. I am a mage, well, a mage and a martial artist. I mastered both sides, the man said with a proud. Is this dude flexing on me? I'll bash his head into a rock if he doesn't knock this off, Silver thought, but he looked calm on the outside. Master, please don't do anything rash, Drake spoke in Silver's mind. He could tell that Silver wanted to bash the man's head in. There are no laws against fighting Silver. You can simply punch him. He is too obnoxious, Lily said. The two of you get out of my head. I'm not hitting anyone, yet, Silver said. Since this is your first time, let me guide you. You'll need to take the arcane trial first before you can pass and become a member, the man said, and headed for the building. Silver took a deep breath and followed behind the man. The trial is pretty straightforward. It simulates situations that a standard member of the council will face during missions: monsters, bandits, abominations, ancient creatures, rift monsters, all. It will throw at you, and your aim is survival. Defeating them is a plus. The Arcane Council hates to invest in people without potential and talent, and that's why they do this. They use stars to rank what level you get if you pass the test. It goes from 1 silver star all the way to 5 silver stars, then the same for gold, platinum, diamond, mythic. After that you enter the rank called cosmic, and beyond that, well, getting to cosmic is already near impossible, so there's no need to know what's after. The man led them into the building, and it wasn't what they expected. It wasn't some technologically advanced place, but rather it ran on magic, runes and formation. Silver looked at the runes as he could barely understand anything in them. This was magic far beyond his level, despite the fact that he had 10 minds working at the same time. The inside had runes lining the entire wall, and formations hidden beneath the floor. The floors were covered with black marble, and there were certain engravings that he didn't know what they meant. There was a counter up ahead. It was a long black marble one. They walked up to it and there was a lady behind it. She had long ears like an elf but with certain patterns over her face. Her black hair was tied into a bun and it matched her black uniform. "Good day, sirs. What can I do for you?" she asked with a slight smile. "I guess courtesy doesn't change no matter where you are," Silver thought. "These fine fellows want to take the exam," the man said before Silver could even talk. She looked at him with a flat expression and then turned to Silver. "Is that true?" she asked. "Yes it is," he said. "So I'm guessing this is your first time here, or you have been here a while and only just now came to take the exam. Either way, I'm obligated to give you a small briefing before you take the exam," she said. She pulled out a piece of paper and placed it on the table. She read through it a bit and then looked up. "The exams work in this way. You have to enter and give it your all. There is no way for you to know what rank you are in the exam. Over the past centuries, many people have hidden their real strength from the council because they knew just when to intentionally fail the exams. But the Arcane Council didn't like that and so the system has been changed. You have to survive as long as you can without knowing how the system is grading you," she explained casually and took out 3 forms, handing them to each of them. "Head to the teleporter and head to the lower floors. The exam is handled underground," she said. "All right, come with me, I know the way down there," the man spoke, almost too eager. The receptionist shot him a cold look but he ignored it. They headed deeper into the building and finally they made it to a teleporter. It was situated in the building like an elevator. It was a raised platform with a magical circle and a ton of runes at the edge. There was a raised marble pedestal beside it with a glass screen there. That was basically the first technological item Silver had seen in the building. The man walked to the pedestal and tapped on the screen a couple of times and returned to the center. "You know, this world is really vast," the man said, "but in all this vastness we are still specks of dust. All of us strive for strength here, hoping that one day we will be able to reach the highest heights." The bright light of the teleporter activated. The formation shined more and more until they were disintegrated into light particles. On a floor tens of feet below the ground, the light reformed them right there. They all felt a little bit dizzy since this was their first time. The man gave a smile, looking at them shake their heads, trying to shake off the effect of the teleporter. "In the lust for that said power, many people will do things that would be considered despicable, but here, it's just a means to an end," he said, and then started walking. Ever before their eyes was a massive room with hundreds of people inside, all facing a wall with an engraved formation on it. "That's called the gate. It's how you take the exams," the man said, pointing at it. "What exactly is inside the exams and do we do it alone?" Silver asked. "What's inside changes, it's never fixed. Also, you will come across people taking the exams, the ones entering now, and the ones that have already been there a bit. It's more like a survival game, and the longer you stay the better for you. As for if you'll see someone you know when you enter, the chances are low, ridiculously low," he explained. "I see," Silver muttered. He looked at the gate and then looked at Lillian Drake. "Give it your all when you are in there, No holding back. Surely master, even we want to gain a good rank in this world, Drake responded. The man looked at them. He seemed happy that they were that pumped for it. You should be careful though. The greatest sabotage doesn't come from the monsters that walk around, but the people taking the exams as well, so keep your eyes peeled, the man said. We'll do that, Silver replied. A few minutes later and the formation suddenly lit up. Oh, seems it is beginning. Do your best, the man said. The wall on which the formation was drawn shattered into bits, revealing a glowing portal. A guard at the gate collected the forms from people before they walked into the portal. He also handed each person a crystal. What's that crystal? Silver asked. Your way out. When you want the exam to end, infuse energy into it and it will activate the system, immediately teleporting you out of the exam, he explained. I see, thank you for everything, Silver said and walked forward. Lily and Drake followed behind. He collected a crystal and handed his form, then walked through the portal. Lily and Drake went in as well. Immediately they were gone. The man let out a deep breath. He stretched his body out and let out a yawn. Silverteron, the dark dragon, let's see how you do, he said. The cold air bit into his skin, so sharp it felt like it froze his very hair. Silver's eyes flickered open. He stood at the peak of a snowy mountain, the world drowned in white. Below him, only endless clouds stretched, hiding the abyss that was beneath the peak. He clicked his tongue and muttered, damn, a broken bar. This is a really bad place to start. The exam had no fixed enemy, no set opponent, no clear task. It was simple in theory: survive, adapt, fight monsters, solve whatever trials appeared, all while the Arcane Council registered his score. But there was nothing simple about this place. He didn't know if this was truly reality or some twisted illusion, but it felt real, brutally real. The cold was relentless, the kind that gnawed at bone. If not for the heat coiled deep inside him, the mark of the dark dragon, he would have frozen solid by now. He could tell the temperature here was easily 100 times below zero. Carefully, he found his footing on the icy slope. He didn't want to fly. He didn't want to rush. Not until he understood the terrain. One reckless move could draw the wrong attention, and here, attention meant disaster. Step by step, he began his descent. The cold pressed against him, fighting to seep inside, but it was the least of his concerns. A few hundred meters down, his senses prickled. Something was there. Through the storm of fog and ice, a shadow loomed. Two glowing red eyes burned in the haze, locked directly on him. So, my first opponent's already here. He didn't draw his weapon. He didn't prepare a stance. He walked forward, calm and deliberate, wanting to understand before striking. The closer he came, the clearer the silhouette grew. 8 feet tall, hunched on all fours, its limbs disturbingly long and thin. Black, slimy scales crawled down its back, its eyes piercing like shards of hellfire. Its mouth gaped with jagged teeth, a long tongue dripping with saliva, swaying like a serpent. A grotesque abomination. The air vibrated as it growled, a low, bone-deep rumble that shook the snow beneath its feet. When Silver finally saw it fully, he froze, not from fear, but from awe. It wasn't massive, but his instincts screamed the truth. This monster was not to be trifled with. The monster locked on Silver and recognized him as a threat. Immediately, it lunged forward, reaching behind Silver in an instant. Silver was stunned at how fast it moved. He wasn't even able to react to it. He spun around, kicked the snow, and leapt back, dodging the swinging claw by only an inch. He slammed into the ground, rolled a bit before coming to a stop. Silver pushed himself up from the ground, his eyes locked on the creature. He couldn't believe its speed. Those lean limbs shouldn't have been capable of moving like that. Before he could think further, the monster leapt again. His mind screamed at him to move. He reacted fast, springing backward just as the beast crashed down. Boom! The impact split the ground, a crater tearing open where it landed. And in that instant, Silver noticed it. The air rippled around the monster, a burst of force radiating outward from its body. So that's it, he realized. It's using that force to propel itself, blasting forward like a rocket. That's how it moves so fast. Silver figured it out. A plan formed in his mind. If the monster relied on linear bursts of speed, then maybe, just maybe, he could turn it against itself. Silver drew the abyssal blade, his stance low and steady. His grip tightened on the hilt. The creature screeched, red eyes flaring, and launched forward with terrifying speed. Silver shot toward it as well, his blade flashing in a decisive arc. For a moment, he thought he had it. Then, the air cracked with another surge of force. The monster accelerated mid-charge, its speed doubling, its trajectory veering. It blurred past his slash and appeared behind him in an instant. Too fast! Claws ripped across his back, tearing deep into flesh. Pain lanced through him as his body was hurled forward. He slammed against a jagged rock, the impact rattling his bones, before rolling across the icy ground and skidding to a halt. Gritting his teeth, Silver forced himself up almost immediately. His body shuddered as the wound sealed shut, flesh knitting in seconds. He got up, but rather than a frown or a look of pain, there was a smile on his face. This monster was definitely unique. He was hyped to see just how far its strength went. The monster, seeing that Silver was still standing, lunged at him with rage. It began attacking with a barrage of slashes, but Silver blocked each and every one. Shockwaves spread from them, tearing through the air, slashing through rocks and destroying parts of the mountain. Silver waited, and when he found an opening, he thrust. His sword cut through the air in an instant. It was a few centimeters from stabbing when the force exploded from the body of the monster, pushing it back and saving it from the attack. That reflex just now, it wasn't intentional. This monster has an automatic defense mechanism, Silver thought. Things were getting more serious. He pointed the sword at the monster. Flames formed in the air and began firing at it. If you can only move in linear bursts, I want to see how you'll avoid this, Silver said, and then fired more than 100 fireballs. The monster was stunned for a moment, then it lunged forward, its speed heavily hampered by the flames as it tried to dodge. But Silver never allowed shit to be that simple. He kept attacking with even more fireballs until one slammed into the monster and exploded, blasting it back with a massive burn on its chest. The wound was heavy, especially against a cold-blooded monster like this. The monster let out a thunderous roar, enraged by attack and pain. It lunged forward even faster, moving like a rocket, but that wasn't all. As it started changing directions even faster, something that shouldn't be possible. But that wasn't an issue for Silver. Despite the monster showing more skill, he was already on it. His mind scanned the monster all around, and he discovered how it was capable of pulling off such maneuvers. The monster was capable of releasing the force at a bent angle, and that aided it in making those impossible turns it was performing. Normally, something like this would throw off the person it was against, but not Silver. His eyes could see everything in front of him, and his mind could scan and tell him what he couldn't see. The monster made an attack, its claws coming for Silver's head, but Silver dodged it easily, then thrust. Flames exploded from the sword as it stabbed right into the heart of the monster, or where the heart was meant to be. The monster wasn't able to react fast enough to the blade and use its force to block. Silver didn't stop there. He released a massive blast of flames into the monster. It erupted and destroyed him from the inside, cooking everything. Silver pulled his sword out of the charred body of the monster. There was a satisfied look on his face as he did. You have gained 5 exp, 2 SP, X10. He looked at the screen with a smile and then continued his descent down the mountain. If only the Arcane Council knew that it was a demigod taking the test, they would have never allowed Silver in. The average demigod was a being to be respected and feared by all, and here Silver was one that was definitely not a normal demigod. He walked through the snow for a few more minutes and was about to get below the clouds, but then he sensed attacks coming from 2 angles. He pulled back immediately and dodged their claws. His eyes locked on them instantly. More of those monsters. He didn't even waste a second. He raised both hands, and they formed 2 black fireballs. He hurled them at the monsters. They used their force as shields, but the blast threw them back immediately. Seems I've been playing around too much. Small monsters think they can touch me, Silver said. The monsters lunged at him with the full intent to kill, but he wasn't fazed. He swiped his hand in a simple motion, and the flames ripped out like a typhoon. They tore through the air like an explosion. The flames grew in size, reaching 20 meters tall, engulfing the monsters as a whole. They tried to scream, tried to get out of the flames, but this was not the type of fire one could escape from. Silver watched as their bodies roasted, and a smile formed on his face. You have gained 5 exp, 2 SP, X10. You have gained 5 exp, 2 SP, X10. He realized that he hadn't had fun for a long time because he was busy fixing issues all around, and now here he was, standing in a place with numerous amounts of issues all around. He just had to use his power as freely as he wanted, and no fixing issues, no worries on his mind. For now, he would just be Silver the Dark Dragon, the extremely powerful one. He walked down the mountain, and as he passed the clouds, he was immediately met with a pack of the monsters he had been fighting. It was as if it was an entire family of them. Their heads turned when he came, every eye locking on him instantly, ready to attack. "This is nice," he said with a smile. Suddenly, each one got up and attacked with a controlled blast of force toward him. Silver didn't move. His wings came out and wrapped around him, taking all the blasts like it was nothing. He didn't even move an inch. His wings went back in, and he looked at the monsters with a smile. "There are about 20 of you. Let's see if I can take you all down fast," he said, and took out Abyssal Blade. Before the monsters could even take their next breath, he moved, tearing through space in an instant. His blade was coated in flames, ripping through their force defense and penetrating their bodies, killing them instantly. When he was done, he had killed all 20 of them, and he heard a message he hadn't heard in a while. "You have leveled up, 4 free stat points, X10. A lot had changed when he became a demigod, but one thing hadn't, and that was the fact that he would continue to rise fast and destroy all the enemies that stood in his way. System stats, he called out. Name, Silver. Race, Dark Dragon, Demigod. Legacy, Dark Dragon Legacy, Awakened. Magical affinities, Summoning, Darkness, Abyss Magic. Divine Energy, 1000. EXP, 142,000. SP, 540. Level, 2. Strength, 10. Defense, 10. Speed, 12. Agility, 12. Intelligence, 15. 40 free stat points. "This is good progress," Silver said with a smile, adding 5 points to each stat. Strength, 15. Defense, 15. Speed, 17. Agility, 17. Intelligence, 20. 15 stat points. What Silver had failed to recall was that he was no longer adding tiny bits of strength. No. Each increase now was a massive increase to his power. He felt a massive rush through his body, almost like it would rip through him. He collapsed to the ground, letting out a heavy breath, calming himself. The low rumble of a monster reached Silver. He looked up and saw a monster, a massive one several times bigger than what he had been fighting. This was definitely the leader or something. Its glowing red eyes locked on Silver. Silver got on his feet and looked the monster right in the eye. There was a heavy silence that followed, only the cold wind that blew all around. And then it attacked, rushing forward. Silver smiled when the monster attacked. It leapt into the air and compressed the force from its body to attack. It tripped through the air, the force it packed many times greater than the ones the other monsters had to offer. Silver blocked the attack. The blast pushed him back. He skidded, his feet dragging in the snow, but rather than worry, there was a smile on his face. "That was good, but not good enough," he said. The monster saw that Silver wasn't affected by the attack at all. It used its speed and covered the distance in an instant, trying to attack. Its claws ripped through the sight, but Silver blocked the attack, looking the monster right in the eye as a grin formed on his face. "Boom," he said, and flames exploded from his sword and engulfed the entire monster. It roared in pain, retreating back and rolling in the snow to quench the flames, but the flames were unrelenting. Silver raised his sword and then slashed down. A thin line of flame cut through the air which divided the monster right in two. "You have gained 10 EXP, 5 so, X10. He walked to the body of the monster. He gave it one look and then continued down the mountain. The wind dropped in temperature as he left the top clouds. But what he saw at the bottom wasn't a really welcome sight, as down there was a darkness similar to the abyss. The abyss, it's been a while since I did anything about it. TSK, too much going on all at once, Silver muttered and kept walking. When he got to the tip of the darkness, He could already sense the monsters that were inside there. That place is filled with monsters for sure, one mind said. Yeah, but we can handle whatever, another responded. Silver walked into the darkness, and immediately the ground burst open and a worm-like creature blasted out. It was like the worms of the desert, only with an armored exterior, and it was less in size. The teeth of the monster were extremely long and filled with jagged edges. For a dragon like him, seeing in the darkness wasn't an issue at all. The monster lunged at him, its body ripping through the snow and rocks. Silver thought it was going for a direct attack, but suddenly it did something else. A massive ball of purple energy blasted out of its lungs. It packed a heavy punch, slamming into the unprepared Silver and throwing him back. The attack had moved at the speed of light, and that was crazy on its own. Silver got on his feet after tanking the attack. He used his scales to block the attack. He looked up at the monster that was still locked on him. It packs an attack that moves at light speed. That's crazy. What sort of monster is this? Silver wondered. He was ready to fight, but then more monsters came out and encircled him. The worms and the monsters he had fought before, only these ones seemed a lot weaker. All right, I'll be calling you Armored Worm, he said and pointed to the worm. And then to you, I'll call you, whatever you are? He asked, looking at the monster. Fine, I'll call you Force Monsters, Silver said and then lunged forward. The monsters followed his trail and began attacking. Light blast after light blast. Silver dodged fast, each blast exploding into a crater in the ground. As he dodged, he noticed something about the energy emitted by these monsters. It was definitely something like mana, but far more advanced, yet it wasn't divine energy. It left him wondering what energy form they used. The force monsters rushed at him, attacking with powerful blasts left and right. But Silver dodged and countered. His attacks were blocked by their force. He pushed back a little, his system scanning the surroundings, seeing their number. What to do, he said with a smile. He could summon his abyssal monsters, or his clones. Either of those would handle this issue easily. But then again, he himself was an extremely powerful demigod. With that thought in mind, he stood straight. Hell's true domain, he called out, and immediately it spread out. I still got it, he said as he looked at all the monsters frozen in this hell of a domain that he had created. Inside the domain was his world. He could spread it even farther than he had done now, but he wanted to contain them. This domain had been his own as Hell's domain, but it was the true Hell's domain, a merge of two of his greatest abilities. With all the monsters frozen in time, he snapped his fingers and the fire rose like lava and wrapped around them, completely incinerating all of them, burning them until they were nothing more than ashes. The messages came rushing in, and before he knew it, level up, 4 free stat points, x10. He looked at the screen with a soft smile on his face. He was getting stronger thanks to this exam. He deactivated the domain and headed deeper into the darkness, and after a few minutes, he finally came out of the darkness, only for a massive land of ice to be shown to him. He saw gigantic buildings made of ice spread across all around. It was an understatement to call this a city. It was a small world of its own, and everything was made of ice. What is this place? Silver muttered. He walked in that direction, leaving the mountain and standing on a frozen lake. He looked at the lake beneath him. He saw a dark shadow flow under. The shadow wasn't small, it was massive, and from how faint it was, he could tell it was deep under, and yet it was that big. Hopefully, whatever was under there wouldn't try to attack. He started walking, heading for the city in the distance. He had only traveled a few meters on the water when he saw the shadow again. It moved under him. It was still very deep down, so he waved it off and kept walking. But when he got to the midpoint of the lake, the shadow got closer, rushing in his direction like a torpedo. Silver reacted fast. He kicked the floor, launching himself back and into the air. The ice cracked and a massive monster the size of a skyscraper blasted out. It was like a crocodile made of ice-white scales, with fins rather than hands. The water splashed all around and the ice scattered in every direction. Silver only saw this creature for a moment, but he could tell that it was massive and extremely dangerous. He landed a few meters away, watching as the massive monster slammed into the ice. It didn't try to chase him at all. It simply slid back into the water, and right before Silver's eyes, The ice that had been shattered was fixed. It froze instantly and covered it. The ice froze. That can't be just because of the cold, right? He muttered. His eyes scanned the surroundings fast, watching for where the monster would come from, and then he spotted it, the shadow moving there again. He looked ahead and started running. But rather than the monster attacking, the ground was suddenly blasted open with more than 100 building-tall ice spikes. They ripped through the ground, chasing after Silver. He dodged as fast as he could, moving light on his feet, but the ice spikes were unrelenting. They came out even faster, forcing him to take out his sword and start cutting through the ice. His eyes darted around to find a direction to move, but the ice spikes were coming in from all directions. "Fine, if you won't stop, I'll stop you," he said, planting his foot into the ground. He spun around and slashed, releasing a massive flame arc that ripped through the surroundings. It tore through all the ice spikes, leveling them in an instant. He stood there, waiting for what this monster had next. The shadow approached from below like a torpedo again. He got ready this time. His wings came out and at the right moment, he lunged into the air, fast as a bullet. The monster smashed out of the ice and into the air, its mouth open and ready to attack, but Silver was ready. He pointed his sword at it, and with a smile, he blasted a massive stream of flames into the mouth of the monster. Boom! The explosion knocked the monster back. It slammed into the ice, letting out a reverberating roar of pain that shook the entire ice. It thrashed around, and this time it didn't return into the ice. It pulled itself out, dragging its body onto the ice. The hole once again closed. Silver stood there looking at the monster. It locked eyes on him and roared, the entire air shaken by the roar that sounded like the deep bellow of a massive trumpet. It pushed itself forward, sliding across the ice and toward Silver. Silver readied his sword and stabbed it into the ice. A massive flame arc cut through the ice and headed for the monster. It slammed head-on, but the scales managed to save it from serious injuries. It opened its mouth and a ball of pure ice formed. It fired it out. From a distance, Silver could already feel the deathly cold. But he wasn't bothered by it. He lit a flame in his hands, compressed it and then grew the size, compressed it again and again until it was burning like a small sun in his hands. He shot the flame at the ice ball. It slammed into the ice ball and caused a massive explosion, leaving a cloud of steam and a shockwave that cracked the ice. Silver launched through the steam. He locked eyes with the monster immediately as he came out. The monster created ice spikes and attacked Silver, but with one flap of his wings, he shot forward faster than the ice spikes could move. "Let's finish this," he said and flew up. He looked down and then raised his sword, summoning all his flames. They burned high into the sky, forming a massive pillar of dark flames. Then he compressed it, all that flame. He forced it down until it couldn't be seen anymore. The compression was so much that he pulled all the heat from the surroundings as well. The already extremely cold atmosphere went even colder, so cold that the air would hurt to breathe, and even hair would break in an instant. The sword in his hands contained all that heat, and whatever it touched next would take the full brunt of the attack, and that was the plan. He shot down, flying fast. The monster seemed to know that something was up. It immediately started attacking with ice spikes, launching one after the other into the sky, but Silver dodged with ease. He finally crossed the distance and stabbed. The tip of his sword touched the monster's head. There was a silence for a moment, so silent that only Silver's breath could be heard. Then what followed was a sound that could only be called devastating. Kaboom! The air was burnt. The entire lake instantly melted. A shockwave covered the entire lake and went even further. The air trembled. The explosion was terrifying, and when it was done, the monster was left with a massive hole in its head, its body trembling in pain, near death, missing half of its head. The monster realized it was still alive after that blast, so it immediately allowed itself to fall into the water, leaving behind a trail of dark red blood. Silver was about to follow, but the entire lake froze again and the monster managed to escape. TSK, if I had only put in more strength to the attack. Since the monster had gotten away, Silver decided to head towards the city. He had only looked in that direction when a massive blue blast came his way. Reactant fast, He leapt to the side as he dodged the attack. It slammed into the ice and destroyed it. For hundreds of meters the ice froze up immediately after. Silver looked ahead. The attack had come from the city. He spotted 4 figures flying his way as well. They had white wings on their backs and armor that looked like it was made of ice. Beneath the armor, they looked like humans with extremely pale skin but 3 blue eyes instead of 1. "Oh shit, it seems I might have triggered them," he said. They flew in fast, and even before they were in range, they all took out staves. The staves had curved, sharp heads that looked made for cutting, and the same blue balls floated in the curve. They began firing blasts of ice at Silver, each one heavy and powerful. Silver dodged quickly, retreating fast, his eyes darting around as he registered the position of each of them. "I'm not here to fight, please," he said. "Well, I don't even really know the reason why I am here." "This is supposed to be some sort of test," he said, and then looked at them. "Maybe the test is to keep attacking and going." "Maybe," he said. A smile formed on his face. "If that's the case, then let me end this." He sprouted his wings and shot into the sky. The 4 immediately shot after him. They flew shockingly fast, catching up to him slowly. They fired at him as they chased, but Silver was too agile for them. He dodged swiftly and then launched higher, even faster. When he felt the distance was enough, he allowed himself to drop. They weren't expecting it. He fell, and when he was right between them, he pulled out his sword, spun around, and slashed. His sword struck all 4, sending them flying. They slammed into the ice and skidded for a few meters before coming to a stop. Silver flew down and waited for them to get up. They all got up and attacked at the same time, flying forward at full speed. They attacked with their staves, the sharp sides coming for him. Silver dodged with ease, moving back just before the attacks reached him and dodging with only inches to spare. His eyes watched everything as they attacked. Seeing that their attacks didn't reach him, they started blasting again, but then he took off into the air. They thought he would keep flying around, but when he was a few meters off the ground, he attacked with a massive flame arc. They reacted fast and scattered. The flame arc ripped into the ground. The ice froze immediately after, but Silver now had the opening to take 1 or 2 down. He rushed downward at one of them, coming with an overhead slash, but the Ice Angel blocked the attack with its staff. It skidded back along the ice for a few meters before coming to a stop. It looked up, and Silver was already attacking again. Flames exploded from Silver's sword as he slashed. Boom! An explosion knocked the angel backward, its armor melting in streaks where the black flames touched. Silver didn't let him. His wings flared open as he appeared behind it midair, his sword carving a blazing arc. The angel's staff came up in defense, but the impact sent it crashing into the ice. It hit the ground hard, motionless. "One down," Silver muttered, eyes flashing with black fire. The remaining 3 circled him warily, frost gathering at their feet as they began to chant in unison. Their staves glowed with azure light, the orbs humming like crystal bells. Shards of ice spiraled upward, merging into lances before shooting toward him. Silver raised his sword, the black flames wrapping around it like a serpent. He spun once the blade howled through the air, burning through the incoming lances. The sky rained molten fragments, steam bursting where flame met frost. The angels switched tactics, diving toward him together. Their movements were sharp and coordinated, each strike from their staves carrying both physical force and a burst of cold magic. Every hit could have shattered a mountain. Silver grinned. "You're pretty strong, I'll give you that." He ducked low, sidestepped one swing, then drove his fist into the gut of the nearest angel, black flames erupting from the contact. The creature screamed. Silver twisted, kicking it aside as his sword shot up to parry another's downward strike. Sparks of frost and fire collided violently. The angel's staff cracked under the pressure. Silver's eyes narrowed, and he slashed across its chest. The cut left a line of black fire burning through armor and skin alike. The angel fell, convulsing. 2 left. The air grew colder instantly. The remaining angels crossed their staves, and a blizzard roared to life, engulfing the entire area. Visibility dropped to nothing. Silver felt the mana thrum around him, sharp, wild, biting. He closed his eyes, feeling through the frost, his aura expanding outward. When he sensed movement, he swung. A streak of black flame cut through the storm, colliding with one of them. The angel screamed as the fire devoured the cold, melting through armor and flesh alike until it crashed to the ground. The storm faltered, leaving only one standing. Its wings were tattered, its gaze furious as ice gathered once more at its staff's tip. Silver's smile deepened, his sword lowering slightly. "Your turn." He blurred forward, moving like a ray of light. Clang, clang, clang. Their collisions caused multiple shockwaves to spread all across. The Ice Angel was getting pushed back farther and farther, but it didn't want to let up. Silver was about to land the finishing blow, but the blast from before was fired again, coming straight for him.